1. Let us look each other in the face. We are Hyperboreans. We know well enough how remote our place is. Neither by land nor by water will you find the road to the Hyperboreans. Even Pindar in his day knew that much about us. Beyond the north, beyond the ice, beyond death, our life, our happiness. We have discovered that happiness. We know the way. We got our knowledge of it from thousands of years in the labyrinths. Who else has found it? The man of today? I don't know either the way out or the way in. I am whatever doesn't know either the way out or the way in. So sighs the man of today. This is the sort of modernity that made us ill. We sickened on lazy peace, cowardly compromise, the whole virtuous dirtiness of the modern yea and nay. This tolerance and largeur of the heart that forgives everything because it understands everything is a sirocco to us. Rather live amid the ice than among modern virtues and other such south winds. We were brave enough. We spared neither ourselves nor others. But we were a long time finding out where to direct our courage. We grew dismal, and they called us fatalists. Our fate, it was the fullness, the tension, the storing up of powers. We thirsted for the lightnings and great deeds. We kept as far as possible from the happiness of the weakling, from resignation. There was thunder in our air. Nature, as we embodied it, became overcast. For we had not yet found the way, the formula of our happiness, a yea, a nay, a straight line, a goal. 2. What is good? Whatever augments the feeling of power, the will to power, power itself in man. What is evil? Whatever springs from weakness. What is happiness? The feeling that power increases, that resistance is overcome. Not contentment, but more power. Not peace at any price, but war. Not virtue, but efficiency. Virtue in the Renaissance sense, virtu, virtue free of moral acid. The weak and the botch shall perish. First principle of our charity. And one should help them to it. What is more harmful than any vice? Practical sympathy for the botched and the weak. Christianity. 3. The problem that I set here is not what shall replace mankind in the order of living creatures. Man is an end. But what type of man must be bred, must be willed as being the most valuable, the most worthy of life, the most secure guarantee of the future? This more valuable type has appeared often enough in the past, but always as a happy accident, as an exception, never as deliberately willed. Very often it has been precisely the most feared. Hitherto it has been almost the terror of terrors, and out of that terror the contrary type has been willed, cultivated and attained. The domestic animal, the herd animal, the sick brute man, the Christian. 4. Mankind surely does not represent an evolution towards a better or stronger or higher level, as progress is now understood. This progress is merely a modern idea, which is to say, a false idea. The European of today, in his essential worth, falls far below the European of the Renaissance. The process of evolution does not necessarily mean elevation, enhancement, and strengthening. True enough, it succeeds in isolated and individual cases in various parts of the earth, and under the most widely different cultures. And in these cases, a higher type certainly manifests itself, something which, compared to mankind in the mass, appears as a sort of Superman. Such happy strokes of high success have always been possible, and will remain possible, perhaps, for all time to come. Even whole races, tribes, and nations may occasionally represent such lucky accidents. 5. We should not deck out and embellish Christianity. It has waged a war to the death against this higher type of man. It has put all the deepest instincts of this type under its ban. It has developed its concept of evil, of the evil one himself, out of these instincts. The strong man as the typical reprobate, the outcast among men. Christianity has taken the part of all the weak, the low, the botched. It has made an ideal out of antagonism to all the self-preservative instincts of sound life. It has corrupted even the faculties of those natures that are intellectually most vigorous, by representing the highest intellectual values as sinful, as misleading, as full of temptation. The most lamentable example, the corruption of Pascal, who believed that his intellect had been destroyed by original sin, whereas it was actually destroyed by Christianity. 6. It is a painful and tragic spectacle that rises before me. I have drawn back the curtain from the rottenness of man. This word, in my mouth, is at least free from one suspicion, that it involves a moral accusation against humanity. It is used, and I wish to emphasize the fact again, without any moral significance. And this is so far true that the rottenness I speak of is most apparent to me precisely in those quarters where there has been most aspiration hitherto toward virtue and godliness. As you probably surmise, I understand rottenness in the sense of decadence. My argument is that all the values on which mankind now fixes its highest aspirations are decadence values. I call an animal, a species, an individual corrupt when it loses its instincts, when it chooses, when it prefers what is injurious to it. A history of the higher feelings, the ideals of humanity, and it is possible that I'll have to write it, would almost explain why man is so degenerate. Life itself appears to me as an instinct for growth, for survival, for the accumulation of forces, for power. Whenever the will to power fails, there is disaster. My contention is that all the highest values of humanity have been emptied of this will, that the values of decadence, of nihilism, now prevail under the holiest names. 7. Christianity is called the religion of pity. Pity stands in opposition to all the tonic passions that augment the energy of the feeling of aliveness. It is a depressant. A man loses power when he pities. Through pity, that drain upon strength which suffering works is multiplied 1,000-fold. Suffering is made contagious by pity. Under certain circumstances, it may lead to a total sacrifice of life and living energy, a loss out of all proportion to the magnitude of the cause, the case of the death of the Nazarene. This is the first view of it. There is, however, a still more important one. If one measures the effects of pity by the gravity of the reactions it sets up, its character as a menace to life appears in a much clearer light. Pity thwarts the whole law of evolution, which is the law of natural selection. It preserves whatever is ripe for destruction. It fights on the side of those disinherited and condemned by life. By maintaining life in so many of the botch of all kinds, it gives life itself a gloomy and dubious aspect. Mankind has ventured to call pity a virtue. In every superior moral system, it appears as a weakness. Going still further, it has been called the virtue, the source and foundation of all other virtues. But let us always bear in mind that this was from the standpoint of a philosophy that was nihilistic, and upon whose shield the denial of life was inscribed. Schopenhauer was right in this, that by means of pity, life is denied and made worthy of denial. Pity is the technique of nihilism. Let me repeat, this depressing and contagious instinct stands against all those instincts which work for the preservation and enhancement of life. In the role of protector of the miserable, it is a prime agent in the promotion of decadence. Pity persuades to extinction. Of course, one doesn't say extinction. One says the other world, or God, or the true life, or nirvana, salvation, blessedness. This innocent rhetoric, from the realm of religious ethical balderdash, appears a good deal less innocent when one reflects upon the tendency that it conceals beneath sublime words, the tendency to destroy life. Schopenhauer was hostile to life. That is why pity appeared to him as a virtue. Aristotle, as everyone knows, saw in pity a sickly and dangerous state of mind, the remedy for which was an occasional purgative. He regarded tragedy as that purgative. The instinct of life should prompt us to seek some means of puncturing any such pathological and dangerous accumulation of pity as that appearing in Schopenhauer's case, and also, alack, in that of our whole literary decadence, from St. Petersburg to Paris, from Tolstoy to Wagner, that it may burst and be discharged. Nothing is more unhealthy amid all our unhealthy modernism than Christian pity. To be the doctors here, to be unmerciful here, to wield the knife here, all this is our business, all this is our sort of humanity. By this sign we are philosophers, we Hyperboreans. 8. It is necessary to say just whom we regard as our antagonists. Theologians, and all who have any theological blood in their veins. This is our whole philosophy. One must have faced that menace at close hand. Better still, one must have had experience of it directly and almost succumbed to it to realize that it is not to be taken lightly. The alleged free thinking of our naturalists and physiologists seems to me to be a joke. They have no passion about such things. They have not suffered. This poisoning goes a great deal further than most people think. I find the arrogant habit of the theologian among all who regard themselves as idealists, among all who, by virtue of a higher point of departure, claim a right to rise above reality and to look upon it with suspicion. The idealist, like the ecclesiastic, carries all sorts of lofty concepts in his hand, and not only in his hand. He launches them with benevolent contempt against understanding, the senses, honor, good living, science. He sees such things as beneath him, as pernicious and seductive forces on which the soul soars as a pure thing in itself, as if humility, chastity, poverty, in a word, holiness, had not already done much more damage to life than all imaginable horrors and vices. The pure soul is a pure lie. So long as the priest, that professional denier, calumniator and poisoner of life, is accepted as a higher variety of man, there can be no answer to the question, what is truth? Truth has already been stood on its head when the obvious attorney of mere emptiness is mistaken for its representative. 9. Upon this theological instinct I make war. I find the tracks of it everywhere. Whoever has theological blood in his veins is shifty and dishonorable in all things. The pathetic thing that grows out of this condition is called faith. In other words, closing one's eyes upon oneself once for all, to avoid suffering the sight of incurable falsehood. People erect a concept of morality, of virtue, of holiness upon this false view of things. They ground good conscience upon faulty vision. They argue that no other sort of vision has value anymore, once they have made theirs sacrosanct with the names of God, salvation, and eternity. I unearth this theological instinct in all directions. It is the most widespread and the most subterranean form of falsehood to be found on earth. Whatever a theologian regards as true must be false. There you have almost a criterion of truth. His profound instinct of self-preservation stands against truth ever coming into honor in any way, or even getting stated. Wherever the influence of theologians is felt, there is a transvaluation of values, and the concepts true and false are forced to change places. Whatever is most damaging to life is there called true, and whatever exalts it, intensifies it, approves it, justifies it, and makes it triumphant is there called false. When theologians, working through the consciences of princes or of peoples, stretch out their hands for power, there is never any doubt as to the fundamental issue. The will to make an end, the nihilistic will, exerts that power. 10. Among Germans, I am immediately understood when I say that theological blood is the ruin of philosophy. The Protestant pastor is the grandfather of German philosophy. Protestantism itself is its peccatum originale. Definition of Protestantism: hemiplegic paralysis of Christianity, and of reason. One need only utter the words Tübingen School to get an understanding of what German philosophy is at bottom, a very artful form of theology. The Swabians are the best liars in Germany. They lie innocently. Why all the rejoicing over the appearance of Kant that went through the learned world of Germany, 3/4 of which is made up of the sons of preachers and teachers? Why the German conviction still echoing that with Kant came a change for the better? The theological instinct of German scholars made them see clearly just what had become possible again. A back stairs leading to the old ideal stood open, the concept of the true world, the concept of morality as the essence of the world. The two most vicious errors that ever existed were once more, thanks to a subtle and wily skepticism, if not actually demonstrable, then at least no longer refutable. Reason, the prerogative of reason, does not go so far. Out of reality, there had been made appearance. An absolutely false world, that of being, had been turned into reality. The success of Kant is merely a theological success. He was, like Luther and Leibniz, but one more impediment to German integrity, already far from steady. 11. A word now against Kant as a moralist. A virtue must be our invention. It must spring out of our personal need and defense. In every other case, it is a source of danger. That which does not belong to our life menaces it. A virtue which has its roots in mere respect for the concept of virtue, as Kant would have it, is pernicious. Virtue, duty, good for its own sake, goodness grounded upon impersonality or a notion of universal validity, these are all chimeras, and in them one finds only an expression of the decay, the last collapse of life, the Chinese spirit of Königsberg. Quite the contrary is demanded by the most profound laws of self-preservation and of growth, to wit, that every man find his own virtue, his own categorical imperative. A nation goes to pieces when it confounds its duty with the general concept of duty. Nothing works a more complete and penetrating disaster than every impersonal duty, every sacrifice before the Moloch of abstraction. To think that no one has thought of Kant's categorical imperative as dangerous to life, the theological instinct alone took it under protection. An action prompted by the life instinct proves that it is a right action by the amount of pleasure that goes with it. And yet, that nihilist, with his bowels of Christian dogmatism, regarded pleasure as an objection. What destroys a man more quickly than to work, think and feel without inner necessity, without any deep personal desire, without pleasure as a mere automaton of duty? That is the recipe for decadence, and no less for idiocy. Kant became an idiot, and such a man was the contemporary of Goethe. This calamitous spinner of cobwebs passed for the German philosopher, still passes today. I forbid myself to say what I think of the Germans. Didn't Kant see in the French Revolution the transformation of the state from the inorganic form to the organic? Didn't he ask himself if there was a single event that could be explained save on the assumption of a moral faculty in man, so that on the basis of it, the tendency of mankind toward the good could be explained once and for all time? Kant's answer, that is revolution. Instinct at fault in everything and anything, instinct as a revolt against nature, German decadence as a philosophy. That is Kant. 12. I put aside a few skeptics, the types of decency in the history of philosophy. The rest haven't the slightest conception of intellectual integrity. They behave like women, all these great enthusiasts and prodigies. They regard beautiful feelings as arguments, the heaving breast as the bellows of divine inspiration, conviction as the criterion of truth. In the end, with German innocence, Kant tried to give a scientific flavor to this form of corruption, this dearth of intellectual conscience, by calling it practical reason. He deliberately invented a variety of reasons for use on occasions when it was desirable not to trouble with reason. That is, when morality, when the sublime command, the thou shalt, was heard. When one recalls the fact that, among all peoples, the philosopher is no more than a development from the old type of priest, this inheritance from the priest, this fraud upon self, ceases to be remarkable. When a man feels that he has a divine mission, say to lift up, to save, or to liberate mankind, when a man feels the divine spark in his heart and believes that he is the mouthpiece of supernatural imperatives, when such a mission inflames him, it is only natural that he should stand beyond all merely reasonable standards of judgment. He feels that he is himself sanctified by this mission, that he is himself a type of a higher order. What has a priest to do with philosophy? He stands far above it, and hitherto the priest has ruled. He has determined the meaning of true and not true. 13. Let us not underestimate this fact, that we ourselves, we free spirits, are already a transvaluation of all values, a visualized declaration of war and victory against all the old concepts of true and not true. The most valuable intuitions are the last to be attained. The most valuable of all are those which determine methods. All the methods, all the principles of the scientific spirit of today were the targets for thousands of years of the most profound contempt. If a man inclined to them, he was excluded from the society of decent people. He passed as an enemy of God, as a scoffer at the truth, as one possessed. As a man of science, he belonged to the Chandala. We have had the whole pathetic stupidity of mankind against us, their every notion of what the truth ought to be, of what the service of the truth ought to be, their every thou shalt, was launched against us. Our objectives, our methods, our quiet, cautious, distrustful manner all appeared to them as absolutely discreditable and contemptible. Looking back, one may almost ask oneself, with reason, if it was not actually an aesthetic sense that kept men blind so long. What they demanded of the truth was picturesque effectiveness, and of the learned a strong appeal to their senses. It was our modesty that stood out longest against their taste. How well they guessed that, these turkey cocks of God. 14. We have unlearned something. We have become more modest in every way. We no longer derive man from the spirit, from the Godhead. We have dropped him back among the beasts. We regard him as the strongest of the beasts because he is the craftiest. One of the results thereof is his intellectuality. On the other hand, we guard ourselves against a conceit which would assert itself even here, that man is the great second thought in the process of organic evolution. He is, in truth, anything but the crown of creation. Beside him stand many other animals, all at similar stages of development. And even when we say that, we say a bit too much, for man, relatively speaking, is the most botched of all the animals, and the sickliest, and he has wandered the most dangerously from his instincts, though for all that, to be sure, he remains the most interesting. As regards the lower animals, it was Descartes who first had the really admirable daring to describe them as machina. The whole of our physiology is directed toward proving the truth of this doctrine. Moreover, it is illogical to set man apart, as Descartes did. What we know of man today is limited precisely by the extent to which we have regarded him, too, as a machine. Formerly, we accorded to man, as his inheritance from some higher order of beings, what was called free will. Now we have taken even this will from him, for the term no longer describes anything that we can understand. The old word will now connotes only a sort of result, an individual reaction that follows inevitably upon a series of partly discordant and partly harmonious stimuli. The will no longer acts or moves. Formerly, it was thought that man's consciousness, his spirit, offered evidence of his high origin, his divinity. That he might be perfected, he was advised, tortoise-like, to draw his senses in, to have no traffic with earthly things, to shuffle off his mortal coil. Then only the important part of him, the pure spirit, would remain. Here again, we have thought out the thing better. To us, consciousness, or the spirit, appears as a symptom of a relative imperfection of the organism, as an experiment, a groping, a misunderstanding, as an affliction which uses up nervous force unnecessarily. We deny that anything can be done perfectly so long as it is done consciously. The pure spirit is a piece of pure stupidity. Take away the nervous system and the senses, the so-called mortal shell, and the rest is miscalculation. That is all. 15. Under Christianity, neither morality nor religion has any point of contact with actuality. It offers purely imaginary causes: God, soul, ego, spirit, free will, or even unfree, and purely imaginary effects: sin, salvation, grace, punishment, forgiveness of sins. Intercourse between imaginary beings, God, spirits, souls. An imaginary natural history, anthropocentric, a total denial of the concept of natural causes. An imaginary psychology, misunderstandings of self, misinterpretations of agreeable or disagreeable general feelings, for example, of the states of the nervus sympathicus, with the help of the sign language of religio-ethical balderdash, repentance, pangs of conscience, temptation by the devil, the presence of God, an imaginary teleology, the kingdom of God, the last judgment, eternal life. This purely fictitious world, greatly to its disadvantage, is to be differentiated from the world of dreams. The latter at least reflects reality, whereas the former falsifies it, cheapens it, and denies it. Once the concept of nature had been opposed to the concept of God, the word natural necessarily took on the meaning of abominable. The whole of that fictitious world has its sources in hatred of the natural, the real, and is no more than evidence of a profound uneasiness in the presence of reality. This explains everything. Who alone has any reason for living his way out of reality? The man who suffers under it. But to suffer from reality, one must be a botched reality. The preponderance of pains over pleasures is the cause of this fictitious morality and religion. But such a preponderance also supplies the formula for decadence. 16. A criticism of the Christian concept of God leads inevitably to the same conclusion. A nation that still believes in itself holds fast to its own God. In him it does honor to the conditions which enable it to survive, to its virtues. It projects its joy in itself, its feeling of power, into a being to whom one may offer thanks. He who is rich will give of his riches. A proud people need a God to whom they can make sacrifices. Religion, within these limits, is a form of gratitude. A man is grateful for his own existence. To that end, he needs a God. Such a God must be able to work both benefits and injuries. He must be able to play either friend or foe. He is wondered at for the good he does, as well as for the evil he does. But the castration against all nature of such a God, making him a God of goodness alone, would be contrary to human inclination. Mankind has just as much need for an evil God as for a good God. It doesn't have to thank mere tolerance and humanitarianism for its own existence. What would be the value of a God who knew nothing of anger, revenge, envy, scorn, cunning, violence? Who had perhaps never experienced the rapturous ardors of victory and destruction? No one would understand such a God. Why should anyone want him? True enough, when a nation is on the downward path, when it feels its belief in its own future, its hope of freedom slipping from it, when it begins to see submission as a first necessity and the virtues of submission as measures of self-preservation, then it must overhaul its God. He then becomes a hypocrite, timorous and demure. He counsels peace of soul, hate no more, leniency, love of friend and foe. He moralizes endlessly. He creeps into every private virtue. He becomes the God of every man. He becomes a private citizen, a cosmopolitan. Formerly, he represented a people, the strength of a people, everything aggressive and thirsty for power in the soul of a people. Now, he is simply the good God. The truth is that there is no other alternative for gods. Either they are the will to power, in which case they are national gods, or incapacity for power, in which case they have to be good. 17. Wherever the will to power begins to decline, in whatever form, there is always an accompanying decline physiologically, a decadence. The divinity of this decadence, shorn of its masculine virtues and passions, is converted perforce into a god of the physiologically degraded, of the weak. Of course, they do not call themselves the weak, they call themselves the good. No hint is needed to indicate the moments in history at which the dualistic fiction of a good and an evil God first became possible. The same instinct which prompts the inferior to reduce their own God to goodness in itself also prompts them to eliminate all good qualities from the God of their superiors. They make revenge on their masters by making a devil of the latter's God. The good God and the devil like him, both are abortions of decadence. How can we be so tolerant of the naivety of Christian theologians as to join in their doctrine that the evolution of the concept of God from the God of Israel, the God of a people, to the Christian God, the essence of all goodness, is to be described as progress? But even Renan does this, as if Renan had a right to be naive. The contrary actually stares one in the face. When everything necessary to ascending life, when all that is strong, courageous, masterful, and proud has been eliminated from the concept of a God, when he is sunk step by step to the level of a staff for the weary, a sheet anchor for the drowning, when he becomes the poor man's God, the sinner's God, the invalid's God par excellence, and the attribute of Saviour or Redeemer remains as the one essential attribute of divinity. Just what is the significance of such a metamorphosis? What does such a reduction of the Godhead imply? To be sure, the kingdom of God has thus grown larger. Formerly he had only his own people, his chosen people. But since then he has gone wandering, like his people themselves, into foreign parts. He has given up settling down quietly anywhere. Finally, he has come to feel at home everywhere and is the great cosmopolitan. Until now, he has the great majority on his side and half the earth. But this God of the great majority, this democrat among gods, has not become a proud heathen God. On the contrary, he remains a Jew. He remains a God in a corner, a God of all the dark nooks and crevices of all the noisome quarters of the world. His earthly kingdom, now as always, is a kingdom of the underworld, a souterrain kingdom, a ghetto kingdom. And he himself is so pale, so weak, so decadent, even the palest of the pale are able to master him. Messieurs the metaphysicians, those albinos of the intellect, they spun their webs around him for so long that finally he was hypnotized and began to spin himself and became another metaphysician. Thereafter he resumed once more his old business of spinning the world out of his inmost being, subspecie Spinozae. Thereafter he became ever thinner and paler, became the ideal, became pure spirit, became the absolute, became the thing in itself, the collapse of a God. He became a thing in itself. 18. The Christian concept of a God, the God as the patron of the sick, the God as a spinner of cobwebs, the God as a spirit, is one of the most corrupt concepts that has ever been set up in the world. It probably touches low water mark in the ebbing evolution of the God type. God degenerated into the contradiction of life. Instead of being its transfiguration and eternal yea, in him war is declared on life, on nature, on the will to live. God becomes the formula for every slander upon the here and now, and for every lie about the beyond. In him, nothingness is deified, and the will to nothingness is made holy. 19. The fact that the strong races of Northern Europe did not repudiate this Christian god does little credit to their gift for religion, and not much more to their taste. They ought to have been able to make an end of such a moribund and worn-out product of the decadence. A curse lies upon them because they were not equal to it. They made illness, decrepitude, and contradiction a part of their instincts. And since then, they have not managed to create any more gods. 2,000 years have come and gone, and not a single new god. Instead, there still exists, and as if by some intrinsic right, as if he were the ultimatum and maximum of the power to create gods, of the creator spiritus in mankind, this pitiful god of Christian monotono-theism, this hybrid image of decay, conjured up out of emptiness, contradiction, and vain imagining, in which all the instincts of decadence, all the cowardices and wearinesses of the soul find their sanction. 20. In my condemnation of Christianity, I surely hope I do no injustice to a related religion with an even larger number of believers. I allude to Buddhism. Both are to be reckoned among the nihilistic religions. They are both decadence religions, but they are separated from each other in a very remarkable way. For the fact that he is able to compare them at all, the critic of Christianity is indebted to the scholars of India. Buddhism is 100 times as realistic as Christianity. It is part of its living heritage that it is able to face problems objectively and coolly. It is the product of long centuries of philosophical speculation. The concept, God, was already disposed of before it appeared. Buddhism is the only genuinely positive religion to be encountered in history, and this applies even to its epistemology, which is a strict phenomenalism. It does not speak of a struggle with sin, but yielding to reality, of the struggle with suffering. Sharply differentiating itself from Christianity, it puts the self-deception that lies in moral concepts behind it. It is, in my phrase, beyond good and evil. The two physiological facts upon which it grounds itself and upon which it bestows its chief attention are, first, an excessive sensitiveness to sensation, which manifests itself as a refined susceptibility to pain, and secondly, an extraordinary spirituality, a too protracted concern with concepts and logical procedures, under the influence of which the instinct of personality has yielded to a notion of the impersonal. Both of these states will be familiar to a few of my readers, the objectivists, by experience, as they are to me. These physiological states produced a depression, and Buddha tried to combat it by means of hygienic measures. Against it he prescribed a life in the open, a life of travel, moderation in eating, and a careful selection of foods, caution in the use of intoxicants, the same caution in arousing any of the passions that foster a bilious habit and heat the blood, and finally, no worry either on one's own account or on account of others. He encourages ideas that make for either quiet contentment or good cheer. He finds means to combat ideas of other sorts. He understands good, the state of goodness, as something which promotes health. Prayer is not included, and neither is asceticism. There is no categorical imperative, nor any disciplines, even within the walls of a monastery. It is always possible to leave. These things would have been simply means of increasing the excessive sensitiveness above mentioned. For the same reason he does not advocate any conflict with unbelievers. His teaching is antagonistic to nothing so much as to revenge, aversion, resentment. Enmity never brings an end to enmity, the moving refrain of all Buddhism. And in all this he was right, for it is precisely these passions which, in view of his main regimental purpose, are unhealthful. The mental fatigue that he observes, already plainly displayed in too much objectivity, that is, in the individual's loss of interest in himself, in loss of balance and of egoism, he combats by strong efforts to lead even the spiritual interests back to the ego. In Buddha's teaching, egoism is a duty, the one thing needful. The question, how can you be delivered from suffering, regulates and determines the whole spiritual diet. Perhaps one will here recall that Athenian who also declared war upon pure scientificality, to wit Socrates, who also elevated egoism to the estate of a morality. 21. The things necessary to Buddhism are a very mild climate, customs of great gentleness and liberality, and no militarism. Moreover, it must get its start among the higher and better educated classes. Cheerfulness, quiet, and the absence of desire are the chief desiderata, and they are attained. Buddhism is not a religion in which perfection is merely an object of aspiration. Perfection is actually normal. Under Christianity, the instincts of the subjugated and the oppressed come to the fore. It is only those who are at the bottom who seek their salvation in it. Here the prevailing pastime, the favorite remedy for boredom, is the discussion of sin, self-criticism, the inquisition of conscience. Here the emotion produced by power, called God, is pumped up by prayer. Here the highest good is regarded as unattainable, as a gift, as grace. Here, too, open dealing is lacking. Concealment and the darkened room are Christian. Here body is despised, and hygiene is denounced as sensual. The Church even ranges itself against cleanliness. The first Christian order after the banishment of the Moors closed the public baths, of which there were 270 in Cordova alone. Christian, too, is a certain cruelty towards oneself and toward others, hatred of unbelievers, the will to persecute. Sombre and disquieting ideas are in the foreground. The most esteemed states of mind, bearing the most respectable names, are epileptoid. The diet is so regulated as to engender morbid symptoms and overstimulate the nerves. Christian, again, is all deadly enmity to the rulers of the earth, to the aristocratic, along with a sort of secret rivalry with them. One resigns one's body to them, one wants only one's soul. And Christian is all hatred of the intellect, of pride, of courage, of freedom, of intellectual libertinage. Christian is all hatred of the senses, of joy in the senses, of joy in general. 22. When Christianity departed from its native soil, that of the lowest orders, the underworld of the ancient world, and began seeking power among barbarian peoples, it no longer had to deal with exhausted men, but with men still inwardly savage and capable of self-torture. In brief, strong men, but bungled men. Here, unlike in the case of the Buddhists, the cause of discontent with self, suffering through self, is not merely a general sensitiveness and susceptibility to pain, but, on the contrary, an inordinate thirst for inflicting pain on others, a tendency to obtain subjective satisfaction in hostile deeds and ideas. Christianity had to embrace barbaric concepts and valuations in order to obtain mastery over barbarians. Of such sort, for example, are the sacrifices of the firstborn, the drinking of blood as a sacrament, the disdain of the intellect and of culture, torture in all its forms, whether bodily or not, the whole pomp of the cult. Buddhism is a religion for peoples in a further state of development, For races that have become kind, gentle, and over-spiritualized, Europe is not yet ripe for it. It is a summons that takes them back to peace and cheerfulness, to a careful rationing of the spirit, to a certain hardening of the body. Christianity aims at mastering beasts of prey. Its modus operandi is to make them ill. To make feeble is the Christian recipe for taming, for civilizing. Buddhism is a religion for the closing, over-wearied stages of civilization. Christianity appears before civilization has so much as begun. Under certain circumstances, it lays the very foundations thereof. 23. Buddhism, I repeat, is 100 times more austere, more honest, more objective. It no longer has to justify its pains, its susceptibility to suffering, by interpreting those things in terms of sin. It simply says, as it simply thinks, I suffer. To the barbarian, however, suffering in itself is scarcely understandable. What he needs, first of all, is an explanation as to why he suffers. His mere instinct prompts him to deny his suffering altogether, or to endure it in silence. Here the word devil was a blessing. Man had to have an omnipotent and terrible enemy. There was no need to be ashamed of suffering at the hands of such an enemy. At the bottom of Christianity there are several subtleties that belong to the Orient. In the first place, it knows that it is of very little consequence whether a thing be true or not, so long as it is believed to be true. Truth and faith. Here we have two wholly distinct worlds of ideas, almost two diametrically opposite worlds. The road to the one and the road to the other lie miles apart. To understand that fact thoroughly, this is almost enough in the Orient to make one a sage. The Brahmins knew it, Plato knew it, every student of the esoteric knows it. When, for example, a man gets any pleasure out of the notion that he has been saved from sin, it is not necessary for him to be actually sinful, but merely to feel sinful. But when faith is thus exalted above everything else, it necessarily follows that reason, knowledge, and patient inquiry have to be discredited. The road to the truth becomes a forbidden road. Hope, in its stronger forms, is a great deal more powerful stimulant to life than any sort of realized joy can ever be. Man must be sustained in suffering by a hope so high that no conflict with actuality can dash it, so high indeed that no fulfillment can satisfy it, a hope reaching out beyond this world. Precisely because of this power that hope has of making a suffering hold out, the Greeks regarded it as the evil of evils, as the most malign of evils. It remained behind at the source of all evil. In order that love may be possible, God must become a person. In order that the lower instincts may take a hand in the matter, God must be young. To satisfy the ardor of the woman, a beautiful saint must appear on the scene, and to satisfy that of the men, there must be a virgin. These things are necessary if Christianity is to assume lordship over a soil on which some aphrodisiacal or Adonis cult has already established a notion as to what a cult ought to be. To insist upon chastity greatly strengthens the vehemence and subjectivity of the religious instinct. It makes the cult warmer, more enthusiastic, more soulful. Love is the state in which man sees things most decidedly as they are not. The force of illusion reaches its highest here, and so does the capacity for sweetening, for transfiguring. When a man is in love, he endures more than at any other time. He submits to anything. The problem was to devise a religion which would allow one to love. By this means, the worst that life has to offer is overcome. It is scarcely even noticed. So much for the three Christian virtues, faith, hope, and charity. I call them the three Christian ingenuities. Buddhism is in too late a stage of development, too full of positivism to be shrewd in any such way. 24. Here I barely touch upon the problem of the origin of Christianity. The first thing necessary to its solution is this, that Christianity is to be understood only by examining the soil from which it sprang. It is not a reaction against Jewish instincts. It is their inevitable product. It is simply one more step in the awe-inspiring logic of the Jews. In the words of the Saviour, salvation is of the Jews. The second thing to remember is this, that the psychological type of the Galilean is still to be recognized, but it was only in its most degenerate form, which is at once maimed and overladen with foreign features, that it could serve in the manner in which it has been used, as a type of the Saviour of mankind. The Jews are the most remarkable people in the history of the world, for when they were confronted with the question, to be or not to be, they chose, with perfectly unearthly deliberation, to be at any price. This price involved a radical falsification of all nature, of all naturalness, of all reality, of the whole inner world, as well as of the outer. They put themselves against all those conditions under which, hitherto, a people had been able to live, or had even been permitted to live. Out of themselves they evolved an idea which stood in direct opposition to natural conditions. One by one, they distorted religion, civilization, morality, history, and psychology, until each became a contradiction of its natural significance. We meet with the same phenomenon later on, in an incalculably exaggerated form, but only as a copy. The Christian Church, put beside the people of God, shows a complete lack of any claim to originality. Precisely for this reason, the Jews are the most fateful people in the history of the world. Their influence has so falsified the reasoning of mankind in this matter that today the Christian can cherish anti-Semitism without realizing that it is no more than the final consequence of Judaism. In my genealogy of morals, I give the first psychological explanation of the concepts underlying these two antithetical things, a noble morality and a ressentiment morality, the second of which is a mere product of the denial of the former. The Judeo-Christian moral system belongs to the second division, and in every detail. In order to be able to say nay to everything representing an ascending evolution of life, that is, to well-being, to power, to beauty, to self-approval, the instincts of resentment, here become downright genius, had to invent an other world in which the acceptance of life appeared as the most evil and abominable thing imaginable. Psychologically, the Jews are a people gifted with the very strongest vitality, so much so that when they found themselves facing impossible conditions of life, they chose voluntarily, and with a profound talent for self-preservation, the side of all those instincts which make for decadence, not as if mastered by them, but as if detecting in them a power by which the world could be deified. The Jews are the very opposite of decadence. They have simply been forced into appearing in that guise, and with a degree of skill approaching the non plus ultra of histrionic genius, they have managed to put themselves at the head of all decadent movements, for example, the Christianity of Paul, and so make of them something stronger than any party frankly saying yes to life. To the sort of men who reach out for power under Judaism and Christianity, that is to say, to the priestly class, decadence is no more than a means to an end. Men of this sort have a vital interest in making mankind sick, and in confusing the values of good and bad, true and false, in a manner that is not only dangerous to life, but also slanders it. 25. The history of Israel is invaluable as a typical history of an attempt to denaturize all natural values. I point to 5 facts which bear this out. Originally, and above all in the time of the monarchy, Israel maintained the right attitude of things, which is to say, the natural attitude. Its Yahweh was an expression of its consciousness of power, its joy in itself, its hopes for itself. To him, the Jews looked for victory and salvation, and through him they expected nature to give them whatever was necessary to their existence, above all, rain. Yahweh is the God of Israel, and consequently the God of justice. This is the logic of every race that has power in its hands and a good conscience in the use of it. In the religious ceremonial of the Jews, both aspects of this self-approval stand revealed. The nation is grateful for the high destiny that has enabled it to obtain dominion. It is grateful for the benign procession of the seasons, and for the good fortune attending its herds and its crops. This view of things remained an ideal for a long while, even after it had been robbed of validity by tragic blows. Anarchy was in, and the Assyrian without. But the people still retained, as a projection of their highest yearnings, that vision of a king who was at once a gallant warrior and an upright judge, a vision best visualized in the typical prophet, i.e., critic and satirist of the moment, Isaiah. But every hope remained unfulfilled. The old God no longer could do what he used to do. He ought to have been abandoned. But what actually happened? Simply this: the conception of him was changed. The conception of him was denaturized. This was the price that had to be paid for keeping him. Yahweh, the God of justice. He is in accord with Israel no more. He no longer visualizes the national egoism. He is now a God only conditionally. The public notion of this God now becomes merely a weapon in the hands of clerical agitators who interpret all happiness as a reward and all unhappiness as a punishment for obedience or disobedience to him, for sin, that most fraudulent of all imaginable interpretations, whereby a moral order of the world is set up, and the fundamental concepts, cause and effect, are stood on their heads. Once natural causation has been swept out of the world by doctrines of reward and punishment, some sort of unnatural causation becomes necessary, and all other varieties of the denial of nature follow it. A God who demands, in place of a God who helps, who gives counsel, who is at bottom merely a name for every happy inspiration of courage and self-reliance. Morality is no longer a reflection of the conditions which make for the sound life and development of the people. It is no longer the primary life instinct. Instead, it has become abstract and in opposition to life, a fundamental perversion of the fancy, an evil eye on all things. What is Jewish? What is Christian morality? Chance robbed of its innocence, unhappiness polluted with the idea of sin, well-being represented as a danger, as a temptation, a physiological disorder produced by the canker worm of conscience. 26. The concept of God falsified. The concept of morality falsified. But even here, Jewish priestcraft did not stop. The whole history of Israel ceased to be of any value. Out with it. These priests accomplished that miracle of falsification of which a great part of the Bible is the documentary evidence. With a degree of contempt unparalleled, and in the face of all tradition and all historical reality, they translated the past of their people into religious terms, which is to say, they converted it into an idiotic mechanism of salvation, whereby all offences against Yahweh were punished and all devotion to him was rewarded. We would regard this act of historical falsification as something far more shameful if familiarity with the ecclesiastical interpretation of history for thousands of years had not blunted our inclinations for uprightness in historicis. And the philosophers support the Church. The lie about a moral order of the world runs through the whole of philosophy, even the newest. What is the meaning of a moral order of the world? That there is a thing called the will of God, which once and for all time determines what man ought to do and what he ought not to do. That the worth of a people, or of an individual thereof, is to be measured by the extent to which they, or he, obey this will of God. That the destinies of a people, or of an individual, are controlled by this will of God, which rewards or punishes according to the degree of obedience manifested. In place of all that pitiable lie, reality has this to say: the priest, a parasitical variety of man who can exist only at the cost of every sound view of life, takes the name of God in vain. He calls that state of human society in which he himself determines the value of all things the kingdom of God. He calls the means whereby that state of affairs is attained the will of God. With cold-blooded cynicism, he estimates all peoples, all ages, and all individuals by the extent of their subservience or opposition to the power of the priestly order. One observes him at work. Under the hand of the Jewish priesthood, the great age of Israel became an age of decline. The exile, with its long series of misfortunes, was transformed into a punishment for that great age, during which priests had not yet come into existence. Out of the powerful and wholly free heroes of Israel's history, they fashioned, according to their changing needs, either wretched bigots and hypocrites, or men entirely godless. They reduced every great event to the idiotic formula, obedient or disobedient to God. They went a step further. The will of God, in other words, some means necessary for preserving the power of the priests, had to be determined, and to this end they had to have a revelation. In plain English, a gigantic literary fraud had to be perpetrated, and holy scriptures had to be concocted, and so, with the utmost hierarchical pomp and days of penance and much lamentation over the long days of sin now ended, they were duly published. The will of God, it appears, had long stood like a rock. The trouble was that mankind had neglected the holy scriptures. But the will of God had already been revealed to Moses. What happened? Simply this: the priest had formulated, once and for all time, and with the strictest meticulousness, what tithes were to be paid to him, from the largest to the smallest, not forgetting the most appetizing cuts of meat, for the priest is a great consumer of beefsteaks. In brief, he let it be known just what he wanted, what the will of God was. From this time forward, things were so arranged that the priest became indispensable everywhere, at all the great natural events of life, at birth, at marriage, in sickness, at death, not to say at the sacrifice, that is, at meal times. The holy parasite put in his appearance and proceeded to denaturize it. In his own phrase, to sanctify it. For this should be noted, that every natural habit, every natural institution, the state, the administration of justice, marriage, the care of the sick and of the poor, everything demanded by the life instinct, in short, everything that has any value in itself, is reduced to absolute worthlessness, and even made the reverse of valuable by the parasitism of priests, or, if you chose, by the moral order of the world. The fact requires a sanction. A power to grant values becomes necessary, and the only way it can create such values is by denying nature. The priest depreciates and desecrates nature. It is only at this price that he can exist at all. Disobedience to God, which actually means to the priest, to the law, now gets the name of sin. The means prescribed for reconciliation with God are, of course, precisely the means which bring one most effectively under the thumb of the priest. He alone can save. Psychologically considered, sins are indispensable to every society organized on an ecclesiastical basis. They are the only reliable weapons of power. The priest lives upon sins. It is necessary to him that there be sinning. Prime axiom: God forgiveth him that repenteth. In plain English, him that submitteth to the priest. 27. Christianity sprang from a soil so corrupt that on it everything natural, every natural virtue, every reality was opposed by the deepest instincts of the ruling class. It grew up as a sort of war to the death upon reality, and as such it has never been surpassed. The holy people, who had adopted priestly values and priestly names for all things, and who, with a terrible logical consistency, had rejected everything of the earth as unholy, worldly, sinful. This people put its instinct into a final formula that was logical to the point of self-annihilation. As Christianity, it actually denied even the last form of reality, the holy people, the chosen people, Jewish reality itself. The phenomenon is of the first order of importance. The small insurrectionary movement which took the name of Jesus of Nazareth is simply the Jewish instinct redivivus. In other words, it is the priestly instinct come to such a pass that it can no longer endure the priest as a fact. It is the discovery of a state of existence even more fantastic than any before it, of a vision of life even more unreal than that necessary to an ecclesiastical organization. Christianity actually denies the church. I am unable to determine what was the target of the insurrection said to have been led, whether rightly or wrongly, by Jesus, if it was not the Jewish church, church being here used in exactly the same sense that the word has today. It was an insurrection against the good and just, against the prophets of Israel, against the whole hierarchy of society, not against corruption, but against caste, privilege, order, formalism. It was unbelief in superior men, a nay flung at everything that priests and theologians stood for. But the hierarchy that was called into question, if only for an instant, by this movement, was the structure of piles, which, above everything, was necessary to the safety of the Jewish people in the midst of the waters. It represented their last possibility of survival. It was the final residuum of their independent political existence. An attack upon it was an attack upon the most profound national instinct, the most powerful national will to live that has ever appeared on earth. This saintly anarchist who aroused the people of the abyss, the outcasts and sinners, the Chandala of Judaism, to rise in revolt against the established order of things, and in a language which, if the Gospels are to be credited, would get him sent to Siberia today. This man was certainly a political criminal, at least insofar as it was possible to be one in so absurdly unpolitical a community. This is what brought him to the cross. The proof thereof is to be found in the inscription that was put upon the cross. He died for his own sins. There is not the slightest ground for believing, no matter how often it is asserted, that he died for the sins of others. 28. As to whether he himself was conscious of this contradiction, whether in fact this was the only contradiction he was cognizant of, that is quite another question. Here, for the first time, I touch upon the problem of the psychology of the Saviour. I confess, to begin with, that there are very few books which offer me harder reading than the Gospels. My difficulties are quite different from those which enable the learned curiosity of the German mind to achieve one of its most unforgettable triumphs. It is a long while since I, like all other young scholars, enjoyed with all the sapient laboriousness of a fastidious philologist the works of the incomparable Strauss. At that time I was 20 years old. Now I am too serious for that sort of thing. What do I care for the contradictions of tradition? How can anyone call pious legends traditions? The histories of saints present the most dubious variety of literature in existence. To examine them by the scientific method, in the entire absence of corroborative documents, seems to me to condemn the whole inquiry from the start. It is simply learned idling. 29. What concerns me is the psychological type of the Saviour. This type might be depicted in the Gospels in however mutilated a form and however much overladen with extraneous characters, that is, in spite of the Gospels, just as the figure of Francis of Assisi shows itself in his legends in spite of his legends. It is not a question of mere truthful evidence as to what he did, what he said, and how he actually died. The question is whether his type is still conceivable, whether it has been handed down to us. All the attempts that I know of to read the history of a soul in the Gospels seem to me to reveal only a lamentable psychological levity. Monsieur Renan, that mountebank in Psychologicus, has contributed the two most unseemly notions to this business of explaining the type of Jesus, the notion of the genius and that of the hero, Eros. But if there is anything essentially unevangelical, it is surely the concept of the hero. What the Gospels make instinctive is precisely the reverse of all heroic struggle, of all taste for conflict. The very incapacity for resistance is here converted into something moral. Resist not evil. The most profound sentence in the Gospels, perhaps the true key to them, to wit, the blessedness of peace, of gentleness, the inability to be an enemy. What is the meaning of glad tidings? The true life, the life eternal, has been found. It is not merely promised, it is here, it is in you. It is the life that lies in love, free from all retreats and exclusions, from all keeping of distances. Everyone is the child of God. Jesus claims nothing for himself alone. As the child of God, each man is the equal of every other man. Imagine making Jesus a hero. And what a tremendous misunderstanding appears in the word genius. Our whole conception of the spiritual, the whole conception of our civilization could have had no meaning in the world that Jesus lived in. In the strict sense of the physiologist, a quite different word ought to be used here. We all know that there is a morbid sensibility of the tactile nerves, which causes those suffering from it to recoil from every touch and from every effort to grasp a solid object. Brought to its logical conclusion, such a physiological habitus becomes an instinctive hatred of all reality, a flight into the intangible, into the incomprehensible, a distaste for all formulae, for all conceptions of time and space, for everything established, customs, institutions, the church, a feeling of being at home in a world in which no sort of reality survives, a merely inner world, a true world, an eternal world. The kingdom of God is within you. 30. The instinctive hatred of reality, the consequence of an extreme susceptibility to pain and irritation, so great that merely to be touched becomes unendurable, for every sensation is too profound. The instinctive exclusion of all aversion, all hostility, all bounds and distances in feeling, the consequence of an extreme susceptibility to pain and irritation, so great that it senses all resistance, all compulsion to resistance, as unbearable anguish, that is to say, as harmful, as prohibited by the instinct of self-preservation, and regards blessedness, joy, as possible only when it is no longer necessary to offer resistance to anybody or anything, however evil or dangerous. Love as the only, as the ultimate possibility of life. These are the two physiological realities upon and out of which the doctrine of salvation has sprung. I call them a sublime superdevelopment of hedonism upon a thoroughly unsalubrious soil. What stands most closely related to them, though with a large admixture of Greek vitality and nerve force, is Epicureanism, the theory of salvation of paganism. Epicurus was a typical decadent. I was the first to recognize him. The fear of pain, even of infinitely slight pain, the end of this could be nothing save a religion of love. 31. I have already given my answer to the problem. The prerequisite to it is the assumption that the type of the Saviour has reached us only in a greatly distorted form. This distortion is very probable. There are many reasons why a type of that sort should not be handed down in a pure form, complete and free of additions. The milieu in which this strange figure moved must have left marks upon him, and more must have been imprinted by the history, the destiny of the early Christian communities. The latter, indeed, must have embellished the type retrospectively with characters which can be understood only as serving the purposes of war and of propaganda. That strange and sickly world into which the Gospels lead us, a world apparently out of a Russian novel, in which the scum of society, nervous maladies and childish idiocy keep a tryst, must in any case have coarsened the type. The first disciples, in particular, must have been forced to translate an existence visible only in symbols and incomprehensibilities into their own crudity, in order to understand it at all. In their sight, the type could take on reality only after it had been recast in a familiar mould. The prophet, the Messiah, the future judge, the teacher of morals, the worker of wonders, John the Baptist, all these merely presented chances to misunderstand it. And finally, let us not underrate the proprium of all great, and especially all sectarian veneration. It tends to erase from the venerated object all its original traits and idiosyncrasies, often so painfully strange. It does not even see them. It is greatly to be regretted that no Dostoevsky lived in the neighborhood of this most interesting decadent. I mean, someone who would have felt the poignant charm of such a compound of the sublime, the morbid, and the childish. In the last analysis, the type, as a type of the decadence, may actually have been peculiarly complex and contradictory. Such a possibility is not to be lost sight of. Nevertheless, the probabilities seem to be against it, for in that case tradition would have been particularly accurate and objective, whereas we have reasons for assuming the contrary. Meanwhile, there is a contradiction between the peaceful preacher of the mount, the seashore and the fields, who appears like a new Buddha on a soil very unlike India's, and the aggressive fanatic, the mortal enemy of theologians and ecclesiastics, who stands glorified by Renan's malice as le grand maître en ironie. I haven't myself any doubt that the greater part of this venom, and no less of esprit, got itself into the concept of the master only as a result of the excited nature of Christian propaganda. We all know the unscrupulousness of sectarians when they set out to turn their leader into an apologia for themselves. When the early Christians had need of an adroit, contentious, pugnacious, and maliciously subtle theologian to tackle other theologians, they created a god that met that need, just as they put into his mouth without hesitation certain ideas that were necessary to them, but that were utterly at odds with the Gospels, the second coming, the last judgment, all sorts of expectations and promises current at the time. 32. I can only repeat that I set myself against all efforts to intrude the fanatic into the figure of the Saviour. The very word impérieux, used by Renan, is alone enough to annul the type. What the glad tidings tell us is simply that there are no more contradictions. The kingdom of heaven belongs to children. The faith that is voiced here is no more an embattled faith. It is at hand. It has been from the beginning. It is a sort of recrudescent childishness of the spirit. The physiologists, at all events, are familiar with such a delayed and incomplete puberty in the living organism, the result of degeneration. A faith of this sort is not furious. It does not denounce. It does not defend itself. It does not come with the sword. It does not realize how it will one day set man against man. It does not manifest itself either by miracles or by rewards and promises or by scriptures. It is itself, first and last, its own miracle, its own reward, its own promise, its own kingdom of God. This faith does not formulate itself. It simply lives, and so guards itself against formulae. To be sure, the accident of environment, of educational background, gives prominence to concepts of a certain sort. In primitive Christianity, one finds only concepts of a Judeo-Semitic character. That of eating and drinking at the Last Supper belongs to this category, an idea which, like everything else Jewish, has been badly mauled by the Church. But let us be careful not to see in all this anything more than symbolical language, semantics, an opportunity to speak in parables. It is only on the theory that no work is to be taken literally that this anti-realist is able to speak at all. Set down among Hindus, he would have made use of the concepts of Sankhya, and among Chinese he would have employed those of Lao Tse, and in neither case would it have made any difference to him. With a little freedom in the use of words, one might actually call Jesus a free spirit. He cares nothing for what is established. The word killeth. Whatever is established killeth. The idea of life as an experience, as he alone conceives it, stands opposed to his mind to every sort of word, formula, law, belief, and dogma. He speaks only of inner things. Life, or truth, or light is his word for the innermost. In his sight, everything else, the whole of reality, all nature, even language, has significance only as sign, as allegory. Here it is of paramount importance to be led into no error by the temptations lying in Christian, or rather ecclesiastical, prejudices. Such a symbolism par excellence stands outside all religion, all notions of worship, all history, all natural science, all worldly experience, all knowledge, all politics, all psychology, all books, all art. His wisdom is precisely a pure ignorance of all such things. He has never heard of culture. He doesn't have to make war on it. He doesn't even deny it. The same thing may be said of the state, of the whole bourgeois social order, of labour, of war. He has no ground for denying the world, for he knows nothing of the ecclesiastical concept of the world. Denial is precisely the thing that is impossible to him. In the same way, he lacks argumentative capacity and has no belief that an article of faith, a truth, may be established by proofs. His proofs are inner lights, subjective sensations of happiness and self-approval, simple proofs of power. Such a doctrine cannot contradict. It doesn't know that other doctrines exist or can exist, and is wholly incapable of imagining anything opposed to it. If anything of the sort is ever encountered, it laments the blindness with sincere sympathy, for it alone has light, but it does not offer objections. 33. In the whole psychology of the Gospels, the concepts of guilt and punishment are lacking, and so is that of reward. Sin, which means anything that puts a distance between God and man, is abolished. This is precisely the glad tidings. Eternal bliss is not merely promised, nor is it bound up with conditions. It is conceived as the only reality. What remains consists merely of signs, useful in speaking of it. The results of such a point of view project themselves into a new way of life, the special evangelical way of life. It is not a belief that marks off the Christian. He is distinguished by a different mode of action. He acts differently. He offers no resistance, either by word or in his heart, to those who stand against him. He draws no distinction between strangers and countrymen, Jews and Gentiles. Neighbour, of course, means fellow believer, Jew. He is angry with no one, and he despises no one. He neither appeals to the courts of justice, nor heeds their mandates. Swear not at all. He never, under any circumstances, divorces his wife, even when he has proofs of her infidelity. And under all of this is one principle. All of it arises from one instinct. The life of the Saviour was simply a carrying out of this way of life, and so was his death. He no longer needed any formula or ritual in his relations with God, not even prayer. He had rejected the whole of the Jewish doctrine of repentance and atonement. He knew that it was only by a way of life that one could feel one's self divine, blessed, evangelical, a child of God. Not by repentance, not by prayer and forgiveness is the way to God. Only the gospel way leads to God. It is itself God. What the Gospels abolished was the Judaism in the concepts of sin, forgiveness of sin, faith, salvation through faith. The whole ecclesiastical dogma of the Jews was denied by the glad tidings. The deep instinct which prompts the Christian how to live so that he will feel that he is in heaven and is immortal, despite many reasons for feeling that he is not in heaven. This is the only psychological reality in salvation, a new way of life, not a new faith. 34. If I understand anything at all about this great symbolist, it is this, that he regarded only subjective realities, as truths, that he saw everything else, everything natural, temporal, spatial, and historical, merely as signs, as materials for parables. The concept of the Son of God does not connote a concrete person in history, an isolated and definite individual, but an eternal fact, a psychological symbol set free from the concept of time. The same thing is true, and in the highest sense, of the God of this typical symbolist, of the kingdom of God, and of the sonship of God. Nothing could be more unchristian than the crude ecclesiastical notions of God as a person, of a kingdom of God that is to come, of a kingdom of heaven beyond, and of a Son of God as the second person of the Trinity. All this, if I may be forgiven the phrase, is like thrusting one's fist into the eye, and what an eye, of the Gospels, a disrespect for symbols amounting to world historical cynicism. But it is nevertheless obvious enough what is meant by the symbols Father and Son, not of course to everyone. The word Son expresses entrance into the feeling that there is a general transformation of all things, beatitude, and Father expresses that feeling itself, the sensation of eternity and of perfection. I am ashamed to remind you of what the Church has made of this symbolism. Had it not set an Amphitryon story at the threshold of the Christian faith, and a dogma of immaculate conception for good measure, and thereby it has robbed conception of its immaculateness. The kingdom of heaven is a state of the heart, not something to come beyond the world or after death. The whole idea of natural death is absent from the Gospels. Death is not a bridge, not a passing. It is absent because it belongs to a quite different, a merely apparent world, useful only as a symbol. The hour of death is not a Christian idea. Hours, time, the physical life and its crises have no existence for the bearer of glad tidings. The kingdom of God is not something that men wait for. It had no yesterday and no day after tomorrow. It is not going to come at a millennium. It is an experience of the heart. It is everywhere, and it is nowhere. 35. This bearer of glad tidings died as he lived and taught, not to save mankind, but to show mankind how to live. It was a way of life that he bequeathed to man. His demeanour before the judges, before the officers, before his accusers, his demeanour on the cross. He does not resist. He does not defend his rights. He makes no effort to ward off the most extreme penalty. More, he invites it. And he prays, suffers, and loves with those, in those, who do him evil. Not to defend oneself, not to show anger, not to lay blames. On the contrary, to submit even to the evil one, to love him. 36. We free spirits, we are the first to have the necessary prerequisite to understanding what 19 centuries have misunderstood, that instinct and passion for integrity, which makes war upon the holy lie even more than upon all other lies. Mankind was unspeakably far from our benevolent and cautious neutrality, from that discipline of the spirit which alone makes possible the solution of such strange and subtle things. What men always sought, with shameless egoism, was their own advantage therein. They created the Church out of denial of the Gospels. Whoever sought for signs of an ironical divinity's hand in the great drama of existence would find no small indication thereof in the stupendous question mark that is called Christianity. That mankind should be on its knees before the very antithesis of what was the origin, the meaning, and the law of the Gospels. That in the concept of the Church, the very things should be pronounced holy that the bearer of glad tidings regards as beneath him and behind him. It would be impossible to surpass this as a grand example of world historical irony. 37. Our age is proud of its historical sense. How, then, could it delude itself into believing that the crude fable of the wonder-worker and saviour constituted the beginnings of Christianity, and that everything spiritual and symbolical in it only came later? Quite to the contrary, the whole history of Christianity, from the death on the cross onward, is the history of a progressively clumsier misunderstanding of an original symbolism. With every extension of Christianity among larger and ruder masses, even less capable of grasping the principles that gave birth to it, the need arose to make it more and more vulgar and barbarous. It absorbed the teachings and rites of all the subterranean cults of the Imperium Romanum, and the absurdities engendered by all sorts of sickly reasoning. It was the fate of Christianity that its faith had to become as sickly, as low, and as vulgar as the needs were sickly, low, and vulgar to which it had to administer a sickly barbarism, finally lifts itself to power as the Church, that incarnation of deadly hostility to all honesty, to all loftiness of soul, to all discipline of the spirit, to all spontaneous and kindly humanity. Christian values, noble values. It is only we free spirits, who have re-established this greatest of all antitheses in values. 38. I cannot, of this place, avoid a sigh. There are days when I am visited by a feeling blacker than the blackest melancholy, contempt of man. Let me leave no doubt as to what I despise, whom I despise. It is the man of today, the man with whom I am unhappily contemporaneous. The man of today, I am suffocated by his foul breath. Toward the past, like all who understand, I am full of tolerance, which is to say, generous self-control. With gloomy caution, I pass through whole millenniums of this madhouse of a world. Call it Christianity, Christian faith, or the Christian Church, as you will. I take care not to hold mankind responsible for its lunacies. That my feeling changes and breaks out irresistibly the moment I enter modern times, our times. Our age knows better. What was formerly merely sickly and now becomes indecent. It is indecent to be a Christian today. And here my disgust begins. I look about me. Not a word survives of what was once called truth. We can no longer bear to hear a priest pronounce the word. Even a man who makes the most modest pretensions to integrity must know that a theologian, a priest, a pope of today, not only errs when he speaks, but actually lies, and that he no longer escapes blame for his lie through innocence or ignorance. The priest knows, as everyone knows, that there is no longer any God, or any sinner, or any saviour, that free will and the moral order of the world are lies. Serious reflection, the profound self-conquest of the spirit, allow no man to pretend that he does not know it. All the ideas of the Church are now recognized for what they are, as the worst counterfeits in existence, invented to debase nature and all natural values. The priest himself is seen as he actually is, as the most dangerous form of parasite, as the venomous spider of creation. We know, our conscience now knows, just what the real value of all those sinister inventions of priest and church has been, and what ends they have served, with their debasement of humanity to a state of self-pollution, the very sight of which excites loathing. The concepts, the other world, the last judgment, the immortality of the soul itself, they are all merely so many instruments of torture, systems of cruelty, whereby the priest becomes master and remains master. Everyone knows this, but nevertheless things remain as before. What has become of the last trace of decent feeling, of self-respect, when our statesmen, otherwise an unconventional class of men and thoroughly anti-Christian in their acts, now call themselves Christians and go to the communion table? A prince at the head of his armies, magnificent as the expression of the egoism and arrogance of his people, and yet acknowledging without any shame that he is a Christian. Whom, then, does Christianity deny? What does it call the world? To be a soldier, to be a judge, to be a patriot, to defend oneself, to be careful of one's honor, to desire one's own advantage, to be proud. Every act of every day, every instinct, every valuation that shows itself in a deed is now anti-Christian. What a monster of falsehood the modern man must be to call himself nevertheless, and without shame, a Christian. 39. I shall go back a bit and tell you the authentic history of Christianity. The very word Christianity is a misunderstanding. At bottom, there was only one Christian, and he died on the cross. The Gospels died on the cross. What, from that moment onward, was called the Gospels was the very reverse of what he had lived. Bad tidings, a dysangelium. It is an error amounting to nonsensicality to see in faith, and particularly in faith in salvation through Christ, the distinguishing mark of the Christian. Only the Christian way of life, the life lived by him who died on the cross, is Christian. To this day, such a life is still possible, and for certain men even necessary. Genuine, primitive Christianity will remain possible in all ages. Not faith, but acts. Above all, an avoidance of acts, a different state of being. States of consciousness, faith of a sort, the acceptance, for example, of anything as true. As every psychologist knows, the value of these things is perfectly indifferent and fifth-rate compared to that of the instincts. Strictly speaking, the whole concept of intellectual causality is false. To reduce being a Christian, the state of Christianity, to an acceptance of truth, to a mere phenomenon of consciousness, is to formulate the negation of Christianity. In fact, there are no Christians. The Christian, he who for 2,000 years has passed as a Christian, is simply a psychological self-delusion. Closely examined, it appears that, despite all his faith, he has been ruled only by his instincts. And what instincts? In all ages, for example, in the case of Luther, faith has been no more than a cloak, a pretense, a curtain behind which the instincts have played their game, a shrewd blindness to the domination of certain of the instincts. I have already called faith the specially Christian form of shrewdness. People always talk of their faith and act according to their instincts. In the world of ideas of the Christian, there is nothing that so much as touches reality. On the contrary, one recognizes an instinctive hatred of reality as the motive power, the only motive power at the bottom of Christianity. What follows therefrom? That even here, in psychologicis, there is a radical error, which is to say, one conditioning fundamental, which is to say, one in substance. Take away one idea and put a genuine reality in its place, and the whole of Christianity crumbles to nothingness. Viewed calmly, this strangest of all phenomena, a religion not only depending on errors, but inventive and ingenious only in devising injurious errors, poisonous to life and to the heart, this remains a spectacle for the gods. For those gods who are also philosophers, and whom I have encountered, for example, in the celebrated dialogues at Naxos, at the moment when their disgust leaves them and us, they will be thankful for the spectacle afforded by the Christians. Perhaps because of this curious exhibition alone, the wretched little planet called the Earth deserves a glance from omnipotence, a show of divine interest. Therefore, let us not underestimate the Christians. The Christian, false to the point of innocence, is far above the ape. In its application of the Christians, our well-known theory of descent becomes a mere piece of politeness. 40. The fate of the Gospels was decided by death. It hung on the cross. It was only death, that unexpected and shameful death. It was only the cross, which was usually reserved for the canaille only. It was only this appalling paradox which brought the disciples face to face with the real riddle. Who was it? What was it? The feelings of dismay, of profound affront and injury, the suspicion that such a death might involve a refutation of their cause, the terrible question, why just in this way? This state of mind is only too easy to understand. Here, everything must be accounted for as necessary. Everything must have a reason, a meaning, the highest sort of reason. The love of a disciple excludes all chance. Only then did the chasm of doubt yawn. Who put him to death? Who was his natural enemy? This question flashed like a lightning stroke. Answer: dominant Judaism, its ruling class. From that moment, one found oneself in revolt against the established order and began to understand Jesus as in revolt against the established order. Until then, this militant, this naysaying, nay-doing element in his character had been lacking. What is more, he had appeared to present its opposite. Obviously, the little community had not understood what was precisely the most important thing of all. The example offered by this way of dying, the freedom from and superiority to every feeling of resentment, a plain indication of how little he was understood at all. All that Jesus could hope to accomplish by his death, in itself, was to offer the strongest possible proof, or example, of his teachings in the most public manner. But his disciples were very far from forgiving his death, though to have done so would have accorded with the Gospels in the highest degree, and neither were they prepared to offer themselves, with gentle and serene calmness of heart, for a similar death. On the contrary, it was precisely the most unevangelical of feelings, revenge, but now possessed them. It seemed impossible that the cause should perish with his death. Recompense and judgment became necessary. Yet what could be less evangelical than recompense, punishment, and sitting in judgment? Once more, the popular belief in the coming of a Messiah appeared in the foreground. Attention was riveted upon an historical moment. The kingdom of God is to come with judgment upon his enemies. But in all this, there was a wholesome misunderstanding. Imagine the kingdom of God as a last act, as a mere promise. The Gospels had been, in fact, the incarnation, the fulfillment, the realization of this kingdom of God. It was only now that all the familiar contempt for and bitterness against Pharisees and theologians began to appear in the character of the Master. He was thereby turned into a Pharisee and theologian himself. On the other hand, the savage veneration of these completely unbalanced souls could no longer endure the gospel doctrine taught by Jesus of the equal right of all men to be children of God. Their revenge took the form of elevating Jesus in an extravagant fashion and thus separating him from themselves. just as in earlier times the Jews, to revenge themselves upon their enemies, separated themselves from their God and placed him on a great height. The one God and the only Son of God, both were products of resentment. 41. And from that time onward, an absurd problem offered itself. How could God allow it? To which the deranged reason of the little community formulated an answer that was terrifying in its absurdity. God gave his Son as a sacrifice for the forgiveness of sins. At once, there was an end of the Gospels. Sacrifice for sin, and in its most obnoxious and barbarous form, sacrifice of the innocent for the sins of the guilty. What appalling paganism! Jesus himself had done away with the very concept of guilt. He denied that there was any gulf fixed between God and man. He lived this unity between God and man, and that was precisely his glad tidings, and not as a mere privilege. From this time forward, the type of the Saviour was corrupted, bit by bit, by the doctrine of judgment and of the second coming, the doctrine of death as a sacrifice, the doctrine of the resurrection, by means of which the entire concept of blessedness, the whole and only reality of the Gospels, is juggled away in favour of a state of existence after death. St. Paul, with that rabbinical impudence which shows itself in all his doings, gave a logical quality to that conception, that indecent conception, in this way. If Christ did not rise from the dead, then all our faith is in vain. And at once there sprang from the Gospels the most contemptible of all unfulfillable promises, the shameless doctrine of personal immortality. Paul even preached it as a reward. 42. One now begins to see just what it was that came to an end with the death on the cross. A new and thoroughly original effort to found a Buddhistic peace movement and so establish happiness on earth, real, not merely promised. For this remains, as I have already pointed out, the essential difference between the two religions of decadence. Buddhism promises nothing, but actually fulfills. Christianity promises everything, but fulfills nothing. Hard upon the heels of the glad tidings came the worst imaginable, those of Paul. In Paul is incarnated the very opposite of the bearer of glad tidings. He represents the genius for hatred, the vision of hatred, the relentless logic of hatred. What, indeed, has not this disangelist sacrificed to hatred? Above all, the Saviour. He nailed him to his own cross. The life, the example, the teaching, the death of Christ, the meaning and the law of the whole Gospels. Nothing was left of all this after that counterfeiter in hatred had reduced it to his uses. Surely not reality, surely not historical truth. Once more, the priestly instinct of the Jew perpetrated the same old master crime against history. He simply struck out the yesterday and the day before yesterday of Christianity and invented his own history of Christian beginnings. Going further, he treated the history of Israel to another falsification, so that it became a mere prologue to his achievement. All the prophets, it now appeared, had referred to his Saviour. Later on, the Church even falsified the history of man in order to make it a prologue to Christianity. The figure of the Saviour, his teaching, his way of life, his death, the meaning of his death, even the consequences of his death, nothing remained untouched. Nothing remained in even remote contact with reality. Paul simply shifted the center of gravity of that whole life to a place behind this existence. in the lie of the risen Jesus. At bottom, he had no use for the life of the Saviour. What he needed was the death on the cross, and something more. To see anything honest in such a man as Paul, whose home was at the centre of the Stoical Enlightenment, when he converts an hallucination into a proof of the resurrection of the Saviour, or even to believe his tale that he suffered from this hallucination himself, this would be a genuine niaiserie in a psychologist. Paul willed the end. Therefore he also willed the means. What he himself didn't believe was swallowed readily enough by the idiots among whom he spread his teaching. What he wanted was power. In Paul, the priest once more reached out for power. He had use only for such concepts, teachings, and symbols as served the purpose of tyrannizing over the masses and organizing mobs. What was the only part of Christianity that Muhammad borrowed later on? Paul's invention, his device for establishing priestly tyranny and organizing the mob, the belief in the immortality of the soul, that is to say, the doctrine of judgment. 43. When the center of gravity of life is placed, not in life itself, but in the beyond, in nothingness, then one has taken away its center of gravity altogether. The vast lie of personal immortality destroys all reason, all natural instinct. Henceforth, everything in the instinct that is beneficial, that fosters life, and that safeguards the future is a cause of suspicion. So to live that life no longer has any meaning. This is now the meaning of life. Why be public-spirited? Why take any pride in descent and forefathers? Why labour together, trust one another, or concern oneself about the common welfare and try to serve it? Merely so many temptations, so many strayings from the straight path. One thing only is necessary, that every man, because he has an immortal soul, is as good as every other man, that in an infinite universe of things, the salvation of every individual may lay claim to eternal importance, that insignificant bigots and that the 3/4 insane may assume that the laws of nature are constantly suspended in their behalf. It is impossible to lavish too much contempt upon such a magnification of every sort of selfishness to infinity, to insolence. And yet Christianity has to thank precisely this miserable flattery of personal vanity for its triumph. It was thus that it lured all the botched, the dissatisfied, the fallen upon evil days, the whole refuse and offscouring of humanity, to its side. The salvation of the soul, in plain English, the world revolves around me. The poisonous doctrine, equal rights for all, has been propagated as a Christian principle. Out of the secret nooks and crannies of bad instinct, Christianity has waged a deadly war upon all feelings of reverence and distance between man and man, which is to say, upon the first prerequisite to every step upward, to every development of civilization. Out of the resentment of the masses, it has forged its chief weapons against us, against everything noble, joyous, and high-spirited on earth, against our happiness on earth. To allow immortality to every Peter and Paul was the greatest, the most vicious outrage upon noble humanity ever perpetrated. And let us not underestimate the fatal influence that Christianity has had even upon politics. Nowadays, no one has courage anymore for special rights, for the right of dominion, for feelings of honourable pride in himself and his equals, for the pathos of distance. Our politics is sick with this lack of courage. The aristocratic attitude of mind has been undermined by the lie of the equality of souls, And if belief in the privileges of the majority makes and will continue to make revolutions, it is Christianity, let us not doubt, and Christian valuations which convert every revolution into a carnival of blood and crime. Christianity is a revolt of all creatures that creep on the ground against everything that is lofty. The gospel of the lowly lowers. 44. The Gospels are invaluable as evidence of the corruption that was already persistent within the primitive community. That which Paul, with the cynical logic of a rabbi, later developed to a conclusion, was at bottom merely a process of decay that had begun with the death of the Saviour. These Gospels cannot be read too carefully. Difficulties lurk behind every word, and I confess, I hope it will not be held against me, that it is precisely for this reason that they offer first-rate joy to a psychologist, as the opposite of all merely naive corruption, as refinement par excellence, as an artistic triumph in psychological corruption. The Gospels, in fact, stand alone. The Bible as a whole is not to be compared to them. Here we are among Jews. This is the first thing to be borne in mind if we are not to lose the thread of the matter. This positive genius for conjuring up a delusion of personal holiness unmatched anywhere else, either in books or by men. This elevation of fraud in word and attitude to the level of an art. All this is not an accident due to the chance talents of an individual or to any violation of nature. The thing responsible is race. The whole of Judaism appears in Christianity as the art of concocting holy lies. And there, after many centuries of earnest Jewish training and hard practice of Jewish technique, the business comes to the stage of mastery. The Christian, that ultima ratio of lying, is the Jew all over again. He is threefold the Jew. The underlying will to make use only of such concepts, symbols and attitudes as fit into priestly practice, the instinctive repudiation of every other mode of thought and every other method of estimating values and utilities. This is not only tradition, it is inheritance. Only as an inheritance is it able to operate with the force of nature. The whole of mankind, even the best minds of the best ages, with one exception, perhaps hardly human, have permitted themselves to be deceived. The Gospels have been read as a book of innocence. Surely no small indication of the high skill with which the trick has been done. Of course, if we could actually see these astounding bigots and bogus saints, even if only for an instant, the farce would come to an end. And it is precisely because I cannot read a word of theirs without seeing their attitudinizing that I have made an end of them. I simply cannot endure the way they have of rolling up their eyes. For the majority, happily enough, books are mere literature. Let us not be led astray. They say, "Judge not," and yet they condemn to hell whoever stands in their way. In letting God sit in judgment, they judge themselves. In glorifying God, they glorify themselves. In demanding that everyone show the virtues which they themselves happen to be capable of, still more, which they must have in order to remain on top, they assume the grand air of men struggling for virtue, of men engaging in a war that virtue may prevail. We live, we die, we sacrifice ourselves for the good, the truth, the light, the kingdom of God. In point of fact, they simply do what they cannot help doing. Forced, like hypocrites, to be sneaky, to hide in corners, to slink along in the shadows, they convert their necessity into a duty. It is on grounds of duty that they account for their lives of humility, and that humility becomes merely one more proof of their piety. Ah, that humble, chaste, charitable brand of fraud. Virtue itself shall bear witness for us. One may read the Gospels as books of moral seduction. These petty folks fasten themselves to morality. They know the uses of morality. Morality is the best of all devices for leading mankind by the nose. The fact is that the conscious conceit of the chosen here disguises itself as modesty. It is in this way that they, the community, the good and just, range themselves once and for always on one side, the side of the truth, and the rest of mankind, the world, on the other. In that, we observe the most fatal sort of megalomania that the earth has ever seen. Little abortions of bigots and liars began to claim exclusive rights in the concepts of God, the truth, the light, the spirit, love, wisdom, and life, as if these things were synonyms of themselves, and thereby they sought to fence themselves off from the world. Little super-Jews, ripe for some sort of madhouse, turned values upside down in order to meet their notions, just as if the Christian were the meaning, the sort, the standard, and even the last judgment of all the rest. The whole disaster was only made possible by the fact that there already existed in the world a similar megalomania, allied to this one in race, to wit, the Jewish. Once a chasm began to yawn between Jews and Judeo-Christians. The latter had no choice but to employ the self-preservative measures that the Jewish instinct had devised, even against the Jews themselves, whereas the Jews had employed them only against non-Jews. The Christian is simply a Jew of the Reformed confession. 45. I offer a few examples of the sort of thing these petty people have got into their heads, what they have put into the mouth of the Master, the unalloyed creed of beautiful souls. And whosoever shall not receive you, nor hear you, when you depart thence, shake off the dust under your feet for a testimony against them. Verily I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for that city. Mark 6, verse 11. How evangelical! And whosoever shall offend one of these little ones that believe in me, it is better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and he were cast into the sea. Mark 9, verse 42. How evangelical! And if thine eye offend thee, pluck it out. It is better for thee to enter into the kingdom of God with one eye, than having 2 eyes to be cast into hell-fire, where the worm dieth not, and the fire is not quenched. Mark 9, verse 47. It is not exactly the eye that is meant. Verily I say unto you, that there be some of them that stand here, but shall not taste of death, till they have seen the kingdom of God come with power. Mark 9, verse 1. Well lied, lion. Whosoever will come after me, let him deny himself, and take up his cross, and follow me. For, note of a psychologist, Christian morality is refuted by its flaws. Its reasons are against it. This makes it Christian. Mark 8, verse 34. Judge not, that ye be not judged. With what measure ye mete, it shall be measured to you again. Matthew 7, verse 1. What a notion of justice, of a just judge! For if ye love them which love you, what reward do you have? Not even the publicans of the same? And if you salute your brethren only, what do you more than others? Do not even the publicans so? Matthew 5, verse 46. Principle of Christian love. It insists upon being well paid in the end. But if you forgive not men their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses. Matthew 6, verse 15. Very compromising for the said Father. But seek you first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Matthew 6, verse 33. All these things, namely food, clothing, all the necessities of life, an error, to put it mildly. A bit before this, God appears as a tailor, at least in certain cases. Rejoice you in that day, and leap for joy, for behold, your reward is great in heaven, for in the like manner did their fathers unto the prophets. Luke 6, verse 23. Impudent rabble! It compares itself to the prophets. Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? If any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy. For the temple of God is holy, which temple ye are. Paul, 1 Corinthians 3, verse 16. For that sort of thing, one cannot have enough contempt. And 17. Do ye not know that the saints shall judge the world? And if the world shall be judged by you, are ye unworthy to judge the smallest matters? Paul, 1 Corinthians 6, verse 2. Unfortunately, not merely the speech of a lunatic. This frightful impostor then proceeds, Know ye not that we shall judge angels? How much more things that pertain to this life? Hath not God made foolish the wisdom of this world? For after that, in the wisdom of God, the world by wisdom knew not God. It pleased God by the foolishness of preaching to save them that believe. Not many wise men after the flesh, not men mighty, not many noble are called. But God hath chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise, and God hath chosen the weak things of the world to confound the things which are mighty. And base things of the world, and things which are despised, hath God chosen, yea, and things which are not, to bring to naught things that are, that no flesh should glory in his presence. Paul, 1 Corinthians 1, verse 20 and following. In order to understand this passage, a first-rate example of the psychology underlying every Chandala morality, one should read the first part of my Genealogy of Morals. There, for the first time, the antagonism between a noble morality and a morality born of resentment and impotent vengefulness is exhibited. Paul was the greatest of all apostles of revenge. 46. What follows, then? That one had better put on gloves before reading the New Testament. The presence of so much filth makes it very advisable. One would as little choose early Christians for companions as Polish Jews. Not that one need seek out an objection to them. Neither has a pleasant smell. I have searched the New Testament in vain for a single sympathetic touch. Nothing is there that is free, kindly, open-hearted, or upright. In it, humanity does not even make the first step upward. The instinct for cleanliness is lacking. Only evil instincts are there, and there is not even the courage of those evil instincts. It is all cowardice. It is all a shutting of the eyes, a self-deception. Every other book becomes clean once one has read the New Testament. For example, immediately after reading Paul, I took up with delight that most charming and wanton of scoffers, Petronius, of whom one may say what Domenico Boccaccio wrote of Cesar Borgia to the Duke of Parma, e tutto festo. immortally healthy, immortally cheerful and sound. These petty bigots make a capital miscalculation. They attack, but everything they attack is thereby distinguished. Whoever is attacked by an early Christian is surely not befouled. On the contrary, it is an honor to have an early Christian as an opponent. One cannot read the New Testament without acquired admiration for whatever it abuses, not to speak of the wisdom of this world, which an impudent windbag tries to dispose of by the foolishness of preaching. Even the scribes and Pharisees are benefited by such opposition. They must certainly have been worth something to have been hated in such an indecent manner. Hypocrisy, as if this were a charge that the early Christians dared to make. After all, they were the privileged, and that was enough. The hatred of the Chandala needed no other excuse. The early Christian, and also, I fear, the last Christian, whom I may perhaps live to see, is a rebel against all privilege by profound instinct. He lives and makes war forever for equal rights. Strictly speaking, he has no alternative. When a man proposes to represent, in his own person, the chosen of God, or to be a temple of God, or a judge of the angels, then every other criterion, whether based upon honesty, upon intellect, upon manliness and pride, or upon beauty and freedom of the heart, becomes simply worldly, evil in itself, moral. Every word that comes from the lips of an early Christian is a lie, and his every act is instinctively dishonest. All his values, all his aims are noxious. But whoever he hates, whatever he hates, has real value. The Christian, and particularly the Christian priest, is thus a criterion of value. Must I add that, in the whole New Testament, there appears to be but a solitary figure worthy of honor: Pilate, the Roman viceroy. To regard a Jewish imbroglio seriously, that was quite beyond him. One Jew more or less, what did it matter? The noble scorn of a Roman, before whom the word truth was shamelessly mishandled, enriched the New Testament with the only saying that has any value, and that is at once its criticism and its destruction. What is truth? 47. The thing that sets us apart is not that we are unable to find God, either in history or in nature or behind nature, but that we regard what has been honored as God, not as divine, but as pitiable, as absurd, as injurious, not as a mere error, but as a crime against life. We deny that God is God. If anyone were to show us this Christian God, we'd be still less inclined to believe in him. In a formula, Deus qualem Paulus creavit, Dei negatio. Such a religion as Christianity, which does not touch reality at a single point, and which goes to pieces the moment reality asserts its rights at any point, must be inevitably the deadly enemy of the wisdom of this world, which is to say, of science, and it will give the name of good to whatever means serve to poison, calumniate, and cry down all intellectual discipline, all lucidity and strictness in matters of intellectual conscience, and all noble coolness and freedom of the mind. Faith, as an imperative, vetoes science. In praxi, lying at any price. Paul well knew that lying, that faith, was necessary. Later on, the Church borrowed the fact from Paul. The God that Paul invented for himself, a God who reduced to absurdity the wisdom of this world, especially the two great enemies of superstition, philology and medicine, is in truth only an indication of Paul's resolute determination to accomplish that very thing himself, to give one's own will the name of God, Thorah, That is essentially Jewish. Paul wants to dispose of the wisdom of this world. His enemies are the good philologians and physicians of the Alexandrine school. On them he makes his war. As a matter of fact, no man can be a philologian or a physician without being also Antichrist. That is to say, as a philologian, a man sees behind the holy books, and as a physician, he sees behind the physiological degeneration of the typical Christian. The physician says, incurable. The philologian says, fraud. 48. Has anyone ever clearly understood the celebrated story at the beginning of the Bible, of God's mortal terror of science? No one, in fact, has understood it. This priest book par excellence opens, as is fitting, with the great inner difficulty of the priest. He faces only one great danger. Ergo, God faces only one great danger. The old God, Holy Spirit, holy the High Priest, wholly perfect, is promenading his garden. He is bored and trying to kill time. Against boredom, even gods struggle in vain. What does he do? He creates man. Man is entertaining. But then he notices that man is also bored. God's pity for the only form of distress that invades all paradises knows no bounds, so he forthwith creates other animals. God's first mistake. To man, these other animals were not entertaining. He sought dominion over them. He did not want to be an animal himself. So God created woman. In the act, he brought boredom to an end, and also many other things. Woman was the second mistake of God. Woman, at bottom, is a serpent, Heva. Every priest knows that. From woman comes every evil in the world. Every priest knows that too. Ergo, she is also to blame for science. It was through woman that man learnt to taste of the tree of knowledge. What happened? The old God was seized by mortal terror. Man himself had been his greatest blunder. He had created a rival to himself. Science makes men godlike. It is all up with priests and gods when man becomes scientific. Moral. Science is the forbidden per se. It alone is forbidden. Science is the first of sins, the germ of all sins, the original sin. This is all there is of morality. Thou shalt not know. The rest follows from that. God's mortal terror, however, did not hinder him from being shrewd. How is one to protect oneself against science? For a long while, this was the capital problem. Answer? Out of paradise with man. Happiness, leisure, foster thought, and all thoughts are bad thoughts. Man must not think. And so the priest invents distress, death, the mortal dangers of childbirth, all sorts of misery, old age, decrepitude, above all sickness, nothing but devices for making war on science. The troubles of man don't allow him to think. Nevertheless, how terrible! The edifice of knowledge begins to tower aloft, invading heaven, shadowing the gods. What is to be done? The old God invents war. He separates the peoples. He makes men destroy one another. The priests have always had need of war. War, among other things, a great disturber of science. Incredible! Knowledge, deliverance from the priests, prospers in spite of war. So the old God comes to his final resolution. Man has become scientific. There is no help for it. He must be drowned. 49. I have been understood. At the opening of the Bible, there is the whole psychology of the priest. The priest knows of only one great danger. That is science, the sound comprehension of cause and effect. But science flourishes on the whole only under favourable conditions. A man must have time. He must have an overflowing intellect in order to know. Therefore, man must be made unhappy. This has been, in all ages, the logic of the priest. It is easy to see just what, by this logic, was the first thing to come into the world. Sin. The concept of guilt and punishment, the whole moral order of the world, was set up against science, against the deliverance of man from priests. Man must not look outward, he must look inward. He must not look at things shrewdly and cautiously to learn about them. He must not look at all. He must suffer, and he must suffer so much that he is always in need of the priest. Away with positions. What is needed is a saviour. The concept of guilt and punishment, including the doctrines of grace, of salvation, of forgiveness, lies through and absolutely without psychological reality, were devised to destroy man's sense of causality. They are an attack upon the concept of cause and effect, and not an attack with the fist, with the knife, with honesty in hate and love. On the contrary, one inspired by the most cowardly, the most crafty, the most ignoble of instincts. An attack of priests, an attack of parasites, the vampirism of pale subterranean leeches. When the natural consequences of an act are no longer natural, but are regarded as produced by the ghostly creations of superstition, by God, by spirits, by souls, and reckoned as merely moral consequences, as rewards, as punishments, as hints, as lessons, then the whole groundwork of knowledge is destroyed. Then the greatest of crimes against humanity has been perpetrated. I repeat that sin, man's self-desecration par excellence, was invented in order to make science, culture, and every elevation and ennobling of man impossible. The priest rules through the invention of sin. 50. In this place, I can't permit myself to omit a psychology of belief, of the believer, for the special benefit of believers. If there remain any today who do not yet know how indecent it is to be believing, or how much a sign of decadence, or of a broken will to live, then they will know it well enough tomorrow. My voice reaches even the deaf. It appears, unless I have been incorrectly informed, that there prevails among Christians a sort of criterion of truth that is called proof by power. Faith makes blessed, therefore it is true. It might be objected right here that blessedness is not demonstrated, it is merely promised. It hangs upon faith as a condition. One shall be blessed because one believes. But what of the thing that the priest promises to the believer, the holy transcendental beyond? How is that to be demonstrated? The proof by power, thus assumed, is actually no more at bottom than a belief that the effects which faith promises will not fail to appear. In a formula, I believe that faith makes for blessedness, therefore it is true. But this is as far as we may go. This, therefore, would be absurdum itself as a criterion of truth. But let us admit, for the sake of politeness, that blessedness by faith may be demonstrated, not merely hoped for, and not merely promised by the suspicious lips of a priest. Even so, could blessedness, in a technical term, pleasure, ever be a proof of truth? So little is this true that it is almost a proof against truth when sensations of pleasure influence the answer to the question, what is true? Or at all events, it is enough to make that truth highly suspicious. The proof by pleasure is a proof of pleasure, nothing more. Why in the world should it be assumed that true judgments give more pleasure than false ones, and that, in conformity to some pre-established harmony, they necessarily bring agreeable feelings in their train? The experience of all disciplined and profound minds teaches the contrary. Man has had to fight for every atom of the truth, and has had to pay for it. Almost everything that the heart, that human love, that human trust cling to. Greatness of soul is needed for this business. The service of truth is the hardest of all services. What, then, is the meaning of integrity in things intellectual? It means that a man must be severe with his own heart, that he must scorn beautiful feelings, and that he makes every yea and nay a matter of conscience. Faith makes blessed, therefore it lies. 51. The fact that faith, under certain circumstances, may work for blessedness, but that this blessedness, produced by an idée fixe, by no means makes the idea itself true, and the fact that faith actually moves no mountains, but instead raises them up where there were none before, all this is made sufficiently clear by a walk through a lunatic asylum. Not, of course, to a priest, for his instincts prompt him to the lie that sickness is not sickness, and lunatic asylums not lunatic asylums. Christianity finds sickness necessary, just as the Greek spirit had need of a superabundance of health. The actual ulterior purpose of the whole system of salvation of the Church is to make people ill, and the Church itself, doesn't it set up a Catholic lunatic asylum as the ultimate ideal, the whole earth as a madhouse? The sort of religious man that the Church wants is a typical decadent. The moment at which a religious crisis dominates a people is always marked by epidemics of nervous disorder. The inner world of the religious man is so much like the inner world of the overstrung and exhausted that it is difficult to distinguish between them. The highest states of mind, held up before mankind by Christianity as of supreme worth, are actually epileptoid in form. The Church has granted the name of holy only to lunatics or to gigantic frauds in marjoram Dei honorem. Once I ventured to designate the whole Christian system of training in penance and salvation, now best studied in England, as a method of producing a folie circulaire upon a soil already prepared for it, which is to say, a soil thoroughly unhealthy. Not everyone may be a Christian. One is not converted to Christianity. One must first be sick enough for it. We others, who have the courage for health and likewise for contempt, we may well despise a religion that teaches misunderstanding of the body, that refuses to rid itself of the superstition about the soul, that makes a virtue of insufficient nourishment, that combats health as a sort of enemy, devil, a temptation, that persuades itself that it is possible to carry about a perfect soul in a cadaver of a body, that, to this end, had to devise for itself a new concept of perfection, a pale, sickly, idiotically ecstatic state of existence, so-called holiness, a holiness that is itself merely a series of symptoms of an impoverished, enervated and incurably disordered body. The Christian movement, as a European movement, was from the start no more than a general uprising of all sorts of outcast and refuse elements, who now, under cover of Christianity, aspire to power. It does not represent the decay of a race. It represents, on the contrary, a conglomeration of decadence products from all directions, crowding together and seeking one another out. It was not, as has been thought, the corruption of antiquity, of noble antiquity, which made Christianity possible. One cannot too sharply challenge the learned imbecility which today maintains that theory. At the time when the sick and rotten Chandala classes in the whole imperium were Christianized, the contrary type, the nobility, reached its finest and ripest development. The majority became master. Democracy, with its Christian instincts, triumphed. Christianity was not national. It was not based on race. It appealed to all the varieties of men disinherited by life. It had its allies everywhere. Christianity has the rancor of the sick at its very core, the instinct against the healthy, against health. Everything that is well constituted, proud, gallant, and, above all, beautiful, gives offence to its ears and eyes. Again, I remind you of Paul's priceless saying, "And God hath chosen the weak things of the world, the foolish things of the world, the base things of the world, and things which are despised." This was the formula. In hoc signo the decadence triumphed. God on the cross. Is man always to miss the frightful inner significance of this symbol? Everything that suffers, everything that hangs on the cross, is divine. We all hang on the cross. Consequently, we are divine. We alone are divine. Christianity was thus a victory. A nobler attitude of mind was destroyed by it. Christianity remains, to this day, the greatest misfortune of humanity. 52. Christianity also stands in opposition to all intellectual well-being. Sick reasoning is the only sort that it can use as Christian reasoning. It takes the side of everything that is idiotic. It pronounces a curse upon intellect, upon the superbia of the healthy intellect. Since sickness is inherent in Christianity, it follows that the typically Christian state of faith must be a form of sickness too, and that all straightforward and scientific paths to knowledge must be banned by the Church as forbidden ways. Doubt is thus a sin from the start. The complete lack of psychological cleanliness in the priest, revealed by a glance at him, is a phenomenon resulting from decadence. One may observe in hysterical women and in rachitic children how regularly the falsification of instincts, delight in lying for the mere sake of lying, and incapacity for looking straight and walking straight are symptoms of decadent faith, means the will to avoid knowing what is true. The pietist, the priest of either sex, is a fraud because he is sick. His instinct demands that the truth shall never be allowed its rights on any point. Whatever makes for illness is good. Whatever issues from abundance, from superabundance, from power, is evil. So argues the believer. The impulse to lie. It is by this that I recognize every foreordained theologian. Another characteristic of the theologian is his unfitness for philology. What I here mean by philology is, in a general sense, the art of reading with profit, the capacity for absorbing facts without interpreting them falsely, and without losing caution, patience, and subtlety in the effort to understand them. Philology as effexis in interpretation, whether one be dealing with books, with newspaper reports, with the most fateful events, or with weather statistics, not to mention the salvation of the soul. The way in which a theologian, whether in Berlin or in Rome, is ready to explain, say, a passage of Scripture, or an experience, or a victory by the national army, by turning upon it the high illumination of the Psalms of David, is always so daring that it is enough to make a philologian run up a wall. But what shall he do when pietists and other such cows from Swabia use the finger of God to convert their miserably commonplace and hugger-mugger existence into a miracle of grace, a providence, and an experience of salvation. The most modest exercise of the intellect, not to say of decency, should certainly be enough to convince these interpreters of the perfect childishness and unworthiness of such a misuse of the divine digital dexterity. However small our piety, if we ever encountered a God who always cured us of a cold in the head at just the right time, or got us into our carriage at the very instant heavy rain began to fall, he would seem so absurd a God that he have to be abolished even if he existed. God, as a domestic servant, as a letter carrier, as an almanac man. At bottom, he is a mere name for the stupidest sort of chance. Divine providence, which every third man in educated Germany still believes in, is so strong an argument against God that it would be impossible to think of a stronger. And in any case, it is an argument against Germans. 53. It is so little true that martyrs offer any support to the truth of a cause that I am inclined to deny that any martyr has ever had anything to do with the truth at all. In the very tone in which a martyr flings what he fancies to be true at the head of the world, there appears so low a grade of intellectual honesty and such insensibility to the problem of truth that it is never necessary to refute him. Truth is not something that one man has and another man has not. At best, only peasants or peasant apostles like Luther can think of truth in any such way. One may rest assured that the greater the degree of a man's intellectual conscience, the greater will be his modesty, his discretion on this point. To know in 5 cases, and refuse, with delicacy, to know anything further. Truth, as the word is understood by every prophet, every sectarian, every free thinker, every socialist, and every churchman, is simply a complete proof that not even a beginning has been made in the intellectual discipline and self-control that are necessary to the unearthing of even the smallest truth. The deaths of the martyrs, it may be said in passing, have been misfortunes of history. They have misled. The conclusion that all idiots, women and plebeians come to, that there must be something in a cause for which anyone goes to his death, or which, as under primitive Christianity, sets off epidemics of death-seeking. This conclusion has been an unspeakable drag upon the testing of facts, upon the whole spirit of inquiry and investigation. The martyrs have damaged the truth. Even to this day, the crude fact of persecution is enough to give an honourable name to the most empty sort of sectarianism. But why? Is the worth of a cause altered by the fact that someone had laid down his life for it? An error that becomes honourable is simply an error that has acquired one seductive charm the more. Do you suppose, Messrs. Theologians, that we shall give you the chance to be martyred for your lies? One best disposes of a cause by respectfully putting it on ice. And that is also the best way to dispose of theologians. This was precisely the world historical stupidity of all the persecutors, that they gave the appearance of honour to the cause they opposed, that they made it a present of the fascination of martyrdom. Women are still on their knees before an error because they have been told that someone died on the cross for it. Is the cross, then, an argument? But about all these things there is one, and one only, who has said what has been needed for thousands of years. Zarathustra. They made signs in blood along the way that they went, and their folly taught them that the truth is proved by blood. But blood is the worst of all testimonies to the truth. Blood poisoneth even the purest teaching, and turneth it into madness and hatred in the heart. And when one goeth through fire for his teaching, what doth that prove? Verily, it is more when one's teaching cometh out of one's own burning. 54. Do not let yourself be deceived. Great intellects are skeptical. Zarathustra is a skeptic. The strength, the freedom which proceed from intellectual power, from a superabundance of intellectual power, manifest themselves as skepticism. Men of fixed convictions do not count when it comes to determining what is fundamental in values and lack of values. Men of conviction are prisoners. They do not see far enough. They do not see what is below them. Whereas a man who would talk to any purpose about value and non-value must be able to see 500 convictions beneath him and behind him. A mind that aspires to great things and that wills the means thereto is necessarily skeptical. Freedom from any sort of conviction belongs to strength and to an independent point of view. That grand passion which is at once the foundation and the power of a skeptic's existence, and is both more enlightened and more despotic than he is himself, drafts the whole of his intellect into its service. It makes him unscrupulous. It gives him courage to employ unholy means. Under certain circumstances, it does not begrudge him even convictions. Conviction as a means. One may achieve a good deal by means of a conviction. A grand passion makes use of and uses up convictions. It does not yield to them. It knows itself to be sovereign. On the contrary, the need of faith, of something unconditioned by yea or nay, of Carlylism, if I may be allowed the word, is a need of weakness. The man of faith, the believer of any sort, is necessarily a dependent man. Such a man cannot posit himself as a goal, nor can he find goals within himself. The believer does not belong to himself. He can only be a means to an end. He must be used up. He needs someone to use him up. His instinct gives the highest honors to an ethic of self-effacement. He is prompted to embrace it by everything, his prudence, his experience, his vanity. Every sort of faith is in itself an evidence of self-effacement, of self-estrangement. When one reflects how necessary it is to the great majority that there be regulations to restrain them from within and hold them fast, and to what extent control, or in higher sense slavery, is the one and only condition which makes for the well-being of the weak-willed man, and especially woman, then one at once understands conviction and faith. To the man with convictions, they are his backbone. To avoid seeing many things, to be impartial about nothing, to be a party man through and through, to estimate all values strictly and infallibly, these are conditions necessary to the existence of such a man. But by the same token, they are antagonists of the truthful man. Of the true, the believer is not free to answer the question, true or not true, according to the dictates of his own conscience. Integrity on this point would work his instant downfall. The pathological limitations of his vision turn the man of convictions into a fanatic. Savonarola, Luther, Rousseau, Robespierre, Saint-Simon. These types stand in opposition to the strong, emancipated spirit. But the grandiose attitudes of these sick intellects, these intellectual epileptics, are of influence upon the great masses. Fanatics are picturesque, and mankind prefers observing poses to listening to reasons. 55. One step further in the psychology of conviction, of faith. It is now a good while since I first proposed for consideration the question whether convictions are not even more dangerous enemies to truth than lies. Human, all too human. 1. Aphorism 483. This time I desire to put the question definitely. Is there any actual difference between a lie and a conviction? All the world believes that there is. but what is not believed by all the world. Every conviction has its history, its primitive forms, its stage of tentativeness and error. It becomes a conviction only after having been, for a long time, not one, and then, for an even longer time, hardly one. What if falsehood be also one of those embryonic forms of conviction? Sometimes all that is needed is a change in persons. What was a lie in the Father becomes a conviction in the Son. I call it lying, to refuse to see what one sees, or to refuse to see it as it is. Whether the lie be uttered before witnesses or not before witnesses is of no consequence. The most common sort of lie is that by which a man deceives himself. The deception of others is a relatively rare offence. Now, this will not to see what one sees, this will not to see it as it is almost the first requisite for all who belong to a party of whatever sort. The party man becomes inevitably a liar. For example, the German historians are convinced that Rome was synonymous with despotism and that the Germanic peoples brought the spirit of liberty into the world. What is the difference between this conviction and a lie? Is it to be wondered at that all partisans, including the German historians, instinctively roll the fine phrases of morality upon their tongues, that morality almost owes its very survival to the fact that the party man of every sort has need of it every moment? This is our conviction. We publish it to the whole world. We live and die for it. Let us respect all who have convictions. I have actually heard such sentiments from the mouths of anti-Semites. On the contrary, gentlemen, an anti-Semite surely does not become more respectable because he lies on principle. The priests, who have more finesse in such matters, and who well understand the objection that lies against the notion of a conviction, which is to say, of a falsehood that becomes a matter of principle because it serves a purpose, have borrowed from the Jews the shrewd device of sneaking in the concepts God, the will of God, and the revelation of God at this place. Kant, too, with his categorical imperative, was on the same road. This was his practical reason. There are questions regarding the truth or untruth of which it is not for man to decide. All the capital questions, all the capital problems of valuation are beyond human reason. To know the limits of reason, that alone is genuine philosophy. Why did God make a revelation to man? Would God have done anything superfluous? Man could not find out for himself what was good and what was evil, so God taught him his will. Moral: the priest does not lie. The question, true or untrue, has nothing to do with such things as the priest discusses. It is impossible to lie about these things. In order to lie here, it would be necessary to know what is true. But this is more than man can know. Therefore, the priest is simply the mouthpiece of God. Such a priestly syllogism is by no means merely Jewish and Christian. The right to lie and the shrewd dodge of revelation belong to the general priestly type, to the priest of the decadence as well as to the priest of pagan times. Pagans are all those who say yes to life, and to whom God is a word signifying acquiescence in all things. The law, the will of God, the holy book, and inspiration, all these things are merely words for the conditions under which the priest comes to power and with which he maintains his power. These concepts are to be found at the bottom of all priestly organizations and of all priestly or priestly philosophical schemes of governments. The holy lie, common alike to Confucius, to the Code of Manu, to Mohammed, and to the Christian Church, is not even wanting in Plato. Truth is here. This means, no matter where it is heard, the priest lies. 56. In the last analysis, it comes to this: what is the end of lying? The fact that, in Christianity, holy ends are not visible is my objection to the means it employs. Only bad ends appear. The poisoning, the calumniation, the denial of life, the despising of the body, the degradation and self-contamination of man by the concept of sin. Therefore, its means are also bad. I have a contrary feeling when I read the Code of Manu, an incomparably more intellectual and superior work, which it would be a sin against the intelligence to so much as name in the same breath with the Bible. It is easy to see why. There is a genuine philosophy behind it, in it, not merely an evil-smelling mess of Jewish rabbinism and superstition. It gives even the most fastidious psychologist something to sink his teeth into. And, not to forget what is most important, it differs fundamentally from every kind of Bible. By means of it, the nobles, the philosophers, and the warriors keep the whip hand over the majority. It is full of noble valuations. It shows a feeling of perfection, an acceptance of life, and triumphant feeling towards self and life. The sun shines upon the whole book. All the things on which Christianity vents its fathomless vulgarity, for example, procreation, women and marriage, are here handled earnestly, with reverence and with love and confidence. How can anyone really put into the hands of children and ladies a book which contains such vile things as this? To avoid fornication, let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband. It is better to marry than to burn. And is it possible to be a Christian so long as the origin of man is Christianized, which is to say, befouled by the doctrine of the Immaculata Conceptio? I know of no book in which so many delicate and kindly things are said of women as in the Code of Manu. These old greybeards and saints have a way of being gallant to women that it would be impossible, perhaps, to surpass. The mouth of a woman, it says in one place, the breasts of a maiden, the prayer of a child, and the smoke of sacrifice are always pure. In another place, there is nothing purer than the light of the sun, the shadow cast by a cow, air, water, fire, and the breath of a maiden. Finally, in still another place, perhaps this is also a holy lie, all the orifices of the body above the navel are pure, and all below are impure. Only in the maiden is the whole body pure. 57. One catches the unholiness of Christian means in flagranti by the simple process of putting the ends sought by Christianity beside the ends sought by the Code of Manu, by putting these enormously antithetical ends under a strong light. A critic of Christianity cannot evade the necessity of making Christianity contemptible. A book of laws, such as the Code of Manu, has the same origin as every other good law book. It epitomizes the experience, the sagacity, and the ethical experimentation of long centuries. It brings things to a conclusion. It no longer creates. The prerequisite to a codification of this sort is recognition of the fact that the means which establish the authority of a slowly and painfully attained truth are fundamentally different from those which one would make use of to prove it. A law book never recites the utility, the grounds, the casuistical antecedents of a law, for if it did so, it would lose the imperative tone, the thou shalt, on which obedience is based. The problem lies exactly here. At a certain point in the evolution of a people, the class within it of the greatest insight, which is to say, the greatest hindsight and foresight, declares that the series of experiences determining how all shall live, or can live, has come to an end. The object now is to reap as rich and as complete a harvest as possible from the days of experiment and hard experience. In consequence, the thing that is to be avoided above everything is further experimentation, the continuation of the state in which values are fluent and are tested, chosen, and criticized ad infinitum. Against this, a double wall is set up. On the one hand, revelation, which is the assumption that the reasons lying behind the laws are not of human origin, that they were not sought out and found by a slow process and after many errors, but that they are of divine ancestry and came into being complete, perfect, without a history, as a free gift, a miracle. And on the other hand, tradition, which is the assumption that the law has stood unchanged from time immemorial, and that it is impious and a crime against one's forefathers to bring it into question. The authority of the law is thus grounded on the thesis, God gave it, and the fathers lived it. The higher motive of such procedure lies in the design to distract consciousness, step by step, from its concern with notions of right living, that is to say, those that have been proved to be right by wide and carefully considered experience, so that instinct attains to a perfect automatism, a primary necessity to every sort of mastery, to every sort of perfection in the art of life. To draw up such a law book as Manu's means to lay before a people the possibility of future mastery, of attainable perfection. It permits them to aspire to the highest reaches of the art of life. To that end, the thing must be made unconscious. That is the aim of every holy lie. The order of castes, the highest, the dominating law, is merely the ratification of an order of nature, of a natural law of the first rank, over which no arbitrary fiat, no modern idea can exert any influence. In every healthy society, there are three physiological types, gravitating towards differentiation, but mutually conditioning one another, and each of these has its own hygiene, its own sphere of work, its own special mastery and feeling of perfection. It is not Manu, but nature that sets off in one class those who are chiefly intellectual, in another those who are marked by muscular strength and temperament, and in a third, those who are distinguished in neither one way or the other, but show only mediocrity. The last named represents the great majority, and the first two the select. The superior caste, I call it the fewest, has, as the most perfect, the privileges of the few. It stands for happiness, for beauty, for everything good upon earth. Only the most intellectual of men have any right to beauty, to the beautiful. Only in them can goodness escape being weakness. Pulchrum est paucorum hominum. Goodness is a privilege. Nothing could be more unbecoming to them than uncouth manners, or a pessimistic look, or an eye that sees ugliness, or indignation against the general aspect of things. Indignation is the privilege of the Chandala, so is pessimism. The world is perfect. So prompts the instinct of the intellectual, the instinct of the man who says yes to life. Imperfection, whatever is inferior to us, distance, the pathos of distance, even the Chandala themselves are parts of this perfection. The most intelligent men, like the strongest, find their happiness where others would find only disaster, in the labyrinth, in being hard with themselves and with others. In effort, their delight is in self-mastery. In them, asceticism becomes second nature, a necessity, an instinct. They regard a difficult task as a privilege. It is to them a recreation to play with burdens that would crush all others. knowledge, a form of asceticism. They are the most honourable kind of men, but that does not prevent them being the most cheerful and most amiable. They rule not because they want to, but because they are. They are not at liberty to play second. The second caste. To this belongs the guardians of the law, the keepers of order and security, the more noble warriors. Above all, the king as the highest form of warrior, judge and preserver of the law. The second in rank constitute the executive arm of the intellectuals, the next to them in rank, taking from them all that is rough in the business of ruling, their followers, their right hand, their most apt disciples. In all this, I repeat, there is nothing arbitrary, nothing made up. Whatever is to the contrary is made up. By it, nature is brought to shame. The order of castes, the order of rank, simply formulates the supreme law of life itself. The separation of the three types is necessary to the maintenance of society and to the evolution of higher types and the highest types. The inequality of rights is essential to the existence of any rights at all. A right is a privilege. Everyone enjoys the privileges that accord with his state of existence. Let us not underestimate the privileges of the mediocre. Life is always harder as one mounts the heights. The cold increases, responsibility increases. A high civilization is a pyramid. It can stand only on a broad base. Its primary prerequisite is a strong and soundly consolidated mediocrity. The handicrafts, commerce, agriculture, science, the greater part of art, in brief, the whole range of occupational activities are compatible only with mediocre ability and aspiration. Such callings would be out of place for exceptional men. The instincts which belong to them stand as much opposed to aristocracy as to anarchism. The fact that a man is publicly useful, that he is a wheel, a function, is evidence of a natural predisposition. It is not society, but the only sort of happiness that the majority are capable of that makes them intelligent machines. To the mediocre, mediocrity is a form of happiness. They have a natural instinct for mastering one thing, for specialization. It would be altogether unworthy of a profound intellect to see anything objectionable in mediocrity in itself. It is, in fact, the first prerequisite to the appearance of the exceptional. It is a necessary condition to a high degree of civilization. When the exceptional man handles the mediocre man with more delicate fingers than he applies to himself or to his equals, this is not merely kindness of heart. It is simply his duty. Whom do I hate most heartily among the rabbles of today? The rabble of socialists, the apostles to the Chandala, who undermine the working man's instincts, his pleasure, his feeling of contentment with his petty existence, who make him envious and teach him revenge. Wrong never lies in unequal rights. It lies in the assertion of equal right. What is bad? But I have already answered. All that proceeds from weakness, from envy, from revenge. The anarchist and the Christian have the same ancestry. 58. In point of fact, the end for which one lies makes a great difference, whether one preserves thereby or destroys. There is a perfect likeness between Christian and anarchist. Their object, their instinct, points only towards destruction. One need only turn to history for a proof of this. There it appears with appalling distinctness. We have just studied a code of religious legislation whose object it was to convert the conditions which cause life to flourish into an eternal social organization. Christianity found its mission in putting an end to such an organization because life flourished under it. There, the benefits that reason had produced during long ages of experiment and insecurity were applied to the most remote uses, and an effort was made to bring in a harvest that should be as large, as rich, and as complete as possible. Here, on the contrary, the harvest is blighted overnight. That which stood there, aere perennis, the Imperium Romanum, the most magnificent form of organization under difficult conditions that has ever been achieved, and compared to which everything before it and after it appears as patchwork, bundling, dilettantism. Those holy anarchists made it a matter of piety to destroy the world, which is to say, the Imperium Romanum, so that in the end not a stone stood upon another, and even Germans and other such louts were able to become its masters. The Christian and the anarchist, both are decadents, both are incapable of any act that is not disintegrating, poisonous, degenerating, blood-sucking. Both have an instinct of mortal hatred of everything that stands up and is great and has durability and promises life a future. Christianity was the vampire of the Imperium Romanum. Overnight, it destroyed the vast achievements of the Romans, the conquest of the soil for a great culture that could await its time. Can it be that this fact is not yet understood? The Imperium Romanum that we know, and that the history of the Roman provinces teaches us to know better and better. This most admirable of all works of art in the grand manner was merely the beginning, and the structure to follow was not to prove its worth for thousands of years. To this day, nothing on a like scale, sub specie aeterni, has been brought into being or even dreamed of. This organization was strong enough to withstand bad emperors. The accident of personality has nothing to do with such things. The first principle of all genuinely great architecture. But it was not strong enough to stand up against the corruptest of all forms of corruption, against Christians. These stealthy worms, which under the cover of night, mist, and duplicity, crept upon every individual, sucking him dry of all earnest interest in real things, of all instinct for reality. This cowardly, effeminate, and sugar-coated gang gradually alienated all souls, step by step, from that colossal edifice, turning against it all the meritorious, manly, and noble natures that had found in the cause of Rome their own cause, their own serious purpose, their own pride. The sneakishness of hypocrisy, the secrecy of the conventicle, concepts as black as hell, such as the sacrifice of the innocent, the unio mystica in the drinking of blood, above all, the slowly rekindled fire of revenge, of Chandala revenge, all that sort of thing, became master of Rome. The same kind of religion which, in a pre-existent form, Epicurus had combated. One has but to read Lucretius to know what Epicurus made war upon. Not paganism, but Christianity, which is to say, the corruption of souls by means of the concepts of guilt, punishment, and immortality. He combated the subterranean cults, the whole of latent Christianity. To deny immortality was already a form of genuine salvation. Epicurus had triumphed, and every respectable intellect in Rome was Epicurean. When Paul appeared. Paul, the Chandala hatred of Rome, of the world, in the flesh and inspired by genius, the Jew, the eternal Jew par excellence. What he saw was how, with the aid of the small sectarian Christian movement that stood apart from Judaism, a world conflagration might be kindled, how, with the symbol of God on the cross, all secret seditions, all the fruits of anarchistic intrigues in the empire might be amalgamated into one immense power. Salvation is of the Jews. Christianity is the formula for exceeding and summing up the subterranean cults of all varieties, that of Osiris, that of the Great Mother, that of Mithras, for instance. In his discernment of this fact, the genius of Paul showed itself. His instinct was here so sure that, with reckless violence to the truth, he put the ideas which lent fascination to every sort of Chandala religion into the mouth of the Saviour as his own inventions, and not only into the mouth. He made out of him something that even a priest of Mithras could understand. This was his revelation at Damascus. He grasped the fact that he needed the belief in immortality in order to rob the world of its value, that the concept of hell would master Rome, that the notion of a beyond is the death of life. Nihilist and Christian. They rhyme in German, and they do more than rhyme. 59. The whole labour of the ancient world gone for naught. I have no word to describe the feelings that such an enormity arouses in me, and considering the fact that its labour was merely preparatory, that with adamantine self-consciousness it laid only the foundations for a work to go on for thousands of years, the whole meaning of antiquity disappears. To what end the Greeks? To what end the Romans? All the prerequisites to a learned culture, all the methods of science were already there. Man had already perfected the great and incomparable art of reading profitably. That first necessity to the tradition of culture, the unity of the sciences. The natural sciences, in alliance with mathematics and mechanics, were on the right road. The sense of fact, the last and more valuable of all the senses, had its schools, and its traditions were already centuries old. Is all this properly understood? Every essential to the beginning of the work was ready, and the most essential, it cannot be said too often, are methods, and also the most difficult to develop, and the longest opposed by habit and laziness. What we have today reconquered with unspeakable self-discipline for ourselves, for certain bad instincts, certain Christian instincts still lurk in our bodies. That is to say, the keen eye for reality, the cautious hand, patience and seriousness in the smallest things, the whole integrity of knowledge. All these things were already there, and had been there for 2,000 years. More, there was also a refined and excellent tact and taste, not as mere brain-drilling, not as German culture with its loutish manners, but as body, as bearing, as instinct, in short, as reality. All gone for naught. Overnight it became merely a memory. The Greeks, the Romans, instinctive nobility, taste, methodical inquiry, genius for organization and administration, faith in and the will to secure the future of man, a great yes to everything entering into the Imperium Romanum and palpable to all the senses, a grand style that was beyond mere art, but had become reality, truth, life, all overwhelmed in a night, but not by a convulsion of nature, not trampled to death by Teutons and others of heavy hoof, but brought to shame by crafty, sneaking, invisible, anemic vampires. Not conquered, only sucked dry. Hidden vengefulness, petty envy became master. Everything wretched, intrinsically ailing, and invaded by bad feelings, the whole ghetto world of the soul was at once on top. One needs but read any of the Christian agitators, for example St. Augustine, in order to realize, in order to smell, what filthy fellows came to the top. It would be an error, however, to assume that there was any lack of understanding in the leaders of the Christian movement. But they were clever. Clever to the point of holiness, these fathers of the church. What they lacked was something quite different. Nature neglected, perhaps forgot, to give them even the most modest endowment of respectable, of upright, of cleanly instincts. Between ourselves, they are not even men. If Islam despises Christianity, it has a thousandfold right to do so. Islam at least assumes that it is dealing with men. 60. Christianity destroyed for us the whole harvest of ancient civilization, and later it also destroyed for us the whole harvest of Mohammedan civilization. The wonderful culture of the Moors in Spain, which was fundamentally nearer to us and appealed more to our senses and tastes than that of Rome and Greece, was trampled down, I do not say by what sort of feet. Why? Because it had to thank noble and manly instincts for its origin, because it said yes to life, even to the rare and refined luxuriousness of Moorish life. The Crusaders later made war on something before which it would have been more fitting for them to have grovelled in the dust. A civilization beside which even that of our 19th century seems very poor and very senile. What they wanted, of course, was booty. The Orient was rich. Let us put aside our prejudices. The Crusades were a higher form of piracy, nothing more. The German nobility, which is fundamentally a Viking nobility, was in its element there. The Church knew only too well how the German nobility was to be won. The German noble, always the Swiss guard of the Church, always in the service of every bad instinct of the Church, but well paid. Consider the fact that it is precisely the aid of German swords and German blood and valour that has enabled the Church to carry through its war to the death upon everything noble on earth. At this point, a host of painful questions suggest themselves. The German nobility stands outside the history of the higher civilization. The reason is obvious. Christianity, alcohol, the two great means of corruption. Intrinsically, there should be no more choice between Islam and Christianity than there is between an Arab and a Jew. The decision is already reached. Nobody remains at liberty to choose here. Either a man is a Chandala or he is not. War to the knife with Rome, peace and friendship with Islam. This was the feeling, this was the act of that great free spirit, that genius among German emperors, Friedrich II. What? Must a German first be a genius, a free spirit, before he can feel decently? I can't make out how a German could ever feel Christian. 61. Here it becomes necessary to call up a memory that must be 100 times more painful to Germans. The Germans have destroyed, for Europe, the last great harvest of civilization that Europe was ever to reap, the Renaissance. Is it understood at last? Will it ever be understood what the Renaissance was? The transvaluation of Christian values, an attempt with all available means, all instincts and all the resources of genius to bring about a triumph of the opposite values, the more noble values. This has been the one great war of the past. There has never been a more critical question than that of the Renaissance. It is my question too. There has never been a form of attack more fundamental, more direct, or more violently delivered by a whole front upon the centre of the enemy. To attack at the critical place, at the very seat of Christianity, and there enthrone the more noble values, that is to say, to insinuate them into the instincts, into the most fundamental needs and appetites of those sitting there. I see before me the possibility of a perfectly heavenly enchantment and spectacle. It seems to me to scintillate with all the vibrations of a fine and delicate beauty, and within it there is an art so divine, so infernally divine, that one might search in vain for thousands of years for another such possibility. I see a spectacle so rich in significance, and at the same time so wonderfully full of paradox, that it should arouse all the gods on Olympus to immortal laughter. Caesar Borgia as Pope. Am I understood? Well then, that would have been the sort of triumph that I alone am longing for today. By it, Christianity would have been swept away. What happened? A German monk, Luther, came to Rome. This monk, with all the vengeful instincts of an unsuccessful priest in him, raised a rebellion against the Renaissance in Rome. Instead of grasping with profound thanksgiving the miracle that had taken place, the conquest of Christianity at its capital, instead of this, his hatred was stimulated by the spectacle. A religious man thinks only of himself. Luther saw only the depravity of the papacy at the very moment when the opposite was becoming apparent. The old corruption, the peccatum originale. Christianity itself no longer occupied the papal chair. Instead, there was life. Instead, there was the triumph of life. Instead, there was a great yea to all lofty, beautiful, and daring things. And Luther restored the Church. He attacked it. The Renaissance, an event without meaning, a great futility. Ah, these Germans, what they have not cost us. Futility, that has always been the work of the Germans. The Reformation, Leibniz, Kant, and so-called German philosophy. The War of Liberation, the Empire, every time a futile substitute for something that once existed, for something irrecoverable. These Germans, I confess, are my enemies. I despise all their uncleanliness in concept and valuation, their cowardice before every honest yea and nay. For nearly 1,000 years they have tangled and confused everything their fingers have touched. They have on their conscience all the halfway measures, all the 3/8 way measures that Europe is sick of. They also have on their conscience the uncleanest variety of Christianity that exists, and the most incurable and indestructible, Protestantism. If mankind never manages to get rid of Christianity, the Germans will be to blame. 62. With this, I come to a conclusion and pronounce my judgment. I condemn Christianity. I bring against the Christian Church the most terrible of all the accusations that an accuser has ever had in his mouth. It is, to me, the greatest of all imaginable corruptions. It seeks to work the ultimate corruption, the worst possible corruption. The Christian Church has left nothing untouched by its depravity. It has turned every value into worthlessness, and every truth into a lie, and every integrity into baseness of soul. Let anyone dare to speak to me of its humanitarian blessings. Its deepest necessities range it against any effort to abolish distress. It lives by distress. It creates distress to make itself immortal. For example, the worm of sin. It was the Church that first enriched mankind with this misery. The equality of souls before God, this fraud, this pretext for the rancoons of all the base-minded, this explosive concept ending in revolution, the modern idea and the notion of overthrowing the whole social order, this is Christian dynamite. The humanitarian blessings of Christianity, forsooth. To breed out of humanitas a self-contradiction, an art of self-pollution, a will to lie at any price, an aversion and contempt for all good and honest instincts. All this, to me, is the humanitarianism of Christianity. Parasitism as the only practice of the Church, with its anemic and holy ideals, sucking all the blood, all the love, all the hope out of life. The beyond as the will to deny all reality. The cross as the distinguishing mark of the most subterranean conspiracy ever heard of against health, beauty, well-being, intellect, kindness of soul, against life itself. This eternal accusation against Christianity I shall write upon all walls, wherever walls are to be found. I have letters that even the blind will be able to see. I call Christianity the one great curse, the one great intrinsic depravity, the one great instinct of revenge, for which no means are venomous enough, or secret, subterranean, and small enough. I call it the one immortal blemish upon the human race. And mankind reckons time from the dies nefastus, when this fatality befell, from the first day of Christianity. Why not rather from its last, from today, the transvaluation of all values? The End. An Introduction to the Antichrist by H.L. Mencken. Save for his raucous, rhapsodical autobiography, Ecce Homo, the Antichrist is the last thing that Nietzsche ever wrote, and so it may be accepted as a statement of some of his most salient ideas in their final form. Notes for it had been accumulating for years, and it was to have constituted the first volume of his long-projected magnum opus, The Will to Power. His full plan for this work, as originally drawn up, was as follows. Volume 1, The Antichrist, an attempt at a criticism of Christianity. Volume 2, The Free Spirit, a criticism of philosophy as a nihilistic movement. Volume 3, The Immoralist, a criticism of morality, the most fatal form of ignorance. Volume 4, Dionysius, the philosophy of eternal recurrence. The first sketches for The Will to Power were made in 1884, soon after the publication of the first 3 parts of Thus Spoke Zarathustra, and thereafter, for 4 years, Nietzsche piled up notes. They were written at all the places he visited on his endless travels in search of health, at Nice, at Venice, at Sils Maria in the Engadine, for long his favourite resort, at Cannobio, at Zurich, at Genoa, at Chur, at Leipzig. Several times his work was interrupted by other books, first by Beyond Good and Evil, then by The Genealogy of Morals, written in 20 days, then by his Wagner pamphlets. Almost as often he changed his plan. Once he decided to expand The Will to Power to 10 volumes, with an attempt at a new interpretation of the world as a general subtitle. Again, he adopted the subtitle of An Interpretation of All That Happens. Finally, he hit upon An Attempt at a Transvaluation of All Values, and went back to 4 volumes, though with a number of changes in their arrangement. In September 1888, he began actual work upon the first volume, and before the end of the month it was completed. The summer had been one of almost hysterical creative activity. Since the middle of June he had written 2 other small books, The Case of Wagner and The Twilight of the Idols, and before the end of the year he was destined to write Ecce Homo. Sometime during December his health began to fail rapidly, and soon after the new year he was helpless. Thereafter he wrote no more. The Wagner diatribe and The Twilight of the Idols were published immediately, but the Antichrist did not get into type until 1895. I suspect that the delay was due to the influence of the philosopher's sister, Elisabeth Förster Nietzsche, an intelligent and ardent, but by no means uniformly judicious propagandist of his ideas. During his dark days of neglect and misunderstanding, when even family and friends kept aloof, Frau Förster Nietzsche went with him farther than any other, but there were bounds beyond which she also hesitated to go, and those bounds were marked by crosses. One notes in her biography of him a useful but not always accurate work, an evident desire to purge him of the accusation of mocking at sacred things. He had, she says, great admiration for the elevating effect of Christianity upon the weak and ailing, and a real liking for sincere, pious Christians, and a tender love for the founder of Christianity. All his wrath, she continues, was reserved for St. Paul and his like, who perverted the Beatitudes, which Christ intended for the lowly only, into a universal religion which made war upon aristocratic values. Here, obviously, one is addressed by an interpreter who cannot forget that she is the daughter of a Lutheran pastor and the granddaughter of two others. A touch of conscience gets into her reading of the Antichrist. She even hints that the text may have been garbled after the author's collapse by some more sinister heretic. There is not the slightest reason to believe that any such garbling ever took place, nor is there any evidence that their common heritage of piety rested upon the brother as heavily as it rested upon the sister. On the contrary, it must be manifest that Nietzsche, in this book, intended to attack Christianity headlong and with all arms, that for all his rapid writing he put the utmost care into it, and that he wanted it to be printed exactly as it stands. The ideas in it were anything but new to him when he set them down. He had been developing them since the days of his beginning. You will find some of them clearly recognizable in the first book he ever wrote, The Birth of Tragedy. You will find the most important of all of them, the conception of Christianity as resentiment, set forth at length in the first part of The Genealogy of Morals, published under his own supervision in 1887, and the rest are scattered through the whole vast mass of his notes, sometimes as mere questionings, but often worked out very carefully. Moreover, let it not be forgotten that it was Wagner's yielding to Christian sentimentality in Parsifal that transformed Nietzsche from the first among his literary advocates into the most bitter of his opponents. He could forgive every other sort of mountebankery, but not that. In me, he once said, the Christianity of my forebears reaches its logical conclusion. In me, the stern intellectual conscience that Christianity fosters and makes paramount turns against Christianity. In me, Christianity devours itself. In truth, the present Philippic is as necessary to the completeness of the whole of Nietzsche's system as the keystone is to the arch. All the curves of his speculation lead up to it. What he flung himself against, from beginning to end of his days of writing, was always, in the last analysis, Christianity in some form or other, Christianity as a system of practical ethics, Christianity as a political code, Christianity as metaphysics, Christianity as a gauge of the truth. It would be difficult to think of any intellectual enterprise on his long list that did not, more or less directly and clearly, relate itself to this master enterprise of them all. It was as if his apostasy from the faith of his fathers, filling him with the fiery zeal of the convert, and particularly of the convert to heresy, had blinded him to every other element in the gigantic self-delusion of civilized man. The will to power was his answer to Christianity's affectation of humility and self-sacrifice. Eternal recurrence was his mocking criticism of Christian optimism and millennialism. The Superman was his candidate for the place of the Christian ideal of the good man, prudently abased before the throne of God. The things he chiefly argued for were anti-Christian things: the abandonment of the purely moral view of life, the rehabilitation of instinct, the dethronement of weakness and timidity as ideals, the renunciation of the whole hocus-pocus of dogmatic religion, the extermination of false aristocracies, of the priest, of the politician, of the plutocrat, the revival of the healthy, lordly innocence that was Greek. If he was anything, in a word, Nietzsche was a Greek, born 2,000 years too late. His dreams were thoroughly Hellenic. His whole manner of thinking was Hellenic. His peculiar errors were Hellenic no less. But his Hellenism, I need not add, was anything but the pale Neoplatonism that has run like a thread through the thinking of the Western world since the days of the Christian fathers. From Plato, to be sure, he got what all of us must get, but his real forefather was Heraclitus. It is in Heraclitus that one finds the germ of his primary view of the universe, a view, to wit, that sees it not as moral phenomenon, but as mere aesthetic representation. The God that Nietzsche imagined, in the end, was not far from the God that such an artist as Joseph Conrad imagines, a supreme craftsman, ever experimenting, ever coming closer to an ideal balancing of lines and forces, and yet always failing to work out the final harmony. The late war, awakening all the primitive racial fury of the Western nations, and therewith all their ancient enthusiasm for religious taboos and sanctions, naturally focused attention upon Nietzsche, as upon the most daring and provocative of recent amateur theologians. The Germans, with their characteristic tendency to explain their every act in terms as realistic and unpleasant as possible, appear to have mauled him in a belated and unexpected embrace, to the horror, I dare say, of the Kaiser, and perhaps to the even greater horror of Nietzsche's own ghost. The folks of Anglo-Saxondom, with their equally characteristic tendency to explain all their enterprises romantically, simultaneously set him up as the Antichrist he no doubt secretly longed to be. The result was a great deal of misrepresentation and misunderstanding of him. From the pulpits of the Allied countries, and particularly from those of England and the United States, a horde of patriotic ecclesiastics denounced him in extravagant terms as the author of all the horrors of the time, and in the newspapers, until the Kaiser was elected sole bugaboo, he shared the honors of that office with von Hindenburg, the Crown Prince, Captain Boy Ed, von Bernstorff, and von Tirpitz. Most of this denunciation, of course, was frankly idiotic, the naive pish-posh of suburban Methodists, notoriety-seeking college professors, almost illiterate editorial writers, and other such numbskulls. In much of it, including not a few official hymns of hate, Nietzsche was gravely discovered to be the teacher of such spokesmen of the extremist sort of German nationalism as von Bernhardi and von Treitschke, which was just as intelligent as making George Bernard Shaw the mentor of Lloyd George. In other solemn pronunciamentos, he was credited with being philosophically responsible for various imaginary crimes of the enemy, the wholesale slaughter or mutilation of prisoners of war, the deliberate burning down of Red Cross hospitals, the utilization of the corpses of the slain for soap-making. I amused myself in those gaudy days by collecting newspaper clippings to this general effect, and later on I shall probably publish a digest of them as a contribution to the study of war hysteria. The thing went to unbelievable lengths. On the strength of the fact that I had published a book on Nietzsche in 1906, 6 years after his death, I was called upon by agents of the Department of Justice, elaborately outfitted with badges, to meet the charge that I was an intimate associate and agent of the German monster Nietzsche. I quote the official procès-verbal, an indignant but often misspelled document. Alas, poor Nietzsche! After all his laborious efforts to prove that he was not a German but a Pole, even after his heroic readiness via anti-Semitism to meet the deduction that, if a Pole, then probably also a Jew. But under all this alarmed and preposterous tosh, there was at least a sound instinct, And that was the instinct which recognized Nietzsche as the most eloquent, pertinacious, and effective of all the critics of the philosophy to which the Allies against Germany stood committed, and on the strength of which, at all events in theory, the United States had engaged itself in the war. He was not, in point of fact, involved with the visible enemy, save in remote and transient ways. The German, officially, remained the most ardent of Christians during the war, and became a democrat at its close. But he was plainly a foe of democracy in all its forms, political, religious, and epistemological, and what is worse, his opposition was set forth in terms that were not only extraordinarily penetrating and devastating, but also uncommonly offensive. It was thus quite natural that he should have aroused a degree of indignation verging upon the pathological in the two countries that had planted themselves upon the democratic platform most boldly, and that felt it most shaky, one may add, under their feet. I dare say that Nietzsche, had he been alive, would have got a lot of satisfaction out of the execration thus heaped upon him, not only because, being a vain fellow, he enjoyed execration as a tribute to his general singularity, and hence to his superiority, but also, and more importantly, because, being no mean psychologist, he would have recognized the disconcerting doubts underlying it. If Nietzsche's criticism of democracy were as ignorant and empty, say, as the average evangelical clergyman's criticism of Darwin's hypothesis of natural selection, then the advocates of democracy could afford to dismiss it as loftily as the Darwinians dismiss the blather of the holy clerks. And if his attack upon Christianity were mere sound and fury, signifying nothing, then there would be no call for anathemas from the sacred desk. But these onslaughts, in point of fact, have behind them a tremendous learning and a great deal of point and plausibility. There are, in brief, bullets in the gun, teeth in the tiger, and so it is no wonder that they excite the ire of men who hold, as a primary article of belief, that their acceptance would destroy civilization, darken the sun, and bring Yahweh to sobs upon his throne. But in all this justifiable fear, of course, there remains a false assumption, and that is the assumption that Nietzsche proposed to destroy Christianity altogether, and so rob the plain people of the world of their virtue, their spiritual consolations, and their hope of heaven. Nothing could be more untrue. The fact is that Nietzsche had no interest whatever in the delusions of the plain people, that is, intrinsically. It seemed to him of small moment what they believed, so long as it was safely imbecile. What he stood against was not their beliefs, but the elevation of those beliefs, by any sort of democratic process, to the dignity of a state philosophy. What he feared most was the pollution and crippling of the superior minority by intellectual disease from below. His plain aim in The Antichrist was to combat that menace by completing the work begun on the one hand by Darwin and the other evolutionist philosophers, and on the other hand by German historians and philologians. The net effect of this earlier attack in the 80s had been the collapse of Christian theology as a serious concern of educated men. The mob, it must be obvious, was very little shaken. Even to this day, it has not put off its belief in the essential Christian doctrines. But the intelligentsia, by 1885, had been pretty well convinced. No man of sound information, at the time Nietzsche planned The Antichrist, actually believed that the world was created in 7 days, or that its fauna was once overwhelmed by a flood as a penalty for the sins of man, or that Noah saved the boa constrictor, the prairie dog, and the pediculus capitis by taking a pair of each into the ark, or that Lot's wife was turned into a pillar of salt, or that a fragment of the true cross could cure hydrophobia. Such notions, still almost universally prevalent in Christendom a century before, were now confined to the great body of ignorant and credulous men, that is, to 95 or 96% of the race. For a man of the superior minority to subscribe to one of them publicly was already sufficient to set him off as one in imminent need of psychiatrical attention. Belief in them had become a mark of inferiority, like the allied belief in madstones, magic, and apparitions. But though the theology of Christianity had thus sunk to the lowly estate of a mere delusion of the rabble, propagated on that level by the ancient caste of sacerdotal parasites, the ethics of Christianity continued to enjoy the utmost acceptance, and perhaps even more acceptance than ever before. It seemed to be generally felt, in fact, that they simply must be saved from the wreck, that the world would vanish into chaos if they went the way of the revelations supporting them. In this fear, a great many judicious men joined, and so there arose what was, in essence, an absolutely new Christian cult, a cult, to wit, purged of all the supernaturalism superimposed upon the older cult by generations of theologians, and harking back to what was conceived to be the pure ethical doctrine of Jesus. This cult still flourishes. Protestantism tends to become identical with it. It invades Catholicism as modernism. It is supported by great numbers of men whose intelligence is manifest and whose sincerity is not open to question. Even Nietzsche himself yielded to it in weak moments, as you will discover on examining his somewhat laborious effort to make Paul the villain of Christian theology and Jesus no more than an innocent bystander. But this sentimental yielding never went far enough to distract his attention for long from his main idea, which was this: that Christian ethics were quite as dubious at bottom as Christian theology, that they were founded just as surely as such childish fables as the story of Jonah and the whale upon the peculiar prejudices and credulities, the special desires and appetites of inferior men, that they warred upon the best interests of men of a better sort quite as unmistakably as the most extravagant of objective superstitions. In brief, what he saw in Christian ethics, under all the poetry and all the fine show of altruism and all the theoretical benefits therein, was a democratic effort to curb the egoism of the strong, a conspiracy of the Chandala against the free functioning of their superiors, nay, against the free progress of mankind. This theory is the thing he exposes in the Antichrist, bringing to the business his amazingly chromatic and exigent eloquence at its finest flower. This is the conspiracy he sets forth in all the panoply of his characteristic italics, dashes, sforzando interjections, and exclamation points. Well, an idea is an idea. The present one may be right, and it may be wrong. One thing is quite certain, that no progress will be made against it by denouncing it as merely immoral. If it is ever laid at all, it must be laid evidentially, logically. The notion to the contrary is thoroughly democratic. The mob is the most ruthless of tyrants. It is always in a democratic society that heresy and felony tend to be most constantly confused. One hears without surprise of a Bismarck philosophizing placidly, at least in his old age, upon the delusion of socialism, and of a Frederick the Great playing the hose of his cynicism upon the absolutism that was almost identical with his own person. But men in the mass never brook the destructive discussion of their fundamental beliefs, and that impatience is naturally most evident in those societies in which men in the mass are most influential. Democracy and free speech are not facets of one gem. Democracy and free speech are eternal enemies. But in any battle between an institution and an idea, the idea, in the long run, has the better of it. Here, I do not venture into the absurdity of arguing that, as the world wags on, the truth always survives. I believe nothing of the sort. As a matter of fact, It seems to me that an idea that happens to be true, or more exactly, as near to truth as any human idea can be, and yet remain generally intelligible, it seems to me that such an idea carries a special and often fatal handicap. The majority of men prefer delusion to truth. It soothes. It is easy to grasp. Above all, it fits more snugly than the truth into a universe of false appearances, of complex and irrational phenomena defectively grasped. But though an idea that is true is thus not likely to prevail, an idea that is attacked enjoys a great advantage. The evidence behind it is now supported by sympathy, the sporting instinct, sentimentality, and sentimentality is as powerful as an army with banners. One never hears of a martyr in history whose notions are seriously disputed today. The forgotten ideas are those of the men who put them forward soberly and quietly, hoping fatuously that they would conquer by the force of their truth. These are the ideas that we now struggle to rediscover. Had Nietzsche lived to be burned at the stake by outraged Mississippi Methodists, it would have been a glorious day for his doctrines. As it is, they're helped on their way every time they are denounced as immoral and against God. The war brought down upon them the maledictions of vast herds of right-thinking men, and now the Antichrist, after 15 years of neglect, is being reprinted. One imagines the author, a sardonic wraith, snickering somewhat sadly over the fact. His shade, whatever it suffers, is favoured in these days by many such conservations, some of them of much greater horsepower. Think of the facts and arguments, even the underlying theories and attitudes that have been borrowed from him, consciously and unconsciously, by the foes of Bolshevism during these last thrilling years. The face of democracy, suddenly seen hideously close, has scared the guardians of the reigning plutocracy half to death, and they have gone to the devil himself for aid. Southern senators, almost illiterate men, have mixed his acids with well water and spattered them like affrighted geezers, not knowing what they did. Nor are they the first to borrow from him. Years ago, I called attention to the debt incurred with characteristic forgetfulness of obligation by the late Theodore Roosevelt in The Strenuous Life and elsewhere. Roosevelt, a typical apologist for the existing order, adeptly dragging a herring across the trail whenever it was menaced, yet managed to delude the native boobery, at least until toward the end, into accepting him as a fiery exponent of pure democracy. Perhaps he even fooled himself. Charlatans usually do so, soon or late. A study of Nietzsche reveals the sources of much that was honest in him and exposes the hollowness of much that was sham. Nietzsche, an infinitely harder and more courageous intellect, was incapable of any such confusion of ideas. He seldom allowed sentimentality to turn him from the glaring fact. What is called Bolshevism today, he saw clearly a generation ago and described for what it was and is: democracy in another aspect, the old resentment of the lower orders in free function once more. Socialism, Puritanism, Philistinism, Christianity. He saw them all as allotropic forms of democracy, as variations upon the endless struggle of quantity against quality, of the weak and timorous against the strong and enterprising, of the botched against the fit. The world needed a staggering exaggeration to make it see even half of the truth. It trembles today, as it trembled during the French Revolution. Perhaps it would tremble less if it could combat the monster with a clearer conscience and less burden of compromising theory, if it could launch its forces frankly at the fundamental doctrine and not merely employ them to police the transient orgy. Nietzsche, in the long run, may help it toward that greater honesty. His notions, propagated by cuttings, from cuttings, may conceivably prepare the way for a sounder, more healthful theory of society and of the state, and so free human progress from the stupidities which now hamper it, and men of true vision from the despairs which now sicken them. I say it is conceivable, but I doubt that it is probable. The soul and the belly of mankind are too evenly balanced. It is not likely that the belly will ever put away its hunger or forget its power. Here, perhaps, there is an example of the eternal recurrence that Nietzsche was fond of mulling over in his blacker moods. We are in the midst of one of the perennial risings of the lower orders. It got underway long before any of the current Bolshevist demons was born. It was given its long, secure start by the intolerable tyranny of the plutocracy, the end product of the 18th century revolt against the old aristocracy. It found resistance suddenly slackened by civil war within the plutocracy itself, one gang of traders falling upon another gang to the tune of vast hymn-singing and yells to God. Perhaps it has already passed its apogee. The plutocracy, chastened, shows signs of a new solidarity. The wheel continues to swing round. But this combat between proletariat and plutocracy is, after all, itself a civil war. Two inferiorities struggle for the privilege of polluting the world. What actual difference does it make to a civilized man when there is a steel strike, whether the workmen win or the mill owners win? The conflict can interest him only as spectacle, as the conflict between Bonaparte and the old order in Europe interested Goethe and Beethoven. The victory, whichever way it goes, will simply bring chaos nearer, and so set the stage for a genuine revolution later on, with, let us hope, a new feudalism or something better coming out of it, and a new 13th century at dawn. This seems to be the slow, costly way of the worst of habitable world. In the present case, my money is laid upon the plutocracy. It will win because it will be able, in the long run, to enlist the finer intelligences. The mob and its maudlin causes attract only sentimentalists and scoundrels, chiefly the latter. Politics, under a democracy, reduces itself to a mere struggle for office by flatterers of the proletariat. Even when a superior man prevails at that disgusting game, he must prevail at the cost of his self-respect. Not many superior men make the attempt. The average great captain of the rabble, when he is not simply a weeper over irremediable wrongs, is a hypocrite, so far gone that he is unconscious of his own hypocrisy, a slimy fellow, offensive to the nose. The plutocracy can recruit measurably more respectable janissaries, if only because it can make self-interest less obviously costly to amour-propre. Its defect and its weakness lie in the fact that it is still too young to have acquired dignity. But lately sprung from the mob it now preys upon, it yet shows some of the habits of mind of that mob. It is blatant, stupid, ignorant, lacking in all delicate instinct and governmental finesse. Above all, it remains somewhat heavily moral. One seldom finds it undertaking one of its characteristic imbecilities without offering a sonorous moral reason. It spends almost as much to support the YMCA, vice crusading, prohibition, and other such puerilities, as it spends upon congressmen, strikebreakers, gunmen, kept patriots, and newspapers. In England, the case is even worse. It is almost impossible to find a wealthy industrial over there who is not also an eminent nonconformist layman, and even among financiers there are praying brothers. On the continent, the day is saved by the fact that the plutocracy tends to become more and more Jewish. Here, the intellectual cynicism of the Jew almost counterbalances his social unpleasantness. If he is destined to lead the plutocracy of the world out of Little Bethel, he will fail, of course, to turn it into an aristocracy, i.e., a caste of gentlemen. but he will at least make it clever, and hence worthy of consideration. The case against the Jews is long and damning. It would justify 10,000 times as many pogroms as now go on in the world. But whenever you find David's Bündlerschaft making practice against the Philistines, there you will find a Jew laying on. Maybe it was this fact that caused Nietzsche to speak up for the children of Israel quite as often as he spoke against them. He was not blind to their faults, but when he set them beside Christians, he could not deny their general superiority. Perhaps in America and England, as on the continent, the increasing Jewishness of the plutocracy, while cutting it off from all chance of ever developing into an aristocracy, will yet lift it to such a dignity that it will at least deserve a certain grudging respect. But even so, it will remain in a sort of half-world, midway between the gutter and the stars. Above it will still stand the small group of men that constitutes the permanent aristocracy of the race, the men of imagination and high purpose, the makers of genuine progress, the brave and ardent spirits, above all petty fears and discontents, and above all petty hopes and ideals no less. There were heroes before Agamemnon, there will be Bachs after Johann Sebastian, and beneath the Judaized plutocracy, the sublimated bourgeoisie, there the immemorial proletariat, I venture to guess, will roar on, endlessly tortured by its vain hatreds and envies, stampeded and made to tremble by its ancient superstitions, prodded and made miserable by its sordid and degrading hopes. It seems to me very likely that, in this proletariat, Christianity will continue to survive. It is nonsense, true enough, but it is sweet. Nietzsche, denouncing its dangers as a poison, almost falls into the error of denying it its undoubtedly sugary smack. Of all the religions ever devised by the great practical jokers of the race, this is the one that offers most for the least money, so to speak, to the inferior man. It starts out by denying his inferiority in plain terms. All men are equal in the sight of God. It ends by erecting that inferiority into a sort of actual superiority. It is a merit to be stupid and miserable and sorely put upon. Of such are the celestial elect. Not all the eloquence of 1,000,000 Nietzsches, nor all the painful marshalling of evidence of 1,000,000 Darwins and Harnacks will ever empty that great consolation of its allure. The most they can ever accomplish is to make the superior orders of men acutely conscious of the exact nature of it, and so give them armament against the contagion. This is going on. This is being done. I think that the Antichrist has a useful place in that enterprise. It is strident, it is often extravagant, it is, to many sensitive men, in the worst of possible taste. But at bottom it is enormously apt and effective, and on the surface it is undoubtedly a good show. One somehow enjoys, with the malice that is native to man, the spectacle of anathemas batted back. It is refreshing to see the pitchfork employed against gentlemen who have doomed such innumerable caravans to hell. In Nietzsche they found, after many long years, a foeman worthy of them, not a mere fancy swordsman like Voltaire, or a mob orator like Tom Paine, or a pedant like the heretics of exegesis, but a gladiator, armed with steel and armored with steel, and showing all the ferocious gusto of a medieval bishop. It is a pity that Holy Church has no process for the elevation of demons, like its process for the canonization of saints. There must be a long roll of black miracles to the discredit of the accursed Friedrich, sinners purged of conscience and made happy in their sinning, clerics shaken in their theology by visions of a new and better holy city, the strong made to exult, the weak robbed of their old sad romance. It would be a pleasure to see the advocatus diaboli turn from the table of the prosecution to the table of the defense, and move in solemn form for the damnation of the Nuremberg hobgoblin. Of all Nietzsche's books, The Antichrist comes nearest to conventionality in form. It presents a connected argument with very few interludes and has a beginning, a middle, and an end. Most of his works are in the form of collections of apothegms, and sometimes the subject changes on every second page. This fact constitutes one of the counts in the orthodox indictment of him. It is cited as proof that his capacity for consecutive thought was limited, and that he was thus deficient mentally, and perhaps a downright moron. The argument, it must be obvious, is fundamentally nonsensical. What deceives the professors is the traditional prolixity of philosophers. Because the average philosophical writer, when he essays to expose his ideas, makes such inordinate drafts upon the parts of speech that the dictionary is almost emptied, these defective observers jump to the conclusion that his intrinsic notions are of corresponding weight. This is not unseldom quite untrue. What makes philosophy so garrulous is not the profundity of philosophers, but their lack of art. They are like physicians who sought to cure a slight hyperacidity by giving the patient a carload of burned oyster shells to eat. There is, too, the endless pole parroting that goes on. Each new philosopher must prove his learning by laboriously rehearsing the ideas of all previous philosophers. Nietzsche avoided both faults. He always assumed that his readers knew the books, and that it was thus unnecessary to rewrite them. And having an idea that seemed to him to be novel and original, he stated it in as few words as possible, and then shut down. Sometimes he got it into 100 words, sometimes it took 1,000. Now and then, as in the present case, he developed a series of related ideas into a connected book. But he never wrote a word too many. He never pumped up an idea to make it appear bigger than it actually was. The pedagogues, alas, are not accustomed to that sort of writing in serious fields. They resent it, and sometimes they even try to improve it. There exists, in fact, a huge and solemn tome on nature by a learned man of America, in which all of his brilliancy is painfully translated into the windy phrases of the seminaries. The tome is satisfactorily ponderous, but the meat of the coconut is left out. There is actually no discussion of the Nietzschean view of Christianity. Always, Nietzsche daunts the pedants. He employed too few words for them, and he had too many ideas. The present translation of The Antichrist is published by agreement with Dr. Oscar Levy, editor of the English edition of Nietzsche. There are two earlier translations, one by Thomas Common and the other by Anthony M. Ludovici. That of Mr. Common follows the text very closely, and thus occasionally shows some essentially German turns of phrase. That of Mr. Ludovici is more fluent, but rather less exact. I do not offer my own version on the plea that either of these is useless. On the contrary, I cheerfully acknowledge that they have much merit, and that they helped me at almost every line. I began this new Englishing of the book, not in any hope of supplanting them, and surely not with any notion of meeting a great public need, but simply as a private amusement in troubled days. But as I got on with it, I began to see ways of putting some flavor of Nietzsche's peculiar style into the English, and so amusement turned into a more or less serious labor. The result, of course, is far from satisfactory, but it at least represents a very diligent attempt. Nietzsche, always under the influence of French models, wrote a German that differs materially from any other German that I know. It is more nervous, more varied, more rapid in tempo. It runs to more effective climaxes. It is never stodgy. His marks begin to show upon the writing of the younger Germans of today. They are getting away from the old thunderous manner, with its long sentences and its tedious grammatical complexities. In the course of time, I dare say, they will develop a German almost as clear as French, and almost as colourful and resilient as English. I owe thanks to Dr. Levy for his imprimatur, to Mr. Theodor Hemberger for criticism, and to Messrs. Common and Ludovici for showing me the way around many a difficulty. H. L. Mencken. That was a Ukemi Audiobooks production. Ecce Homo by Friedrich Nietzsche, read by Christopher Oxford. Preface. 1. As it is my intention within a very short time to confront my fellow men with the very greatest demand that has ever yet been made upon them, it seems to me above all necessary to declare here who and what I am. As a matter of fact, this ought to be pretty well known already, for I have not held my tongue about myself, but the disparity which obtains between the greatness of my task and the smallness of my contemporaries is revealed by the fact that people have neither heard me nor yet seen me. I live on my own self-made credit, and it is probably only a prejudice to suppose that I am alive at all. I do but require to speak to any one of the scholars who come to the Ober-Engadin in the summer in order to convince myself that I am not alive. Under these circumstances, it is a duty, and one against which my customary reserve, and to a still greater degree the pride of my instincts, rebel, to say, "Listen, for I am such and such a person. For heaven's sake, do not confound me with anyone else." 2. I am, for instance, in no wise a bogeyman or a moral monster. On the contrary, I am the very opposite in nature to the kind of man that has been honored hitherto as virtuous. Between ourselves, it seems to me that this is precisely a matter on which I may feel proud. I am a disciple of the philosopher Dionysius, and I would prefer to be even a satyr than a saint. But just read this book. Maybe I have here succeeded in expressing this contrast in a cheerful and at the same time sympathetic manner. Maybe this is the only purpose of the present work. The very last thing I should promise to accomplish would be to improve mankind. I do not set up any new idols. May old idols only learn what it costs to have legs of clay. To overthrow idols, idols is the name I give to all ideals, is much more like my business. In proportion as an ideal world has been falsely assumed, reality has been robbed of its value, its meaning, and its truthfulness. The true world and the apparent world, in plain English, the fictitious world and reality. Hitherto, the lie of the ideal has been the curse of reality. By means of it, the very source of mankind's instincts has become mendacious and false, so much so that those values have come to be worshipped which are the exact opposite of the ones which would ensure man's prosperity, his future, and his great right to a future. 3. He who knows how to breathe in the air of my writings is conscious that it is the air of the heights, that it is bracing. A man must be built for it, otherwise the chances are that it will chill him. The ice is near, the loneliness is terrible, but how serenely everything lies in the sunshine, how freely one can breathe, how much one feels lies beneath one. Philosophy, as I have understood it hitherto, is a voluntary retirement into regions of ice and mountain peaks, the seeking out of everything strange and questionable in existence, everything upon which hitherto morality has set its ban. Through long experience, derived from such wanderings in forbidden country, I acquired an opinion very different from that which may seem generally desirable, of the causes which hitherto have led to men's moralizing and idealizing. The secret history of philosophers, the psychology of their great names, was revealed to me. How much truth can a certain mind endure? How much truth can it dare? These questions became for me ever more and more the actual test of values. Error, the belief in the ideal, is not blindness. Error is cowardice. Every conquest, every step forward in knowledge, is the outcome of courage, of hardness towards oneself, of cleanliness towards oneself. I do not refute ideals. All I do is to draw on my gloves in their presence. Nitimur in vetitum. With this device, my philosophy will one day be victorious, for that which has hitherto been most stringently forbidden is, without exception, truth. 4. In my life work, my Zarathustra holds a place apart. With it, I gave my fellow men the greatest gift that has ever been bestowed upon them. This book, the voice of which speaks out across the ages, is not only the loftiest book on earth, literally the book of mountain air. The whole phenomenon, mankind, lies at an incalculable distance beneath it, but it is also the deepest book, born of the inmost abundance of truth, an inexhaustible well into which no pitcher can be lowered without coming up again laden with gold and with goodness. Here it is not a prophet who speaks, one of those gruesome hybrids of sickness and will to power, whom men call founders of religions. If a man would not do a sad wrong to his wisdom, he must above all give proper heed to the tones, the halcyonic tones, that fall from the lips of Zarathustra. The most silent words are harbingers of the storm. Thoughts that come on doves' feet lead the world. The figs fall from the trees. They are good and sweet, and when they fall, their red skins are rent. A north wind am I unto ripe figs. Thus, like figs, do these precepts drop down to you, my friends. Now drink their juice and their sweet pulp. It is autumn all around, and clear sky, and afternoon. No fanatic speaks to you here. This is not a sermon. No faith is demanded in these pages. From out an infinite treasure of light and well of joy, drop by drop, my words fall out. A slow and gentle gait is the cadence of these discourses. Such things can reach only the most elect. It is a rare privilege to be a listener here. Not everyone who likes can have ears to hear Zarathustra. Is not Zarathustra, because of these things, a seducer? But what indeed does he himself say when for the first time he goes back to his solitude? Just the reverse of that which any sage, saint, saviour of the world, and other decadent would say. Not only his words, but he himself is other than they. Alone do I go now, my disciples. Get you also hence, and alone. Thus would I have it. Verily, I beseech you, take your leave of me, and arm yourselves against Zarathustra, and better still, be ashamed of him. Maybe he has deceived you. The knight of knowledge must be able not only to love his enemies, but also to hate his friends. The man who remains a pupil requites his teacher but ill, and why would you not pluck at my wreath? You honour me, but what of your reverence should one day break down? Take heed, lest a statue crush you. You say you believe in Zarathustra, but of what account is Zarathustra? You are my believers, but of what account are all believers? You had not yet sought yourselves when you found me. Thus to all believers, therefore is all believing worth so little. Now do I bid you lose me and find yourselves, and only when you have all denied me will I come back unto you. Friedrich Nietzsche. On this perfect day, when everything is ripening, and not only the grapes are getting brown, a ray of sunshine has fallen on my life. I looked behind me, I looked before me, and never have I seen so many good things all at once. Not in vain have I buried my 44th year today. I had the right to bury it. That in it which still had life has been saved and is immortal. The first book of the transvaluation of all values, the songs of Zarathustra, the twilight of the idols, my attempt to philosophize with the hammer, all these things are the gift of this year and even of its last quarter. How could I help being thankful to the whole of my life? That is why I am now going to tell myself the story of my life. Ecce Homo. How one becomes what one is. Why I am so wise. 1. The happiness of my existence, its unique character perhaps, consists in its fatefulness. To speak in a riddle, as my own father, I am already dead. As my own mother, I still live and grow old. This double origin, taken as it were from the highest and lowest rungs of the ladder of life, at once a decadent and a beginning, this, if anything, explains that neutrality, that freedom from partisanship in regard to the general problem of existence, which perhaps distinguishes me. To the first indications of ascending or of descending life, my nostrils are more sensitive than those of any man that has yet lived. In this domain, I am a master to my backbone. I know both sides, for I am both sides. My father died in his 36th year. He was delicate, lovable, and morbid, like one who is preordained to pay simply a flying visit, a gracious reminder of life rather than life itself. In the same year that his life declined, mine also declined. In my 36th year, I reached the lowest point in my vitality. I still lived, but my eyes could distinguish nothing that lay 3 paces away from me. At that time, it was the year 1879, I resigned my professorship at Basel, lived through the summer like a shadow in St. Moritz, and spent the following winter, the most sunless of my life, like a shadow in Naumburg. This was my lowest ebb. During this period, I wrote The Wanderer and His Shadow. Without a doubt, I was conversant with shadows then. The winter that followed, my first winter in Genoa, brought forth that sweetness and spirituality which is almost inseparable from extreme poverty of blood and muscle, in the shape of the dawn of day. The perfect lucidity and cheerfulness, the intellectual exuberance even that this work reflects, coincides, in my case, not only with the most profound physiological weakness, but also with an excess of suffering. In the midst of the agony of a headache which lasted 3 days, accompanied by violent nausea, I was possessed of most singular dialectical clearness, and in absolutely cold blood I then thought out things for which, in my more healthy moments, I am not enough of a climber, not sufficiently subtle, not sufficiently cold. My readers perhaps know to what extent I consider dialectic a symptom of decadence, as for instance in the most famous of all cases, the case of Socrates. All the morbid disturbances of the intellect, even that semi-stupor which accompanies fever, have, unto this day, remained completely unknown to me, and for my first information concerning their nature and frequency, I was obliged to have recourse to the learned works which have been compiled on the subject. My circulation is slow. No one has ever been able to detect fever in me. A doctor who treated me for some time as a nerve patient finally declared, "No, there is nothing wrong with your nerves. It is simply I who am nervous." It has been absolutely impossible to ascertain any local degeneration in me, nor any organic stomach trouble, however much I may have suffered from profound weakness of the gastric system as the result of general exhaustion. Even my eye trouble, which sometimes approached so parlously near to blindness, was only an effect and not a cause, for whenever my general vital condition improved, my power of vision also increased. Having admitted all this, do I need to say that I am experienced in questions of decadence? I know them inside and out. Even that filigree art of prehension and comprehension in general, that feeling for delicate shades of difference, that psychology of seeing through brick walls, and whatever else I may be able to do, was first learnt then, and is the specific gift of that period, during which everything in me was subtilized, observation itself, together with all the organs of observation. To look upon healthier concepts and values from the standpoint of the sick, and conversely to look down upon the secret work of the instincts of decadence from the standpoint of him who is laden and self-reliant with the richness of life, this has been my longest exercise, my principal experience. If in anything at all, it was in this that I became a master. Today, my hand knows the trick. I now have the knack of reversing perspectives. The first reason, perhaps, why a transvaluation of all values has been possible to me alone. 2. For, apart from the fact that I am a decadent, I am also the reverse of such a creature. Among other things, my proof of this is that I always instinctively select the proper remedy when my spiritual or bodily health is low, whereas the decadent, as such, invariably chooses those remedies which are bad for him. As a whole I was sound, but in certain details I was a decadent. That energy with which I sentenced myself to absolute solitude, and to a severance from all those conditions in life to which I had grown accustomed, my discipline of myself, and my refusal to allow myself to be pampered, to be tended hand and foot, and to be doctored, all this betrays the absolute certainty of my instincts, respecting what, at that time, was most needful to me. I placed myself in my own hands. I restored myself to health. The first condition of success in such an undertaking, as every physiologist will admit, is that, at bottom, a man should be sound. An intrinsically morbid nature cannot become healthy. On the other hand, to an intrinsically sound nature, illness may even constitute a powerful stimulus to life, to a surplus of life. It is in this light that I now regard the long period of illness that I endured. It seemed as if I had discovered life afresh, my own self included. I tasted all good things, and even trifles, in a way in which it was not easy for others to taste them. Out of my will to health and to life, I made my philosophy. This should be thoroughly understood. It was during those years in which my vitality reached its lowest point that I ceased from being a pessimist. The instinct of self-recovery forbade my holding to a philosophy of poverty and desperation. Now, by what signs are nature's lucky strokes recognized among men? They are recognized by the fact that any such lucky stroke gladdens our senses, that he is carved from one integral block, which is hard, sweet, and fragrant as well. He enjoys that only which is good for him. His pleasure, his desire, ceases when the limits of that which is good for him are overstepped. He divines remedies for injuries. He knows how to turn serious accidents to his own advantage. That which does not kill him makes him stronger. He instinctively gathers his material from all he sees, hears, and experiences. He is a selective principle. He rejects much. He is always in his own company, whether his intercourse be with books, with men, or with natural scenery. He honors the things he chooses, the things he acknowledges, the things he trusts. He reacts slowly to all kinds of stimuli, with that tardiness which long caution and deliberate pride have bred in him. He tests the approaching stimulus. He would not dream of meeting it halfway. He believes neither in ill luck nor guilt. He can digest himself and others. He knows how to forget. He is strong enough to make everything turn to his own advantage. Lo, then, I am the very reverse of a decadent, for he whom I have just described is none other than myself. 3. This double thread of experiences, this means of access to two worlds that seem so far asunder, finds in every detail its counterpart in my own nature. I am my own complement. I have a second sight as well as a first, and perhaps I also have a third sight. By the very nature of my origin, I was allowed an outlook beyond all merely local, merely national and limited horizons. It required no effort on my part to be a good European. On the other hand, I am perhaps more German than modern Germans, mere imperial Germans, can hope to be. I, the last anti-political German. Be this as it may, my ancestors were Polish noblemen. It is owing to them that I have so much race instinct in my blood. Who knows, perhaps even the liberum veto. When I think of the number of times in my travels that I have been accosted as a Pole, even by Poles themselves, and how seldom I have been taken for a German, it seems to me as if I belonged to those only who have a sprinkling of German in them. But my mother, Franziska Erler, is at any rate something very German, as is also my paternal grandmother, Erdmutter Krause. The latter spent the whole of her youth in good old Weimar, not without coming into contact with Goethe's circle. Her brother, Krause, the professor of theology in Königsberg, was called to the post of general superintendent at Weimar after Herder's death. It is not unlikely that her mother, my great-grandmother, is mentioned in young Goethe's diary under the name of Mutzgen. She married twice, and her second husband was Superintendent Nietzsche of Eilenburg. In 1813, the year of the Great War, when Napoleon with his general staff entered Eilenburg on the 10th of October, she gave birth to a son. As a daughter of Saxony, she was a great admirer of Napoleon, and maybe I am so still. My father, born in 1813, died in 1849. Previous to taking over the pastorship of the parish of Röcken, not far from Lützen, he lived for some years at the castle of Altenburg, where he had charge of the education of the four princesses. His pupils are the Queen of Hanover, the Grand Duchess Constantine, the Grand Duchess of Oldenburg, and the Princess Theresa of Saxe-Altenburg. He was full of loyal respect for the Prussian king, Friedrich William IV, from whom he obtained his living at Röcken. The events of 1848 saddened him extremely. As I was born on the 15th of October, the birthday of the king above mentioned, I naturally received the Hohenzollern names of Frederick William. There was, at all events, one advantage in the choice of this day. My birthday throughout the whole of my childhood was a day of public rejoicing. I regard it as a great privilege to have had such a father. It even seems to me that this embraces all that I can claim in the matter of privileges. Life, the great yea to life, accepted. What I owe to him above all is this, that I do not need any special intention, but merely a little patience, in order involuntarily to enter a world of higher and more delicate things. There I am at home. There alone does my inmost passion become free. The fact that I had to pay for this privilege almost with my life certainly does not make it a bad bargain. In order to understand even a little of my Zarathustra, perhaps a man must be situated and constituted very much as I am myself, with one foot beyond the realm of the living. 4. I have never understood the art of arousing ill feeling against myself. This is also something for which I have to thank my incomparable father. even when it seemed to me highly desirable to do so. However unchristian it may seem, I do not even bear any ill feeling towards myself. Turn my life about as you may, you will find but seldom, perhaps indeed only once, any trace of someone's having shown me ill will. You might perhaps discover, however, too many traces of good will. My experiences, even with those on whom every other man has burnt his fingers, speak without exception in their favor. I tame every bear. I can make even clowns behave decently. During the 7 years in which I taught Greek to the 6th form of the college at Basle, I never had occasion to administer a punishment. The laziest youths were diligent in my class. The unexpected has always found me equal to it. I must be unprepared in order to keep my self-command. Whatever the instrument was, even if it were as out of tune as the instrument man can possibly be, it was only when I was ill that I could not succeed in making it express something that was worth hearing. And how often have I not been told by the instruments themselves that they had never before heard their voices express such beautiful things. This was said to me perhaps most delightfully by that young fellow Heinrich von Stein, who died at such an unpardonably early age, and who, after having considerately asked leave to do so, once appeared in Sils Maria for a 3 days' sojourn, telling everybody there that it was not for the Engadine that he had come. This excellent person, who with all the impetuous simplicity of a young Prussian nobleman, had waded deep into the swamp of Wagnerism, and into that of Düringism into the bargain, seemed almost transformed during these 3 days by a hurricane of freedom, like one who has been suddenly raised to his full height and given wings. Again and again I said to him that this was all owing to the splendid air. Everybody felt the same. One could not stand 6,000 feet above Bayreuth for nothing, but he would not believe me. Be this as it may, if I have been the victim of many a small or even great offence, it was not will, and least of all ill will, that actuated the offenders, but rather, as I have already suggested, it was good will, the cause of no small amount of mischief in my life about which I had to complain. My experience gave me a right to feel suspicious in regard to all so-called unselfish instincts, in regard to the whole of neighbourly love, which is ever ready and waiting, with deeds or with advice. To me it seems that these instincts are a sign of weakness. They are an example of the inability to withstand a stimulus. It is only among decadents that this pity is called a virtue. What I reproach the pitiful with is that they are too ready to forget shame, reverence, and the delicacy of feeling which knows how to keep at a distance. They do not remember that this gushing pity stinks of the mob, and that it is next of kin to bad manners, that pitiful hands may be thrust with results fatally destructive into a great destiny, into a lonely and wounded retirement, and into the privileges with which great guilt endows one. The overcoming of pity I reckon among the noble virtues. In The Temptation of Zarathustra, I have imagined a case in which a great cry of distress reaches his ears, in which pity swoops down upon him like a last sin, and would make him break faith with himself. To remain one's own master in such circumstances, to keep the sublimity of one's mission pure in such cases, pure from the many ignoble and more short-sighted impulses which come into play in so-called unselfish actions. This is the rub, the last test perhaps which a Zarathustra has to undergo, the actual proof of his power. 5. In yet another respect, I am no more than my father over again, and as it were the continuation of his life after an all too early death. Like every man who has never been able to meet his equal, and unto whom the concept retaliation is just as incomprehensible as the notion of equal rights, I have forbidden myself the use of any sort of measure of security or protection, and also, of course, of defense and justification, in all cases in which I have been made the victim either of trifling or even very great foolishness. My form of retaliation consists in this: as soon as possible to set a piece of cleverness at the heels of an act of stupidity. By this means, perhaps, it may still be possible to overtake it. To speak in a parable, I dispatch a pot of jam in order to get rid of a bitter experience. Let anybody only give me offence, I shall retaliate, he can be quite sure of that. Before long I discover an opportunity of expressing my thanks to the offender, among other things even for the offence, or of asking him for something which can be more courteous even than giving. It also seems to me that the rudest word, the rudest letter, is more good-natured, more straightforward than silence. Those who keep silent are almost always lacking in subtlety and refinement of heart. Silence is an objection. To swallow a grievance must necessarily produce a bad temper. It even upsets the stomach. All silent people are dyspeptic. You perceive that I should not like to see rudeness undervalued. It is by far the most humane form of contradiction, and in the midst of modern effeminacy, it is one of our first virtues. If one is sufficiently rich for it, it may even be a joy to be wrong. If a god were to descend to this earth, he would have to do nothing but wrong. To take guilt, not punishment, on one's shoulders is the first proof of divinity. 6. Freedom from resentment and the understanding of the nature of resentment. Who knows how very much, after all, I am indebted to my long illness for these two things. The problem is not exactly simple. A man must have experienced both through his strength and through his weakness. If illness and weakness are to be charged with anything at all, it is with the fact that when they prevail, the very instinct of recovery, which is the instinct of defense and of war in man, becomes decayed. He knows not how to get rid of anything, how to come to terms with anything, and how to cast anything behind him. Everything wounds him. People and things draw importunately near. All experiences strike deep. Memory is a gathering wound. To be ill is a sort of resentment in itself. Against this resentment, the invalid has only one great remedy. I call it Russian fatalism. That fatalism which is free from revolt, and with which the Russian soldier, to whom a campaign proves unbearable, ultimately lays himself down in the snow. To accept nothing more, to undertake nothing more, to absorb nothing more, to cease entirely from reacting. The tremendous sagacity of this fatalism, which does not always imply merely the courage for death, but which, in the most dangerous cases, may actually constitute a self-preservative measure, amounts to a reduction of activity in the vital functions, the slackening down of which is like a sort of will to hibernate. A few steps farther in this direction, we find the fakir, who will sleep for weeks in a tomb. Owing to the fact that one would be used up too quickly if one reacted, one no longer reacts at all. This is the principle. And nothing on earth consumes a man more quickly than the passion of resentment. Mortification, morbid susceptibility, the inability to wreak revenge, the desire and thirst for revenge, the concoction of every sort of poison. This is surely the most injurious manner of reacting which could possibly be conceived by exhausted men. It involves a rapid wasting away of nervous energy, an abnormal increase of detrimental secretions, as for instance that of bile into the stomach. To the sick man, resentment ought to be more strictly forbidden than anything else. It is his special danger. Unfortunately, however, it is also his most natural propensity. This was fully grasped by that profound physiologist, Buddha. His religion, which it would be better to call a system of hygiene in order to avoid confounding it with a creed so wretched as Christianity, depended for its effect upon the triumph over resentment. To make the soul free therefrom was considered the first step towards recovery. Not through hostility is hostility put to flight. Through friendship does hostility end. This stands at the beginning of Buddha's teaching. This is not a precept of morality, but of physiology. Resentment born of weakness is not more deleterious to anybody than it is to the weak man himself. Conversely, in the case of that man whose nature is fundamentally a rich one, resentment is a superfluous feeling, a feeling to remain master of, which is almost a proof of riches. Those of my readers who know the earnestness with which my philosophy wages war against the feelings of revenge and rancor, even to the extent of attacking the doctrine of free will, my conflict with Christianity is only a particular instance of it, will understand why I wish to focus attention upon my own personal attitude and the certainty of my practical instincts precisely in this matter. In my moments of decadence, I forbade myself the indulgence of the above feelings because they were harmful. As soon as my life recovered enough riches and pride, however, I regarded them again as forbidden, but this time because they were beneath me. That Russian fatalism of which I have spoken manifested itself in me in such a way that for years I held tenaciously to almost insufferable conditions, places, habitations, and companions, once chance had placed them on my path. It was better than changing them, than feeling that they could be changed, than revolting against them. He who stirred me from this fatalism, he who violently tried to shake me into consciousness, seemed to me then a mortal enemy. In point of fact, there was danger of death each time this was done. To regard oneself as a destiny, not to wish oneself different, this, in such circumstances, is sagacity itself. 7. War, on the other hand, is something different. At heart, I am a warrior. Attacking belongs to my instincts. To be able to be an enemy, maybe these things presuppose a strong nature. In any case, all strong natures involve these things. Such natures need resistance, and consequently they go in search of obstacles. The pathos of aggression belongs of necessity to strength as much as the feelings of revenge and of rancor belong to weakness. Woman, for instance, is revengeful. Her weakness involves this passion, just as it involves her susceptibility in the presence of other people's suffering. The strength of the aggressor can be measured by the opposition which he needs. Every increase of growth betrays itself by a seeking out of more formidable opponents, or problems. For a philosopher who is combative challenges even problems to a duel. The task is not to overcome opponents in general, but only those opponents against whom one has to summon all one's strength, one's skill, and one's swordsmanship. In fact, opponents who are one's equals, to be one's enemy's equal. This is the first condition of an honorable duel. Where one despises, one cannot wage war. Where one commands, where one sees something beneath one ought not to wage war. My war tactics can be reduced to 4 principles. First, I attack only things that are triumphant. If necessary, I wait until they become triumphant. Secondly, I attack only those things against which I find no allies, against which I stand alone, against which I compromise nobody but myself. I have not yet taken one single step before the public eye which did not compromise me. That is my criterion of a proper mode of action. Thirdly, I never make personal attacks. I use a personality merely as a magnifying glass, by means of which I render a general, but elusive and scarcely noticeable evil more apparent. In this way, I attacked David Strauss, or rather the success given to a senile book by the cultured classes of Germany. By this means, I caught German culture red-handed. In this way, I attacked Wagner, or rather the falsity or mongrel instincts of our culture, which confounds the super-refined with the strong and the effete with the great. Fourthly, I attack only those things from which all personal differences are excluded, in which any such thing as a background of disagreeable experiences is lacking. On the contrary, attacking is to me a proof of goodwill, and in certain circumstances of gratitude. By means of it, I do honor to a thing. I distinguish a thing. Whether I associate my name with that of an institution or a person by being against or for either is all the same to me. If I wage war against Christianity, I feel justified in doing so, because in that quarter I have met with no fatal experiences and difficulties. The most earnest Christians have always been kindly disposed to me. I, personally, the most essential opponent of Christianity, am far from holding the individual responsible for what is the fatality of long ages. 8. May I be allowed to hazard a suggestion concerning one last trait in my character, which in my intercourse with other men has led me into some difficulties? I am gifted with a sense of cleanliness, the keenness of which is phenomenal, so much so that I can ascertain physiologically, that is to say, smell, the proximity, nay, the inmost core, the entrails of every human soul. This sensitiveness of mine is furnished with psychological antennae, wherewith I feel and grasp every secret, the quality of concealed filth lying at the base of many a human character, which may be the inevitable outcome of base blood, and which education may have veneered, is revealed to me at the first glance. If my observation has been correct, such people, whom my sense of cleanliness rejects, also become conscious on their part of the cautiousness to which my loathing prompts me, and this does not make them any more fragrant. In keeping with a custom which I have long observed, pure habits and honesty towards myself are among the first conditions of my existence. I would die in unclean surroundings. I swim, bathe, and splash about, as it were, incessantly in water, in any kind of perfectly transparent and shining element. That is why my relations with my fellows try my patience to no small extent. My humanity does not consist in the fact that I understand the feelings of my fellows, but that I can endure to understand. My humanity is a perpetual process of self-mastery. But I need solitude, that is to say, recovery, return to myself, the breathing of free, crisp, bracing air. The whole of my Zarathustra is a dithyramb in honor of solitude, or, if I have been understood, in honor of purity. Thank heaven, it is not in honor of pure foolery. He who has an eye for color will call him a diamond. The loathing of mankind, of the rabble, was always my greatest danger. Would you hearken to the words spoken by Zarathustra concerning deliverance from loathing? What, forsooth, has come unto me? How did I deliver myself from loathing? Who has made mine eye younger? How did I soar to the height where there are no more rabble sitting about the well? Did my very loathing forge me wings and the strength to scent fountains afar off? Verily, to the loftiest heights did I need to fly, to find once more the spring of joyfulness. Oh, I found it, my brothers. Up here, on the loftiest height, The spring of joyfulness gushes forth for me, and there is a life at the well of which no rabble can drink with you. Almost too fiercely do you rush for me, you spring of joyfulness, and often do you empty the pitcher again in trying to fill it. And yet must I learn to draw near you more humbly. Far too eagerly does my heart jump to meet you. My heart, whereon my summer burns, my short, hot, melancholy, over-blessed summer, how my summer heart yearns for your coolness. Farewell the lingering affliction of my spring. Past is the wickedness of my snowflakes in June. Summer have I become entirely, and summer noontide. A summer in the loftiest heights, with cold springs and blessed stillness. Oh, come, my friends, that the stillness may wax even more blessed. For this is our height and our home. Too high and steep is our dwelling for all the unclean of their appetites. Do but cast your pure eyes into the well of my joyfulness, my friends. How could it thus become muddy? It will laugh back at you with its purity. On the tree called future do we build our nest. Eagles shall bring food in their beaks unto us lonely ones. Verily, not the food whereof the unclean might partake. They would think they ate fire, and would burn their mouths. Verily, no abodes for the unclean do we here hold in readiness. To their bodies our happiness would seem as an ice cavern, and to their spirits also. And like strong winds will we live above them, neighbours to the eagles, companions of the snow, and playmates of the sun. Thus do strong winds live. And, like a wind, shall I one day blow amidst them, and take away their soul's breath with my spirit. Thus my future wills it. Verily, a strong wind is Zarathustra to all low lands, and this is his counsel to his foes, and to all those who spit and spew. Beware of spitting against the wind. Why I am so clever. 1. Why do I know more things than other people? Why, in fact, am I so clever? I have never pondered over questions that are not questions. I have never squandered my strength. Of actual religious difficulties, for instance, I have no experience. I have never known what it is to feel sinful. In the same way, I completely lack any reliable criterion for ascertaining what constitutes a prick of conscience. From all accounts, a prick of conscience does not seem to be a very estimable thing. Once it was done, I should hate to leave an action of mine in the lurch. I should prefer completely to omit the evil outcome, the consequences, from the problem concerning the value of an action. In the face of evil consequences, one is too ready to lose the proper standpoint from which one's deed ought to be considered. A prick of conscience strikes me as a sort of evil eye. Something that has failed should be honoured all the more jealously, precisely because it has failed. This is much more in keeping with my morality. God, the immortality of the soul, salvation, a beyond. To all these notions, even as a child, I never paid any attention whatsoever, nor did I waste any time upon them. Maybe I was never naïf enough for that. I am quite unacquainted with atheism as a result, and still less as an event in my life. In me it is inborn, instinctive. I am too inquisitive, too incredulous, too high-spirited to be satisfied with such a palpably clumsy solution of things. God is a too palpably clumsy solution of things, a solution which shows a lack of delicacy towards us thinkers. At bottom, he is really no more than a coarse and rude prohibition of us. You shall not think I am much more interested in another question, a question upon which the salvation of humanity depends to a far greater degree than it does upon any piece of theological curiosity. I refer to nutrition. For ordinary purposes, it may be formulated as follows. How precisely must you feed yourself in order to attain to your maximum of power, or virtu in the Renaissance style, of virtue free from moralic acid? My experiences in regard to this matter have been as bad as they possibly could be. I'm surprised that I set myself this question so late in life, and that it took me so long to draw rational conclusions from my experiences. Only the absolute worthlessness of German culture, its idealism, can to some extent explain how it was that precisely in this matter I was so backward that my ignorance was almost saintly. This culture, which from first to last teaches one to lose sight of actual things and to hunt after thoroughly problematic and so-called ideal aims, as for instance classical culture, as if it were not hopeless from the start to try to unite classical and German in one concept. It is even a little comical. Try to imagine a classically cultured citizen of Leipzig. Indeed, I can say that up to a very mature age, my food was entirely bad. Expressed morally, it was impersonal, selfless, altruistic, to the glory of cooks and all other fellow Christians. It was through the cooking in vogue at Leipzig, for instance, together with my first study of Schopenhauer, 1865, that I earnestly renounced my will to live. To spoil one's stomach by absorbing insufficient nourishment, this problem seemed to my mind solved with admirable felicity by the above-mentioned cookery. It is said that in the year 1866, changes were introduced into this department. But as to German cookery in general, what has it not got on its conscience? Soup before the meal, still called alla tedesca in the Venetian cookery books of the 16th century, meat boiled to shreds, vegetables cooked with fat and flour, the degeneration of pastries into paperweights, and, if you add thereto the absolutely bestial postprandial drinking habits of the ancients, and not alone of the ancient Germans, you will understand where German intellect took its origin, that is to say, in sadly disordered intestines. German intellect is indigestion. It can assimilate nothing. But even English diet, which in comparison with German, and indeed with French alimentation, seems to me to constitute a return to nature, that is to say, to cannibalism, is profoundly opposed to my own instincts. It seems to me to give the intellect heavy feet, in fact, English women's feet. The best cooking is that of Piedmont. Alcoholic drinks do not agree with me. A single glass of wine or beer a day is amply sufficient to turn life into a valley of tears for me. In Munich live my antipodes. Although I admit that this knowledge came to me somewhat late, it already formed part of my experience even as a child. As a boy, I believed that the drinking of wine and the smoking of tobacco were at first but the vanities of youths, and later merely bad habits. Maybe the poor wine of Naumburg was partly responsible for this poor opinion of wine in general. In order to believe that wine was exhilarating, I should have had to be a Christian. In other words, I should have had to believe in what, to my mind, is an absurdity. Strange to say, whereas small quantities of alcohol, taken with plenty of water, succeeded in making me feel out of sorts, large quantities turned me almost into a rollicking tar. Even as a boy, I showed my bravado in this respect. To compose a long Latin essay in one night, to revise and recopy it, to aspire with my pen to emulating the exactitude of the terseness of my model, Sallust, and to pour a very few strong grogs over it all, this mode of procedure, while I was a pupil at the venerable old school of Pforta, was not in the least out of keeping with my physiology, nor perhaps with that of Sallust, however much it may have been alien to dignified Pforta. Later on, Towards the middle of my life, I grew more and more opposed to alcoholic drinks. I, an opponent of vegetarianism, who have experienced what vegetarianism is, just as Wagner, who converted me back to meat, experienced it, cannot with sufficient earnestness advise all more spiritual natures to abstain absolutely from alcohol. Water answers the purpose. I have a predilection in favor of those places where in all directions one has opportunities of drinking from running brooks. Nice, Turin, Sils. In vino veritas. It seems that here once more I am at variance with the rest of the world about the concept truth. With me, spirit moves on the face of the waters. Here are a few more indications as to my morality. A heavy meal is digested more easily than an inadequate one. The first principle of a good digestion is that the stomach should become active as a whole. A man ought therefore to know the size of his stomach. For the same reasons, all those interminable meals, which I call interrupted sacrificial feasts, and which are to be had at any table d'hôte, are strongly to be deprecated. Nothing should be eaten between meals. Coffee should be given up. Coffee makes one gloomy. Tea is beneficial only in the morning. It should be taken in small quantities, but very strong. It may be very harmful and indispose you for the whole day if it be taken the least bit too weak. Everybody has his own standard in this matter, often between the narrowest and most delicate limits. In an enervating climate, tea is not a good beverage with which to start the day. An hour before taking it, an excellent thing is to drink a cup of thick cocoa freed from oil. Remain seated as little as possible. Put no trust in any thought that is not born in the open to the accompaniment of free bodily motion, nor in one in which even the muscles do not celebrate a feast. All prejudices take their origin in the intestines. A sedentary life, as I have already said elsewhere, is the real sin against the Holy Spirit. 2. For the question of nutrition, that of locality and climate is next of kin. Nobody is so constituted as to be able to live everywhere and anywhere, and he who has great duties to perform, which lay claim to all his strength, has in this respect a very limited choice. The influence of climate upon the bodily functions, affecting their acceleration or retardation, extends so far that a blunder in the choice of locality and climate is able not only to alienate a man from his actual duty, but also to withhold it from him altogether, so that he never even comes face to face with it. Animal vigor never acquires enough strength in him in order to reach that pitch of artistic freedom which makes his own soul whisper to him, "I alone can do that." Ever so slight a tendency to laziness in the intestines, once it has become a habit, is quite sufficient to make something mediocre, something German, out of a genius. The climate of Germany alone is enough to discourage the strongest and most heroically disposed intestines. The tempo of the body's functions is closely bound up with the agility or the clumsiness of the spirit's feet. Spirit itself is indeed only a form of these organic functions. Let anybody make a list of the places in which men of great intellect have been found, and are still found, where wit, subtlety, and malice constitute happiness, where genius is almost necessarily at home. All of them rejoice in exceptionally dry air. Paris, Provence, Florence, Jerusalem, Athens. These names prove something, namely, that genius is conditioned by dry air, by a pure sky, that is to say, by rapid organic functions, by the constant and ever-present possibility of procuring for oneself great and even enormous quantities of strength. I have a certain case in mind. in which a man of remarkable intellect and independent spirit became a narrow, craven specialist and a grumpy old crank, simply owing to a lack of subtlety in his instinct for climate. And I myself might have been an example of the same thing if illness had not compelled me to reason and to reflect upon reason realistically. Now that I have learnt, through long practice, to read the effects of climatic and meteorological influences from my own body, as though from a very delicate and reliable instrument, and that I am able to calculate the change in degrees of atmospheric moisture by means of physiological observations upon myself, even on so short a journey as that from Turin to Milan, I think with horror of the ghastly fact that my whole life until the last 10 years, the most perilous years, has always been spent in the wrong, and what to me ought to have been the most forbidden places. Naumburg, Pforta, Thuringia in general, Leipzig, Basel, Venice, so many ill-starred places for a constitution like mine. If I cannot recall one single happy reminiscence of my childhood and youth, it is nonsense to suppose that so-called moral causes could account for this, as, for instance, the incontestable fact that I lacked companions that could have satisfied me. For this fact is the same today as it ever was, and it does not prevent me from being cheerful and brave. But it was ignorance in physiological matters, that confounded idealism, that was the real curse of my life. This was the superfluous and foolish element in my existence, something from which nothing could spring, and for which there can be no settlement and no compensation. As to the outcome of this idealism, I regard all the blunders, the great aberrations of instinct, and the modest specializations which drew me aside from the task of my life, as, for instance, the fact that I became a philologist. Why not at least a medical man, or anything else which might have opened my eyes? My days at Basel, the whole of my intellectual routine, including my daily timetable, was an absolutely senseless abuse of extraordinary powers, without the slightest compensation for the strength that I spent, without even a thought of what I was squandering and how its place might be filled. I lacked all subtlety in egoism, all the fostering care of an imperative instinct. I was in a state in which one is ready to regard oneself as anybody's equal, a state of disinterestedness, a forgetting of one's distance from others, something, in short, for which I can never forgive myself. When I had well nigh reached the end of my tether, simply because I had almost reached my end, I began to reflect upon the fundamental absurdity of my life. Idealism. It was illness that first brought me to reason. 3. After the choice of nutrition, the choice of climate and locality, the third matter concerning which one must not on any account make a blunder is the choice of the manner in which one recuperates one's strength. Here again, according to the extent to which a spirit is sui generis, the limits of that which he can allow himself, in other words, the limits of that which is beneficial to him, become more and more confined. As far as I in particular am concerned, reading in general belongs to my means of recuperation. Consequently, it belongs to that which rids me of myself, to that which enables me to wander in strange sciences and strange souls, to that, in fact, about which I am no longer in earnest. Indeed, it is while reading that I recover from my earnestness. During the time that I am deeply absorbed in my work, no books are found within my reach. It would never occur to me to allow anyone to speak or even to think in my presence, for that is what reading would mean. Has anyone ever actually noticed that during the period of profound tension to which the state of pregnancy condemns not only the mind, but also, at bottom, the whole organism, accident and every kind of external stimulus acts too acutely and strikes too deep. Accident and external stimuli must, as far as possible, be avoided. A sort of walling of oneself in is one of the primary instinctive precautions of spiritual pregnancy. Shall I allow a strange thought to steal secretly over the wall? For that is what reading would mean. The periods of work and fruitfulness are followed by periods of recuperation. Come hither, you delightful, intellectual, intelligent books. Shall I read German books? I must go back 6 months to catch myself with a book in my hand. What was it? An excellent study by Victor Broca upon the Greek skeptics, in which my Laertiana was used to advantage. The skeptics, the only honourable types among that double-faced and sometimes quintuple-faced throng, the philosophers. Otherwise, I almost always take refuge in the same books. Altogether their number is small. They're books which are precisely my proper fare. It is not perhaps in my nature to read much, and of all sorts. A library makes me ill. Neither is it my nature to love much or many kinds of things. Suspicion, or even hostility towards new books, is much more akin to my instinctive feeling than toleration, largeur de coeur, and other forms of neighbour love. It is to a small number of old French authors that I always return again and again. I believe only in French culture, and regard everything else in Europe which calls itself culture as a misunderstanding. I do not even take the German kind into consideration. The few instances of higher culture with which I have met in Germany were all French in their origin. The most striking example of this was Madame Cosima Wagner, by far the most decisive voice in matters of taste that I have ever heard. If I do not read, but literally love Pascal as the most instinctive sacrifice to Christianity, killing himself inch by inch, first bodily, then spiritually, according to the terrible consistency of this most appalling form of inhuman cruelty, if I have something of Montaigne's mischievousness in my soul, and, who knows, perhaps also in my body, if my artist's taste endeavours to defend the names of Molière, Corneille, and Racine, and not without bitterness, against such a wild genius as Shakespeare, all this does not prevent me from regarding even the latter-day Frenchmen also as charming companions. I can think of absolutely no century in history in which a netful of more inquisitive and at the same time more subtle psychologists could be drawn up together than in the Paris of the present day. Let me mention a few at random, for their number is by no means small. Paul Bourget, Pierre Loti, Gyp, Meillac, Anatole France, Jules Lemaitre, or, to point to one of strong race, a genuine Latin, of whom I am particularly fond, Guy de Maupassant. Between ourselves, I prefer this generation even to its masters, all of whom were corrupted by German philosophy. Taine, for instance, by Hegel, whom he has to thank for his misunderstanding of great men and great periods. Wherever Germany extends her sway, she ruins culture. It was the war which first saved the spirit of France. Stendhal is one of the happiest accidents of my life, for everything that marks an epoch in it has been brought to me by accident, and never by means of a recommendation. He is quite priceless, with his psychologist's eye, quick at forestalling and anticipating, with his grasp of facts, which is reminiscent of the same art in the greatest of all masters of facts, ex ungue Napoleonem, and last but not least, as an honest atheist, a specimen which is both rare and difficult to discover in France, all honour to Prosper Mérimée. Maybe that I am even envious of Stendhal. He robbed me of the best atheistic joke which I, of all people, could have perpetrated. God's only excuse is that he does not exist. I myself have said somewhere, what has been the greatest objection to life hitherto? God. 4. It was Heinrich Heine who gave me the most perfect idea of what a lyrical poet could be. In vain do I search through all the kingdoms of antiquity or of modern times for anything to resemble his sweet and passionate music. He possessed that divine wickedness, without which perfection itself becomes unthinkable to me. I estimate the value of men, of races, according to the extent to which they are unable to conceive of a God who has not a dash of the satyr in him, and with what mastery he wields his native tongue. One day it will be said of Heine and me that we were by far the greatest artists of the German language that have ever existed, and that we left all the efforts that mere Germans made in this language an incalculable distance behind us. I must be profoundly related to Byron's Manfred. Of all the dark abysses in this work, I found the counterparts in my own soul. At the age of 13, I was ripe for this book. Words fail me. I have only a look for those who dare to utter the name of Faust in the presence of Manfred. The Germans are incapable of conceiving anything sublime. For a proof of this, look at Schumann. Out of anger for this mawkish Saxon, I once deliberately composed a counter-overture to Manfred, of which Hans von Bülow declared he had never seen the like before on paper. Such compositions amounted to a violation of Euterpe. When I cast about me for my highest formula of Shakespeare, I find invariably but this one, that he conceived the type of Caesar. Such things a man cannot guess. He either is the thing, or he is not. The great poet draws his creations only from out of his own reality. This is so to such an extent that often, after a lapse of time, he can no longer endure his own work. After casting a glance between the pages of my Zarathustra, I pace my room to and fro for half an hour at a time, unable to overcome an insufferable fit of tears. I know of no more heart-rending reading than Shakespeare. How a man must have suffered to be so much in need of playing the clown. Is Hamlet understood? It is not doubt, but certitude that drives one mad. But in order to feel this, one must be profound, one must be an abyss, a philosopher. We all fear the truth. And, to make a confession, I feel instinctively certain and convinced that Lord Bacon is the originator, the self-torturer of this most sinister kind of literature. What do I care about the miserable gabble of American muddlers and blockheads? But the power for the greatest realism in vision is not only compatible with the greatest realism in deeds, with the monstrous in deeds, with crime. It actually presupposes the latter. We do not know half enough about Lord Bacon, the first realist in all the highest acceptation of this word, to be sure of everything he did, everything he willed, and everything he experienced in his inmost soul. Let the critics go to hell. Suppose I had christened my Zarathustra with a name not my own, let us say with Richard Wagner's name. The acumen of 2,000 years would not have sufficed to guess that the author of Human, All Too Human was the visionary of Zarathustra. 5. As I am speaking here of the recreations of my life, I feel I must express a word or two of gratitude for that which has refreshed me by far the most heartily and most profoundly. This, without the slightest doubt, was my intimate relationship with Richard Wagner. All my other relationships with men I treat quite lightly, but I would not have the days I spent at Tribschen, those days of confidence, of cheerfulness, of sublime flashes and of profound moments, blotted from my life at any price. I know not what Wagner may have been for others, but no cloud ever darkened our sky. And this brings me back again to France. I have no arguments against Wagnerites, and hoc genus omne, who believe that they do honour to Wagner by believing him to be like themselves. For such people I have only a contemptuous curl of my lip. With a nature like mine, which is so strange to everything Teutonic that even the presence of a German retards my digestion, my first meeting with Wagner was the first moment in my life in which I breathed freely. I felt him, I honoured him as a foreigner, as the opposite and the incarnate contradiction of all German virtues. We, who as children breathed the marshy atmosphere of the 50s, are necessarily pessimists in regard to the concept German. We cannot be anything else than revolutionaries. We can assent to no state of affairs which allows the canting bigot to be at the top. I care not a jot whether this canting bigot acts in different colours today, whether he dresses in scarlet or dons the uniform of a hussar. Very well then. Wagner was a revolutionary. He fled from the Germans. As an artist, a man has no home in Europe save in Paris. That subtlety of all the five senses which Wagner's art presupposes, those fingers that can detect slight gradations, psychological morbidity, all these things can be found only in Paris. Nowhere else can you meet with this passion for questions of form, this earnestness in matters of mise en scène, which is the Parisian earnestness par excellence. In Germany, no one has any idea of the tremendous ambition that fills the heart of a Parisian artist. A German is a good fellow. Wagner was by no means a good fellow. But I've already said quite enough on the subject of Wagner's real nature. See Beyond Good and Evil, aphorism 269, and about those to whom he is most closely related. He is one of the late French romanticists, that high-soaring and heaven-aspiring band of artists like Delacroix and Berlioz, who in their inmost natures are sick and incurable, and who are all fanatics of expression and virtuosos through and through. Who, in sooth, was the first intelligent follower of Wagner? Charles Baudelaire, the very man who first understood Delacroix, that typical decadent in whom a whole generation of artists saw their reflection. He was perhaps the last of them too. What is it that I have never forgiven Wagner? The fact that he condescended to the Germans, that he became a German imperialist. Wherever Germany spreads, she ruins culture. 6. Taking everything into consideration, I could never have survived my youth without Wagnerian music, for I was condemned to the society of Germans. If a man wished to get rid of a feeling of insufferable oppression, he has to take to hashish. Well, I had to take to Wagner. Wagner is the counter-poison to everything essentially German. The fact that he is a poison too, I do not deny. From the moment that Tristan was arranged for the piano, all honour to you, Herr von Bülow, I was a Wagnerite. Wagner's previous works seemed beneath me. They were too commonplace, too German. But to this day, I am still seeking for a work which would be a match to Tristan in dangerous fascination, and possess the same gruesome and dulcet quality of infinity. I seek among all the arts in vain. All the quaint features of Leonardo da Vinci's work lose their charm at the sound of the first bar in Tristan. This work is without question Wagner's non plus ultra. After its creation, the composition of the master singers and of the Ring was a relaxation to him. To become more healthy, this, in a nature like Wagner's, amounts to going backwards. The curiosity of the psychologist is so great in me that I regard it as quite a special privilege to have lived at the right time and to have lived precisely among Germans in order to be ripe for this work. The world must indeed be empty for him who has never been unhealthy enough for this infernal voluptuousness. It is allowable, it is even imperative, to employ a mystic formula for this purpose. I suppose I know better than anyone the prodigious feats of which Wagner was capable, the 50 worlds of strange ecstasies to which no one else had wings to soar. And as I am alive today, and strong enough to turn even the most suspicious and most dangerous things to my own advantage, and thus to grow stronger, I declare Wagner to have been the greatest benefactor of my life. The bond which unites us is the fact that we have suffered greater agony, even at each other's hands, than most men are able to bear nowadays, and this will always keep our names associated in the minds of men. For, just as Wagner is merely a misunderstanding among Germans, so, in truth, am I, and ever will be. You lack 2 centuries of psychological and artistic discipline, my dear countrymen, but you can never recover the time lost. 7. To the most exceptional of my readers, I should like to say just one word about what I really exact from music. It must be cheerful and yet profound, like an October afternoon. It must be original, exuberant and tender, and like a dainty, soft woman in roguishness and grace. I shall never admit that a German can understand what music is. Those musicians who are called German, the greatest and most famous foremost, are all foreigners, either Slavs, Croats, Italians, Dutchmen, or Jews, or else, like Heinrich Schütz, Bach, and Handel, they are Germans of a strong race which is now extinct. For my own part, I have still enough of the Pole left in me to let all other music go, if only I can keep Chopin. For 3 reasons, I would accept Wagner's Siegfried Idyll, and perhaps also 1 or 2 things of Liszt, who excelled all other musicians in the noble tone of his orchestration. And finally, everything that has been produced beyond the Alps, this side of the Alps. I could not possibly dispense with Rossini, and still less with my southern soul in music, the work of my Venetian maestro, Pietro Gasti. And when I say beyond the Alps, all I really mean is Venice. If I try to find a new word for music, I can never find any other than Venice. I know not how to draw any distinction between tears and music. I do not know how to think either of joy or of the South without a shudder of fear. On the bridge I stood lately in gloomy night, came a distant song. In golden drops it rolled over the glittering rim away. Music, gondolas, lights, drunk, swam far forth in the gloom. A stringed instrument, my soul, sang, imperceptibly moved, a gondola song by stealth, gleaming for gaudy blessedness. Hearkened any thereto? 4. I will now pass just 1 or 2 general remarks about my art of style. To communicate a state of an inner tension of pathos by means of signs, including the tempo of these signs, that is the meaning of every style. And in view of the fact that the multiplicity of inner states in me is enormous, I am capable of many kinds of style. In short, the most multifarious art of style that any man has ever had at his disposal. Any style is good, which genuinely communicates an inner condition, which does not blunder over the signs, over the tempo of the signs, or over moods. All the laws of phrasing are the outcome of representing moods artistically. Good style in itself is a piece of sheer foolery, mere idealism, like beauty in itself, for instance, or goodness in itself, or the thing in itself. All this takes for granted, of course, that there exist ears that can hear, and such men as are capable and worthy of a like pathos, but those are not wanting unto whom one may communicate oneself. Meanwhile, my Zarathustra, for instance, is still in quest of such people. Alas, he will have to seek a long while yet. A man must be worthy of listening to him, and until that time, there will be no one who will understand the art that has been squandered in this book. No one has ever existed who has had more novel, more strange, and purposely created art forms to fling to the winds. The fact that such things were possible in the German language still awaited proof. Formerly, I myself would have denied most emphatically that it was possible. Before my time, people did not know what could be done with the German language, what could be done with language in general. The art of grand rhythm, of grand style in periods, for expressing the tremendous fluctuations of sublime and superhuman passion, was first discovered by me, with the dithyramb entitled The Seven Seals, which constitutes the last discourse of the third part of Zarathustra. I soared miles above all that which heretofore has been called poetry. 8. In all these things, in the choice of food, place, climate, and recreation, the instinct of self-preservation is dominant, and this instinct manifests itself with least ambiguity when it acts as an instinct of defense. To close one's eyes to much, to seal one's ears to much, to keep certain things at a distance. This is the first principle of prudence, the first proof of the fact that a man is not an accident, but a necessity. The popular word for this instinct of defense is taste. A man's imperative command is not only to say no in cases where yes would be a sign of disinterestedness, but also to say no as seldom as possible. One must part with all that which compels one to repeat no with ever greater frequency. The rationale of this principle is that all discharges of defensive forces, however slight they may be, involve enormous and absolutely superfluous losses when they become regular and habitual. Our greatest expenditure of strength is made up of those small and most frequent discharges of it. The act of keeping things off, of holding them at a distance, amounts to a discharge of strength. Do not deceive yourselves on this point, and an expenditure of energy directed at purely negative ends. Simply by being compelled to keep constantly on his guard, a man may grow so weak as to be unable any longer to defend himself. Suppose I were to step out of my house, and instead of the quiet and aristocratic city of Turin, I were to find a German provincial town. My instinct would have to brace itself together in order to repel all that which would pour in upon it from this crushed down and cowardly world. Or suppose I were to find a large German city, that structure of vice in which nothing grows, but where every single thing, whether good or bad, is squeezed in from outside. In such circumstances, should I not be compelled to become a hedgehog? But to have prickles amounts to a squandering of strength. They even constitute a twofold luxury. When, if we only chose to do so, we could dispense with them and open our hands instead. Another form of prudence and self-defense consists in trying to react as seldom as possible and to keep oneself aloof from those circumstances and conditions wherein one would be condemned, as it were, to suspend one's liberty and one's initiative and become a mere reacting medium. As an example of this, I point to the intercourse with books. The scholar who, in sooth, does little else than handle books, with the philologist of average attainments their number may amount to 200 a day, ultimately forgets entirely and completely the capacity of thinking for himself. When he has not a book between his fingers, he cannot think. When he thinks, he responds to a stimulus, a thought he has read. And finally, all he does is to react. The scholar exhausts his whole strength in saying either yes or no to matter which has already been thought out, or in criticizing it. He is no longer capable of thought on his own account. In him, the instinct of self-defense has decayed, otherwise he would defend himself against books. The scholar is a decadent. With my own eyes, I have seen gifted, richly endowed, and free-spirited natures already read to ruins at 30, and mere wax vestas that have to be rubbed before they can give off any sparks or thoughts. To set to early in the morning, at the break of day, in all the fullness and dawn of one's strength, and to read a book, this I call positively vicious. 9. At this point, I can no longer evade a direct answer to the question how one becomes what one is, and in giving it, I shall have to touch upon that masterpiece in the art of self-preservation, which is selfishness. Granting that one's life task, the determination and the fate of one's life task, greatly exceeds the average measure of such things, nothing more dangerous could be conceived than to come face to face with oneself by the side of this life task. The fact that one becomes what one is presupposes that one has not the remotest suspicion of what one is. From this standpoint, even the blunders of one's life have their own meaning and value. The temporary deviations and aberrations, the moments of hesitation and of modesty, the earnestness wasted upon duties which lie outside the actual life task. In these matters, great wisdom, perhaps even the highest wisdom, comes into activity. In these circumstances, in which nosce teexum would be the sure road to ruin, forgetting oneself, misunderstanding oneself, belittling oneself, narrowing oneself, and making oneself mediocre, amount to reason itself. Expressed morally, to love one's neighbor and to live for others and for other things may be the means of protection employed to maintain the hardest kind of egoism. This is the exceptional case in which I, contrary to my principle and conviction, take the side of the altruistic instincts, for here they are concerned in subserving selfishness and self-discipline. The whole surface of consciousness, for consciousness is a surface, must be kept free from any one of the great imperatives. Beware even of every striking word, of every striking attitude. They are all so many risks which the instinct runs of understanding itself too soon. Meanwhile, the organizing idea, which is destined to become master, grows and continues to grow into the depths. It begins to command. It leads you slowly back from your deviations of aberrations. It prepares individual qualities and capacities which one day will make themselves felt as indispensable to the whole of your task. Step by step, it cultivates all the serviceable faculties before it ever whispers a word concerning the dominant task, the goal, the object, and the meaning of it all. Looked at from this standpoint, my life is simply amazing. For the task of transvaluing values, more capacities were needful perhaps than could well be found side by side in one individual, and above all, antagonistic capacities which had to be free from the mutual strife and destruction which they involved. An order of rank among capacities, distance, the art of separating without creating hostility, to refrain from confounding things, to keep from reconciling things, to possess enormous multifariousness, and yet to be the reverse of chaos. All this was the first condition, the long secret work, and the artistic mastery of my instinct. Its superior guardianship manifested itself with such exceeding strength that not once did I ever dream of what was growing within me, until suddenly all my capacities were ripe, and one day burst forth in all the perfection of their highest bloom. I cannot remember ever having exerted myself. I can point to no trace of struggle in my life. I am the reverse of a heroic nature. To will something, to strive after something, to have an aim or a desire in my mind, I know none of these things from experience. Even at this moment I look out upon my future, a broad future, as upon a calm sea. No sigh of longing makes a ripple on its surface. I have not the slightest wish that anything should be otherwise than it is. I myself would not be otherwise. But in this matter I have always been the same. I have never had a desire. A man who, after his 44th year, can say that he has never bothered himself about honors, women, or money. Not that they did not come his way. It was thus that I became, one day, a university professor. I had never had the remotest idea of such a thing, for I was scarcely 24 years of age. In the same way, 2 years previously, I had, one day, become a philologist, in the sense that my first philological work, my start in every way, was expressly obtained by my master, Ritschl, for publication in his Rheinisches Museum. Ritschl, and I say it in all reverence, was the only genial scholar that I have ever met. He possessed that pleasant kind of depravity which distinguishes us Thuringians, and which makes even a German sympathetic. Even in the pursuit of truth, we prefer to avail ourselves of roundabout ways. In saying this, I do not mean to underestimate in any way my Thuringian brother, the intelligent Leopold von Ranke. 10. You may be wondering why I should actually have related all these trivial and, according to traditional accounts, insignificant details to you. Such action can but tell against me, more particularly if I am fated to figure in great causes. To this I reply that these trivial matters, diet, locality, climate, and one's mode of recreation, the whole casuistry of self-love, are inconceivably more important than all that which has hitherto been held in high esteem. It is precisely in this quarter that we must begin to learn afresh. All those things which mankind has valued with such earnestness heretofore are not even real. They are mere creations of fancy, or, more strictly speaking, lies, born of the evil instincts of diseased and, in the deepest sense, noxious natures. All the concepts, God, soul, virtue, sin, beyond, truth, eternal life. But the greatness of human nature, its divinity, was sought for in them. All questions of politics, of social order, of education, have been falsified, root and branch, owing to the fact that the most noxious men have been taken for great men, and that people were taught to despise the small things, or rather the fundamental things, of life. If I now choose to compare myself with those creatures who have hitherto been honored as the first among men, the difference becomes obvious. I do not reckon the so-called first men even as human beings. For me, they are the excrements of mankind, the products of disease and of the instinct of revenge. They are so many monsters laden with rottenness, so many hopeless incurables who avenge themselves on life. I wish to be the opposite of these people. It is my privilege to have the very sharpest discernment for every sign of healthy instincts. There is no such thing as a morbid trait in me. Even in times of serious illness, I have never grown morbid, and you might seek in vain for a trace of fanaticism in my nature. No one can point to any moment of my life in which I have assumed either an arrogant or a pathetic attitude. Pathetic attitudes are not in keeping with greatness. He who needs attitudes is false. Beware of all picturesque men. Life was easy, in fact, easiest to me, in those periods when it exacted the heaviest duties from me. Whoever could have seen me during the 70 days of this autumn, when, without interruption, I did a host of things of the highest rank, things that no man can do nowadays, with a sense of responsibility for all the ages yet to come, would have noticed no sign of tension in my condition, but rather a state of overflowing freshness and good cheer. Never have I eaten with more pleasant sensations. Never has my sleep been better. I know of no other manner of dealing with great tasks than as play. This, as a sign of greatness, is an essential prerequisite. The slightest constraint, a sombre mien, any hard accent in the voice, all these things are objections to a man, but how much more to his work? One must not have nerves. Even to suffer from solitude is an objection. The only thing I have always suffered from is multitude. At an absurdly tender age, in fact when I was 7 years old, I already knew that no human speech would ever reach me. Did anyone ever see me sad on that account? At present, I still possess the same affability towards everybody. I am even full of consideration for the lowest. In all this there is not an atom of haughtiness or of secret contempt. He whom I despise soon guesses that he is despised by me. The very fact of my existence is enough to rouse indignation in all those who have polluted blood in their veins. My formula for greatness in man is amor fati. The fact that a man wishes nothing to be different, either in front of him or behind him, or for all eternity. Not only must the necessary be born, and on no account concealed, all idealism is falsehood in the face of necessity, but it must also be loved. Why I write such excellent books. 1. I am one thing. My creations are another. Here, before I speak of the books themselves, I shall touch upon the question of the understanding and misunderstanding with which they have met. I shall proceed to do this in as perfunctory a manner as the occasion demands, for the time has by no means come for this question. My time has not yet come either. Some are born posthumously. One day, institutions will be needed in which men will live and teach, as I understand living and teaching. Maybe also that by that time chairs will be founded and endowed for the interpretation of Zarathustra. But I should regard it as a complete contradiction of myself if I expected to find ears and eyes for my truths today. The fact that no one listens to me, that no one knows how to receive at my hands today, is not only comprehensible, it seems to me quite the proper thing. I do not wish to be mistaken for another, and to this end I must not mistake myself. To repeat what I have already said, I can point to but few instances of ill will in my life, and as for literary ill will, I could mention scarcely a single example of it. On the other hand, I have met with far too much pure foolery. It seems to me that to take up one of my books is one of the rarest honours that a man can pay himself, even supposing that he put his shoes from off his feet beforehand, not to mention boots. When on one occasion Dr. Heinrich von Stein honestly complained that he could not understand a word of my Zarathustra, I said to him that this was just as it should be. To have understood 6 sentences in that book, that is to say, to have lived them, raises a man to a higher level among mortals than modern men can attain. With this feeling of distance, How could I even wish to be read by the moderns whom I know? My triumph is just the opposite of what Schopenhauer's was. I say, non legor, non legar. Not that I should like to underestimate the pleasure I have derived from the innocence with which my works have frequently been contradicted. As late as last summer, at a time when I was attempting, perhaps by means of my weighty, all too weighty literature, to throw the rest of literature off its balance, a certain professor of Berlin University kindly gave me to understand that I ought really to make use of a different form. No one could read such stuff as I wrote. Finally, it was not Germany, but Switzerland that presented me with the two most extreme cases. An essay on Beyond Good and Evil by Dr. V. Widmann in the paper called The Bund, under the heading Nietzsche's Dangerous Book, and a general account of all my works, from the pen of Herr Karl Spitteler, also in the Bund, constitute a maximum in my life. I shall not say of what. The latter treated my Zarathustra, for instance, as advanced exercises in style, and expressed the wish that later on I might try and attend to the question of substance as well. Dr. Widmann assured me of his respect for the courage I showed in endeavouring to abolish all decent feeling. Thanks to a little trick of destiny, every sentence in these criticisms seemed, with a consistency that I could but admire, to be an inverted truth. In fact, it was most remarkable that all one had to do was to transvalue all values in order to hit the nail on the head with regard to me, instead of striking my head with the nail. I am more particularly anxious, therefore, to discover an explanation. After all, no one can draw more out of things, books included, that he already knows. A man has no ears for that to which experience has given him no access. To take an extreme case, suppose a book contains simply incidents which lie quite outside the range of general or even rare experience. Suppose it to be the first language to express a whole series of experiences. In this case, nothing it contains will really be heard at all, and, thanks to an acoustic delusion, people will believe that where nothing is heard, there is nothing to hear. This, at least, has been my usual experience, and proves, if you will, the originality of my experience. He who thought he had understood something in my work had, as a rule, adjusted something in it to his own image, not infrequently the very opposite of myself, an idealist, for instance. He who understood nothing in my work would deny that I was worth considering at all. The word Superman, which designates a type of man that would be one of nature's rarest and luckiest strokes, as opposed to modern man, to good men, to Christians and other nihilists, a word which in the mouth of Zarathustra, the annihilator of morality, acquires a very profound meaning, is understood almost everywhere, and with perfect innocence, in the light of those values to which a flat contradiction was made manifest in the figure of Zarathustra, that is to say, as an ideal type, a higher kind of man, half saint and half genius. Other learned cattle have suspected me of Darwinism on account of this word. Even the hero cult of that great unconscious and involuntary swindler Carlyle, a cult which I repudiated with such roguish malice, was recognized in my doctrine. Once, when I whispered to a man that he would do better to seek for the Superman in a Caesar Borgia than in a Parsifal, he could not believe his ears. The fact that I am quite free from curiosity in regard to criticisms of my books, more particularly when they appear in newspapers, will have to be forgiven me. My friends and my publishers know this, and never speak to me of such things. In one particular case, I once saw all the sins that had been committed against a single book. It was Beyond Good and Evil. And I could tell you a nice story about it. Is it possible that the Nationalzeitung, a Prussian paper. This comment is for the sake of my foreign readers. For my own part, I beg to state, I read only Le Journal des Débats. Really and seriously regarded the book as a sign of the times, or a genuine and typical example of Tory philosophy, for which the Zeitung had not sufficient courage. 2. This was said for the benefit of Germans, for everywhere else I have my readers, all of them exceptionally intelligent men, characters that have won their spurs and that have been reared in high offices and superior duties. I have even real geniuses among my readers. In Vienna, in St. Petersburg, in Stockholm, in Copenhagen, in Paris and New York, I have been discovered everywhere. I have not yet been discovered in Europe's flatland, Germany. And to make a confession, I rejoice much more heartily over those who do not read me, over those who have neither heard of my name nor of the word philosophy. But whithersoever I go, here in Turin, for instance, every face brightens and softens at the sight of me. A thing that has flattered me more than anything else hitherto is the fact that old market women cannot rest until they have picked out the sweetest of their grapes for me. To this extent must a man be a philosopher. It is not in vain that the Poles are considered as the French among the Slavs. A charming Russian lady will not be mistaken for a single moment concerning my origin. I am not successful at being pompous. The most I can do is to appear embarrassed. I can think in German, I can feel in German, I can do most things, but this is beyond my powers. My old master, Ritschl, went so far as to declare that I planned even my philological treatises after the manner of a Parisian novelist, that I made them absurdly thrilling. In Paris itself, people are surprised at toutes mes audaces et finesses. The words are Monsieur Taine's. I fear that even in the highest forms of the dithyramb, that salt will be found pervading my work, which never becomes insipid, which never becomes German, and that is, wait. I can do naught else. God help me. Amen. We all know, some of us even from experience, what a long ears is. Well then, I venture to assert that I have the smallest ears that have ever been seen. This fact is not without interest to women. It seems to me they feel that I understand them better. I am essentially the anti-ass, and on this account alone a monster in the world's history. In Greek, and not only in Greek, I am the Antichrist. 3. I am to a great extent aware of my privileges as a writer. In one or two cases, it has even been brought home to me how very much the habitual reading of my works spoils a man's taste. Other books simply cannot be endured after mine, and least of all philosophical ones. It is an incomparable distinction to cross the threshold of this noble and subtle world. In order to do so, one must certainly not be a German. It is, in short, a distinction which one must have deserved. He, however, who is related to me through loftiness of will, experiences genuine raptures of understanding in my books, for I swoop down from heights into which no bird has ever soared. I know abysses into which no foot has ever slipped. People have told me that it is impossible to lay down a book of mine, that I disturb even the night's rest. There is no prouder, or at the same time more subtle kind of books. They sometimes attain to the highest pinnacle of earthly endeavour, cynicism. To capture their thoughts, a man must have the tenderest fingers as well as the most intrepid fists. Any kind of spiritual decrepitude utterly excludes all intercourse with them, even any kind of dyspepsia. A man must have no nerves, but he must have a cheerful belly. Not only the poverty of a man's soul and its stuffy air excludes all intercourse with them, but also, and to a much greater degree, cowardice, uncleanliness, and secret intestinal revengefulness. A word from my lips suffices to make the color of all evil instincts rush into a face. Among my acquaintances, I have a number of experimental subjects in whom I see depicted all the different, and instructively different, reactions which follow upon a perusal of my works. Those who will have nothing to do with the contents of my books, as for instance my so-called friends, assume an impersonal tone concerning them. They wish me luck and congratulate me for having produced another work. They also declare that my writings show progress because they exhale a more cheerful spirit. The thoroughly vicious people, the beautiful souls, the false from top to toe, do not know in the least what to do with my books. Consequently, with the beautiful consistency of all beautiful souls, they regard my work as beneath them. The cattle among my acquaintances, the mere Germans, leave me to understand, if you please, that they are not always of my opinion, though here and there they agree with me. I have heard this said even about Zarathustra. Feminism, whether in mankind or in man, is likewise a barrier to my writings. With it, no one could ever enter into this labyrinth of fearless knowledge. To this end, a man must never have spared himself. He must have been hard in his habits, in order to be good-humored and merry among a host of inexorable truths. When I try to picture the character of a perfect reader, I always imagine a monster of courage and curiosity, as well as of suppleness, cunning and prudence. In short, a born adventurer and explorer. After all, I could not describe better than Zarathustra has done, unto whom I really address myself. Unto whom alone would he reveal his riddle. Unto you, daring explorers and experimenters, and unto all who have ever embarked beneath cunning sails upon terrible seas, unto you who revel in riddles and in twilight, whose souls are lured by flutes unto every treacherous abyss, for you care not to grope your way along a thread with craven fingers, and where you are able to guess, you hate to argue. 4. I will now pass just one or two general remarks about my art of style. To communicate a state of an inner tension of pathos by means of signs, including the tempo of these signs, that is the meaning of every style. And in view of the fact that the multiplicity of inner states in me is enormous, I am capable of many kinds of style. In short, the most multifarious art of style that any man has ever had at his disposal. Any style is good, which genuinely communicates an inner condition, which does not blunder over the signs, over the tempo of the signs, or over moods. All the laws of phrasing are the outcome of representing moods artistically. Good style in itself is a piece of sheer foolery, mere idealism, like beauty in itself, for instance, or goodness in itself, or the thing in itself. All this takes for granted, of course, that there exist ears that can hear, and such men as are capable and worthy of a like pathos, but those are not wanting unto whom one may communicate oneself. Meanwhile, my Zarathustra, for instance, is still in quest of such people. Alas, he will have to seek a long while yet. A man must be worthy of listening to him, and until that time, there will be no one who will understand the art that has been squandered in this book. No one has ever existed who has had more novel, more strange, and purposely created art forms to fling to the winds. The fact that such things were possible in the German language still awaited proof. Formerly, I myself would have denied most emphatically that it was possible. Before my time, people did not know what could be done with the German language, what could be done with language in general. The art of grand rhythm, of grand style in periods, for expressing the tremendous fluctuations of sublime and superhuman passion, was first discovered by me. with the dithyramb entitled The Seven Seals, which constitutes the last discourse of the third part of Zarathustra, I soared miles above all that which heretofore has been called poetry. 5. The fact that the voice which speaks in my works is that of a psychologist who has not his peer is perhaps the first conclusion at which a good reader will arrive, a reader such as I deserve, and one who reads me just as the good old philologists used to read their Horace, those propositions about which all the world is fundamentally agreed, not to speak of fashionable philosophy, of moralists and other empty-headed and cabbage-brained people, are to me but ingenuous blunders. For instance, the belief that altruistic and egoistic are opposites, while all the time the ego itself is merely a supreme swindle, an ideal. There are no such things as egoistic or altruistic actions. Both concepts are psychological nonsense. Or the proposition that man pursues happiness, or the proposition that happiness is the reward of virtue, or the proposition that pleasure and pain are opposites. Morality, the Circe of mankind, has falsified everything psychological, root and branch. It has bemoralized everything, even to the terribly nonsensical point of calling love unselfish. A man must first be firmly poised. He must stand securely on his two legs, otherwise he cannot love at all. This indeed the girls know only too well. They don't care two pens about unselfish and merely objective men. May I venture to suggest, incidentally, that I know women? This knowledge is part of my Dionysian patrimony. Who knows? Maybe I am the first psychologist of the eternally feminine. Women all like me. But that's an old story. Save, of course, the abortions among them, the emancipated ones, those who lack the wherewithal to have children. Thank goodness I am not willing to let myself be torn to pieces. The perfect woman tears you to pieces when she loves you. I know these amiable maenads. What a dangerous, creeping, subterranean little beast of prey she is, and so agreeable withal. A little woman, pursuing her vengeance, would force open even the iron gates of fate itself. Woman is incalculably more wicked than man. She is also cleverer. Goodness in a woman is already a sign of degeneration. All cases of beautiful souls in women may be traced to a faulty physiological condition. But I go no further, lest I should become medicinical. The struggle for equal rights is even a symptom of disease. Every doctor knows this. The more womanly a woman is, the more she fights tooth and nail against rights in general. The natural order of things, the eternal war between the sexes, assigns to her by far the foremost rank. Have people had ears to hear my definition of love? It is the only definition worthy of a philosopher. Love, in its means, is war. In its foundation, it is the mortal hatred of the sexes. Have you heard my reply to the question how a woman can be cured? Saved, in fact. Give her a child. A woman needs children. Man is always only a means. Thus spoke Zarathustra. The emancipation of women. This is the instinctive hatred of physiologically botched, that is to say, barren women, for those of their sisters who are well constituted. The fight against man is always only a means, a pretext, a piece of strategy. By trying to rise to woman per se, to higher woman, to the ideal woman, all they wish to do is to lower the general level of women's rank. And there are no more certain means to this end than university education, trousers, and the rights of voting cattle. Truth to tell, the emancipated are the anarchists in the eternally feminine world. The physiological mishaps, the most deep-rooted instinct of whom is revenge, a whole species of the most malicious idealism, which, by the by, also manifests itself in men, in Henrik Ibsen, for instance, that typical old maid, whose object is to poison the clean conscience, the natural spirit of sexual love. And in order to leave no doubt in your minds in regard to my opinion, which on this matter is as honest as it is severe, I will reveal to you one more clause out of my moral code against vice. With the word vice, I combat every kind of opposition to nature, or, if you prefer fine words, idealism. The clause reads, "Preaching of chastity is a public incitement to unnatural practices. All depreciation of the sexual life, all the sullying of it by means of the concept impure, is the essential crime against life, is the essential crime against the Holy Spirit of life." 6. In order to give you some idea of myself as a psychologist, let me take this curious piece of psychological analysis out of the book Beyond Good and Evil in which it appears. I forbid, by the by, any guessing as to whom I am describing in this passage. The genius of the heart, as that great anchorite possesses it, the divine tempter and born Pied Piper of consciences, whose voice knows how to sink into the inmost depths of every soul, who neither utters a word nor casts a glance in which some seductive motive or trick does not lie, a part of whose masterliness is that he understands the art of seeming, not what he is, but that which will place a fresh constraint upon his followers to press ever more closely upon him, to follow him ever more enthusiastically and wholeheartedly. The genius of the heart, which makes all loud and self-conceited things hold their tongues and lend their ears, which polishes all rough souls and makes them taste a new longing, to lie placid as a mirror, that the deep heavens may be reflected in them. The genius of the heart which teaches the clumsy and too hasty hand to hesitate and grasp more tenderly, which scents the hidden and forgotten treasure, the pearl of goodness and sweet spirituality beneath thick black ice, and is a divining rod for every grain of gold long buried and imprisoned in heaps of mud and sand. The genius of the heart, from contact with which every man goes away richer, not blessed and overcome, not as though favored and crushed by the good things of others, but richer in himself, fresher to himself than before, opened up, breathed upon, and sounded by a thawing wind, more uncertain perhaps, more delicate, more fragile, more bruised, but full of hopes which as yet lack names, full of a new will and striving, full of a new unwillingness and counter-striving. The birth of tragedy. 1. In order to be fair to The Birth of Tragedy, 1872, it is necessary to forget a few things. It created a sensation, and even fascinated by means of its mistakes, by means of its application to Wagnerism, as if the latter were the sign of an ascending tendency. On that account alone, this treatise was an event in Wagner's life. Thenceforward, great hopes surrounded the name of Wagner. Even to this day, people remind me, sometimes in the middle of Parsifal, that it rests on my conscience if the opinion that this movement is of great value to culture at length became prevalent. I have often seen the book quoted as the second birth of tragedy from the spirit of music. People had ears only for new formulae for Wagner's art, his object and his mission, and in this way the real hidden value of the book was overlooked. Hellenism and Pessimism. This would have been a less equivocal title, seeing that the book contains the first attempt at showing how the Greeks succeeded in disposing of pessimism, in what manner they overcame it. Tragedy itself is the proof of the fact that the Greeks were not pessimists. Schopenhauer blundered here as he blundered in everything else. Regarded impartially, The Birth of Tragedy is a book quite strange to its age. No one would dream that it was begun in the thunder of the Battle of Worth. I thought out these problems on cold September nights, beneath the walls of Metz, in the midst of my duties as nurse to the wounded. It would be easier to think that it was written 50 years earlier. Its attitude towards politics is one of indifference, un-German, as people would say today. It smells offensively of Hegel. Only in one or two formulae is it infected with the bitter odour of corpses, which is peculiar to Schopenhauer. An idea, the antagonism of the two concepts, Dionysian and Apollonian, is translated into metaphysics. History itself is depicted as the development of this idea. In tragedy, this antithesis has become unity. From this standpoint, things which theretofore had never been face-to-face are suddenly confronted and understood and illuminated by each other. Opera and revolution, for instance. The two decisive innovations in the book are, first, the comprehension of the Dionysian phenomenon among the Greeks. It provides the first psychological analysis of this phenomenon and sees in it the single root of all Greek art. And secondly, the comprehension of Socraticism, Socrates being presented for the first time as the instrument of Greek dissolution, as a typical decadent. Reason versus instinct. Reason, at any cost, as a dangerous, life-undermining force. The whole book is profoundly and politely silent concerning Christianity. The latter is neither Apollonian nor Dionysian. It denies all aesthetic values, which are the only values that The Birth of Tragedy recognizes. Christianity is most profoundly nihilistic, whereas in the Dionysian symbol, the most extreme limits of a yea-saying attitude to life are attained. In one part of the book, the Christian priesthood is referred to as a perfidious order of goblins, as subterraneans. 2. This start of mine was remarkable beyond measure. As a confirmation of my inmost personal experience, I had discovered the only example of this fact that history possesses. With this, I was the first to understand the amazing Dionysian phenomenon. At the same time, by recognizing Socrates as a decadent, I proved most conclusively that the certainty of my psychological grasp of things ran very little risk at the hands of any sort of moral idiosyncrasy. To regard morality itself as a symptom of degeneration is an innovation, a unique event of the first order in the history of knowledge. How high I had soared above the pitifully foolish gabble about optimism and pessimism with my two new doctrines. I was the first to see the actual contrast, the degenerate instinct which turns upon life with a subterranean lust of vengeance. Christianity, Schopenhauer's philosophy, and in some respects too even Plato's philosophy, in short, the whole of idealism in its typical forms, as opposed to a formula of the highest yea-saying to life, born of an abundance and a superabundance of life, a yea-saying free from all reserve, applying even to suffering and guilt and all that is questionable and strange in existence. This last, most joyous, most exuberant and exultant yea to life is not only the highest, but also the profoundest conception, and one which is most strictly confirmed and supported by truth and science. Nothing that exists must be suppressed, nothing can be dispensed with. Those aspects of life which Christians and other nihilists reject belong to an incalculably higher order in the hierarchy of values than that which the instinct of degeneration calls good, and may call good. In order to understand this, a certain courage is necessary, and, as a prerequisite of this, a certain superfluity of strength. For a man can approach only as near to truth as he has the courage to advance. That is to say, everything depends strictly upon the measure of his strength. Knowledge and the affirmation of reality are just as necessary to the strong man as cowardice, the flight from reality. In fact, the ideal are necessary to the weak, inspired by weakness. These people are not at liberty to know. Decadents stand in need of lies. It is one of their self-preservative measures. He who not only understands the word Dionysian, but understands himself in that term, does not require any refutation of Plato, or of Christianity, or of Schopenhauer, for his knows sense, decomposition. 3. The extent to which I had, by means of these doctrines, discovered the idea of tragedy, the ultimate explanation of what the psychology of tragedy is, I discussed finally in The Twilight of the Idols, Aphorism 5, Part 10. The saying of yea to life, and even to its weirdest and most difficult problems, the will to life rejoicing at its own infinite vitality in the sacrifice of its highest types, that is what I call Dionysian. That is what I meant as the bridge to the psychology of the tragic poet. Not to cast out terror and pity, or to purge oneself of dangerous passion by discharging it with vehemence. This was Aristotle's misunderstanding of it. But to be far beyond terror and pity, and to be the eternal lust of becoming itself, that lust which also involves the joy of destruction. In this sense, I have the right to regard myself as the first tragic philosopher. That is to say, the most extreme antithesis and antipodes of a pessimistic philosopher. Before my time, no such thing existed as this translation of the Dionysian phenomenon into philosophic emotion. Tragic wisdom was lacking. In vain have I sought for signs of it, even among the great Greeks in philosophy, those belonging to the 2 centuries before Socrates. I still remained a little doubtful about Heraclitus, in whose presence, alone, I felt warmer and more at ease than anywhere else. The yea-saying to the impermanence and annihilation of things, which is the decisive feature of a Dionysian philosophy, the yea-saying to contradiction and war, the postulation of becoming, together with the radical rejection even of the concept being. In all these things, at all events, I must recognize him who has come nearest to me in thought hitherto. The doctrine of the eternal recurrence, that is to say, of the absolute and eternal repetition of all things in periodic cycles, this doctrine of Zarathustra's might, it is true, have been taught before. In any case, the Stoics, who derived nearly all their fundamental ideas from Heraclitus, show traces of it. 4. A tremendous hope finds expression in this work. After all, I have absolutely no reason to renounce the hope for a Dionysian future of music. Let us look a century ahead, and let us suppose that my attempt to destroy 2 millenniums of hostility to nature and of the violation of humanity be crowned with success. That new party of life advocates, which will undertake the greatest of all tasks, the elevation and perfection of mankind, as well as the relentless destruction of all degenerate and parasitical elements, will make that superabundance of life on earth once more possible, out of which the Dionysian state will perforce arise again. I promise the advent of a tragic age, the highest art in the saying of yea to life. Tragedy will be born again when mankind has the knowledge of the hardest but most necessary of wars behind it, without, however, suffering from that knowledge. A psychologist might add that what I heard in Wagnerian music in my youth and early manhood had nothing whatsoever to do with Wagner. that when I described Dionysian music, I described merely what I personally had heard, that I was compelled instinctively to translate and transfigure everything into the new spirit which filled my breast. A proof of this, and as strong a proof as you could have, is my essay, Wagner in Bayreuth. In all its decisive psychological passages, I am the only person concerned. Without any hesitation, you may read my name, or the word Zarathustra, wherever the text contains the name of Wagner. The whole panorama of the dithyrambic artist is the representation of the already existing author of Zarathustra, and it is drawn with an abysmal depth which does not even once come into contact with the real Wagner. Wagner himself had a notion of the truth. He did not recognize himself in the essay. In this way, the idea of Bayreuth was changed into something which to those who are acquainted with my Zarathustra will be no riddle, that is to say, into the great noon, when the highest of the elect will consecrate themselves for the greatest of all duties. Who knows? The vision of a feast which I may live to see. The pathos of the first few pages is universal history. The look, which is discussed on page 105 of the book, is the actual look of Zarathustra. Wagner, Bayreuth, the whole of this petty German wretchedness, is a cloud upon which an infinite fata morgana of the future is reflected. Even from the psychological standpoint, all the decisive traits in my character are introduced into Wagner's nature. The juxtaposition of the most brilliant and most fatal forces, a will to power such as no man has ever possessed, inexorable bravery in matters spiritual, an unlimited power of learning, unaccompanied by depressed powers for action. Everything in this essay is a prophecy. The proximity of the resurrection of the Greek spirit, the meed of men who will be counter-Alexanders, who will once more tie the Gordian knot of Greek culture after it has been cut. Listen to the world historic accent with which the concept sense for the tragic is introduced on page 180. There are little else but world historic accents in this essay. This is the strangest kind of objectivity that ever existed. My absolute certainty in regard to what I am projected itself into any chance reality. Truth about myself was voiced from out appalling depths. On pages 174 and 175, the style of Zarathustra is described and foretold with incisive certainty, and no more magnificent expression will ever be found than that on pages 144 to 147 for the event for which Zarathustra stands, that prodigious act of the purification and consecration of mankind. Thoughts out of season. 1. The 4 essays composing the Thoughts out of season are thoroughly warlike in tone. They prove that I was no mere dreamer, that I delight in drawing the sword, and perhaps, also, that my wrist is dangerously supple. The first onslaught, 1873, was directed against German culture, upon which I looked down even at that time with unmitigated contempt. Without either sense, substance, or goal, it was simply public opinion. There could be no more dangerous misunderstanding than to suppose that Germany's success at arms proved anything in favor of German culture, and still less the triumph of this culture over that of France. The second essay, 1874, brings to light that which is dangerous, that which corrodes and poisons life in our manner of pursuing scientific study. Life is diseased, thanks to this dehumanized piece of clockwork and mechanism, thanks to the impersonality of the workman and the false economy of the division of labor. The object, which is culture, is lost sight of. Modern scientific activity as a means thereto simply produces barbarism. In this treatise, the historical sense, of which this century is so proud, is for the first time recognized as sickness, as a typical symptom of decay. In the third and fourth essays, a signpost is set up pointing to a higher concept of culture, to a re-establishment of the notion culture, and two pictures of the hardest self-love and self-discipline are presented, two essentially unmodern types, full of the most sovereign contempt for all that which lay around them and was called empire, culture, Christianity, Bismarck, and success. These two types were Schopenhauer and Wagner, or, in a word, Nietzsche. 2. Of these 4 attacks, the first met with extraordinary success. The stir which it created was in every way gorgeous. I had put my finger on the vulnerable spot of a triumphant nation. I had told it that its victory was not a red-letter day for culture, but perhaps something very different. The reply rang out from all sides, and certainly not only from old friends of David Strauss, whom I had made ridiculous as the type of a German Philistine of culture and a man of smug self-content. In short, as the author of that suburban gospel of his, called The Old and the New Faith. The term Philistine of culture passed into the current language of Germany after the appearance of my book. These old friends, whose vanity as Württembergians and Swabians I had deeply wounded in regarding their unique animal, their bird of paradise, as a trifle comic, replied to me as ingenuously and as grossly as I could have wished. The Prussian replies were smarter. They contained more Prussian blue. The most disreputable attitude was assumed by a Leipzig paper, the egregious Grenzboten, and it cost me some pains to prevent my indignant friends in Bau from taking action against it. Only a few old gentlemen decided in my favour, and for very diverse and sometimes unaccountable reasons. Among them was one, Ewald of Göttingen, who made it clear that my attack on Strauss had been deadly. There was also the Hegelian, Bruno Bauer, who from that time became one of my most attentive readers. In his later years, he liked to refer to me when, for instance, he wanted to give Herr von Treitschke, the Prussian historiographer, a hint as to where he could obtain information about the notion culture, of which he, Herr von T., had completely lost sight. The weightiest and longest notice of my book and its author appeared in Würzburg and was written by Professor Hoffmann, an old pupil of the philosopher von Baader. The essays made him foresee a great future for me, namely, that of bringing about a sort of crisis and decisive turning point in the problem of atheism, of which he recognized in me the most instinctive and most radical advocate. It was atheism that had drawn me to Schopenhauer. The review which received by far the most attention and which excited the most bitterness was an extraordinarily powerful and plucky appreciation of my work by Karl Hillebrand, a man who was usually so mild, and the last humane German who knew how to wield a pen. The article appeared in the Augsburg Gazette, and it can be read today, couched in rather more cautious language among his collected essays. In it, my work was referred to as an event, as a decisive turning point, as the first sign of an awakening, as an excellent symptom, and as an actual revival of German earnestness and of German passion in things spiritual. Hillebrand could speak only in terms of the highest respect, of the form of my book, of its consummate taste, of its perfect tact in discriminating between persons and causes. He characterized it as the best polemical work in the German language, the best performance in the art of polemics, which, for Germans, is so dangerous and so strongly to be deprecated. Besides confirming my standpoint, he laid even greater stress upon what I had dared to say about the deterioration of language in Germany. Nowadays, writers assume the airs of purists and can no longer even construct a sentence. Sharing my contempt for the literary stars of this nation, he concluded by expressing his admiration for my courage, that greatest courage of all which places the very favourites of the people in the dock. The after effects of this essay of mine proved invaluable to me in my life. No one has ever tried to meddle with me since. People are silent. In Germany, I am treated with gloomy caution. For years, I have rejoiced in the privilege of such absolute freedom of speech as no one nowadays, least of all in the Empire, has enough liberty to claim. My paradise is in the shadow of my sword. At bottom, all I had done was to put one of Stendhal's maxims into practice. He advises one to make one's entrance into society by means of a duel. And how well I had chosen my opponent, the foremost free-thinker of Germany. As a matter of fact, quite a novel kind of free thought found its expression in this way. Up to the present, nothing has been more strange and more foreign to my blood than the whole of that European and American species known as libre penseurs. Incorrigible blockheads and clowns of modern ideas that they are, I feel much more profoundly at variance with them than with any one of their adversaries. They also wish to improve mankind after their own fashion, that is to say, in their own image. Against that which I stand for and desire, they would wage an implacable war, if only they understood it. The whole gang of them still believe in an ideal. I am the first immoralist. 3. I should not like to say that the last two essays in The Thoughts Out of Season, associated with the names of Schopenhauer and Wagner respectively, serve any special purpose in throwing light upon these two cases, or in formulating their psychological problems. This, of course, does not apply to a few details. Thus, for instance, in the second of the two essays, with a profound certainty of instinct, I already characterized the elementary factor in Wagner's nature as a theatrical talent, which in all his means and inspirations only draws its final conclusion at bottom. My desire in this essay was to do something very different from writing psychology, an unprecedented educational problem, a new understanding of self-discipline and self-defense, carried to the point of hardness, a road to greatness and to world-historic duties, yearn to find expression. Roughly speaking, I seized two famous and theretofore completely undefined types by the forelock, after the manner in which one seizes opportunities, simply in order to speak my mind on certain questions, in order to have a few more formulas, signs, and means of expression at my disposal. Indeed, I actually suggest this, with most unearthly sagacity, on page 183 of Schopenhauer as Educator. Plato made use of Socrates in the same way, that is to say, as a cipher for Plato. Now that, from some distance, I can look back upon the conditions of which these essays are the testimony, I would be loath to deny that they refer simply to me. The essay, Wagner in Bayreuth, is a vision of my own future. On the other hand, my most secret history, my development, is written down in Schopenhauer as Educator. But, above all, the vow I made. What I am today, the place I now hold, at a height from which I speak no longer with words but with thunderbolts. Oh, how far I was from all this in those days. But I saw the land. I did not deceive myself for one moment as to the way, the sea, the danger, and success. The great calm in promising, this happy prospect of a future which must not remain only a promise. In this book, every word has been lived, profoundly and intimately. The most painful things are not lacking in it. It contains words which are positively running with blood. But a wind of great freedom blows over the whole. Even its wounds do not constitute an objection. As to what I understand by being a philosopher, that is to say, a terrible explosive, in the presence of which everything is in danger, as to how I sever my idea of the philosopher by miles from that other idea of him, which includes even a Kant, not to speak of the academic ruminators and other professors of philosophy. Concerning all these things, this essay provides invaluable information, even granting that, at bottom, it is not Schopenhauer as educator, but Nietzsche as educator, who speaks his sentiments in it. Considering that, in those days, my trade was that of a scholar, and perhaps also that I understood my trade, the piece of austere scholar psychology which suddenly makes its appearance in this essay is not without importance. It expresses the feeling of distance, and my profound certainty regarding what was my real-life task and what were merely means, intervals, and accessory work to me. My wisdom consists in my having been many things, and in many places, in order to become one thing, in order to be able to attain to one thing. It was part of my fate to be a scholar for a while. Human, all too human. 1. Human, all too human, with its two sequels, is the memorial of a crisis. It is called a book for free spirits. Almost every sentence in it is the expression of a triumph. By means of it, I purged myself of everything in me which was foreign to my nature. Idealism is foreign to me. The title of the book means, "Where you see ideal things, I see human, alas, all too human things. I know men better." The word free spirit in this book must not be understood as anything else than a spirit that has become free, that has once more taken possession of itself. My tone, the pitch of my voice, has completely changed. The book will be thought clever, cool, and at times both hard and scornful. A certain spirituality, of noble taste, seems to be ever struggling to dominate a passionate torrent at its feet. In this respect, there is some sense in the fact that it was the 100th anniversary of Voltaire's death that served, so to speak, as an excuse for the publication of the book as early as 1878. For Voltaire, as the opposite of everyone who wrote after him, was above all a grandee of the intellect, precisely what I am also. The name of Voltaire on one of my writings, and now that was verily a step forward in my direction. Looking into this book a little more closely, you perceive a pitiless spirit who knows all the secret hiding places in which ideals are wont to skulk, where they find their dungeons and, as it were, their last refuge. With a torch in my hand, the light of which is not by any means a flickering one, I illuminate this nether world with beams that cut like blades. It is war, but war without powder and smoke, without warlike attitudes, without pathos and contorted limbs. All these things would still be idealism. One error after the other is quietly laid upon ice. The ideal is not refuted, it freezes. Here, for instance, genius freezes. Round the corner, the saint freezes. Under a thick icicle, the hero freezes. And, in the end, faith itself freezes. So-called conviction, and also pity, are considerably cooled, and almost everywhere the thing in itself is freezing to death. 2. This book was begun during the first musical festival at Bayreuth. A feeling of profound strangeness towards everything that surrounded me there is one of its first conditions. He who has any notion of the visions which even at that time had flitted across my path will be able to guess what I felt when one day I came to my senses in Bayreuth. It was just as if I had been dreaming. Where on earth was I? I recognized nothing that I saw. I scarcely recognized Wagner. It was in vain that I called up reminiscences. Trickchen, remote island of bliss, not the shadow of a resemblance. The incomparable days devoted to the laying of the first stone, the small group of the initiated who celebrated them, and who were far from lacking fingers for the handling of delicate things, not the shadow of a resemblance. What had happened? Wagner had been translated into German. The Wagnerite had become master of Wagner. German art, the German master, German beer. We who know only too well the kind of refined artists and cosmopolitanism in taste to which alone Wagner's art can appeal, were beside ourselves at the sight of Wagner bedecked with German virtues. I think I know the Wagnerite. I have experienced 3 generations of them, from Brendel of blessed memory, who confounded Wagner with Hegel, to the idealists of the Bayreuth Gazette, who confound Wagner with themselves. I have been the recipient of every kind of confession about Wagner, from beautiful souls. My kingdom for just one intelligent word, in very truth, a blood-curdling company. Noel, Pearl, and Coal, and others of their kidney, to infinity. There was not a single abortion that was lacking among them, no, not even the anti-Semite. Poor Wagner, into whose hands had he fallen, if only he had gone into a herd of swine, but among Germans. Some day, for the edification of posterity, one ought really to have a genuine Bayreuthian stuffed, or better still, preserved in spirit, for it is precisely spirit that is lacking in this quarter. With this inscription at the foot of the jar, a sample of the spirit whereon the German Empire was founded. That enough. In the middle of the festivities, I suddenly packed my trunk and left the place for a few weeks, despite the fact that a charming Parisian lady sought to comfort me. I excused myself to Wagner simply by means of a fatalistic telegram. In a little spot called Klingenbrunn, deeply buried in the recesses of the Burmerwald, I carried my melancholy and my contempt of Germans about with me like an illness, and from time to time, under the general title of The Ploughshare, I wrote a sentence or two down in my notebook, nothing but severe psychological stuff, which it is possible may have found its way into human, all too human That which had taken place in me then was not only a breach with Wagner. I was suffering from a general aberration of my instincts, of which a mere isolated blunder, whether it were Wagner or my professorship at Basel, was nothing more than a symptom. I was seized with a fit of impatience with myself. I saw that it was high time that I should turn my thoughts upon my own lot. In a trice, I realized, with appalling clearness, how much time had already been squandered, how futile and how senseless my whole existence as a philologist appeared by the side of my life task. I was ashamed of this false modesty. 10 years were behind me, during which, to tell the truth, the nourishment of my spirit had been at a standstill, during which I had added not a single useful fragment to my knowledge, and had forgotten countless things in the pursuit of a hodgepodge of dry-as-dust scholarship. To crawl with meticulous care and short-sighted eyes through old Greek metricians, that is what I had come to. Moved to pity, I saw myself quite thin, quite emaciated. Realities were only too plainly absent from my stock of knowledge, and what the idealities were worth, the devil alone knew. A positively burning thirst overcame me. And from that time forward, I have done literally nothing else than study physiology, medicine, and natural science. I even returned to the actual study of history only when my life task compelled me to. It was at that time, too, that I first divined the relation between an instinctively repulsive occupation, a so-called vocation, which is the last thing to which one is called, and that need of lulling a feeling of emptiness and hunger by means of an art which is a narcotic, by means of Wagner's art, for instance. After looking carefully about me, I have discovered that a large number of young men are all in the same state of distress. One kind of unnatural practice perforce leads to another. In Germany, or rather, to avoid all ambiguity, in the Empire, only too many are condemned to determine their choice too soon and then to pine away beneath a burden that they can no longer throw off. Such creatures crave for Wagner as for an opiate. They are thus able to forget themselves, to be rid of themselves for a moment. What am I saying? For 5 or 6 hours. 4. At this time, my instincts turned resolutely against any further yielding or following on my part, and any further misunderstanding of myself. Every kind of life, the most unfavorable circumstances, illness, poverty, anything seemed to me preferable to that undignified selfishness into which I had fallen. In the first place, thanks to my ignorance and youth, and in which I had afterwards remained owing to laziness, the so-called sense of duty. At this juncture, there came to my help, in a way that I cannot sufficiently admire, and precisely at the right time, that evil heritage which I derive from my father's side of the family, and which, at bottom, is no more than a predisposition to die young. Illness slowly liberated me from the toils. It spared me any sort of sudden breach, any sort of violent and offensive step. At that time, I lost not a particle of the goodwill of others, but rather added to my store. Illness, likewise, gave me the right completely to reverse my mode of life. It not only allowed, it actually commanded me to forget. It bestowed upon me the necessity of lying still, of having leisure, of waiting, and of exercising patience. But all this means thinking. The state of my eyes alone put an end to all bookwormishness, or, in plain English, philology. I was thus delivered from books. For years I ceased from reading, and this was the greatest boon I ever conferred upon myself. That nethermost self, which was, as it were, entombed, and which had grown dumb because it had been forced to listen perpetually to other selves, for that is what reading means, slowly awakened. At first it was shy and doubtful, but at last it spoke again. Never have I rejoiced more over my condition than during the sickest and most painful moments of my life. You have only to examine the dawn of day, or perhaps the wanderer and his shadow, in order to understand what this return to myself actually meant. In itself, it was the highest kind of recovery. My cure was simply the result of it. 5. Human, all too human, this monument of a course of vigorous self-discipline, by means of which I put an abrupt end to all the superior buncombe, idealism, beautiful feelings, and other effeminacies that had percolated into my being, was written principally in Sorrento. It was finished and given definite shape during winter at Basle, under conditions far less favorable than those in Sorrento. Truth to tell, it was Peter Gast, at that time a student of the University of Basle and a devoted friend of mine, who was responsible for the book. With my head wrapped in bandages and extremely painful, I dictated while he wrote and corrected as he went along. And to be accurate, he was the real composer, whereas I was only the author. When the completed book ultimately reached me, to the great surprise of the serious invalid I then was, I sent, among others, 2 copies to Bayreuth. Thanks to a miraculous flash of intelligence on the part of chance, there reached me, precisely at the same time, a splendid copy of the Parsifal text, with the following inscription from Wagner's pen: "To his dear friend Friedrich Nietzsche, from Richard Wagner, ecclesiastical counsellor." At this crossing of the 2 books, I seemed to hear an ominous note. Did it not sound as if 2 swords had crossed? At all events, we both felt this was so, for each of us remained silent. At about this time the first Bayreuth pamphlets appeared, and I then understood the move on my part, for which it was high time. Incredible. Wagner had become pious. 6. My attitude to myself at that time, 1876, and the unearthly certitude with which I grasped my life task and all its world historical consequences, is well revealed throughout the book, but more particularly in one very significant passage, despite the fact that, with my instinctive cunning, I once more circumvented the use of the little word "I," not, however, this time in order to shed world historic glory on the names of Schopenhauer and Wagner, but on that of another of my friends, the excellent Dr. Paul Ray, fortunately much too acute a creature to be deceived. Others were less subtle. Among my readers, I have a number of hopeless people, the typical German professor, for instance, who can always be recognized from the fact that, judging from the passage in question, he feels compelled to regard the whole book as a sort of superior realism. As a matter of fact, it contradicts 5 or 6 of my friend's utterances. Only read the introduction to The Genealogy of Morals on this question. The passage above referred to reads, "What, after all, is the principal axiom to which the boldest and coldest thinker, the author of the book On the Origin of Moral Sensations, read Nietzsche, the first immoralist, has attained by means of his incisive and decisive analysis of human actions? The moral man," he says, "is no nearer to the intelligible, metaphysical world than is the physical man, that there is no intelligible world." This theory, hardened and sharpened under the hammer blow of historical knowledge, read The Transvaluation of All Values, may sometime or other, perhaps in some future period, 1890, serve as the axe which is applied to the root of the metaphysical need of man, whether more as a blessing than a curse to the general welfare it is not easy to say, but in any case as a theory with the most important consequences, at once fruitful and terrible, and looking into the world with that Janus face which all great knowledge possesses. The Dawn of Day. Thoughts about morality as a prejudice. 1. With this book, I open my campaign against morality. Not that it is at all redolent of powder. You will find quite other and much nicer smells in it, provided that you have any keenness in your nostrils. There is nothing either of light or of heavy artillery in its composition, and if its general end be a negative one, its means are not so, means out of which the end follows like a logical conclusion, not like a cannon shot. And if the reader takes leave of this book with a feeling of timid caution in regard to everything which has hitherto been honoured and even worshipped under the name of morality, it does not alter the fact that there is not one negative word, not one attack, and not one single piece of malice in the whole work. On the contrary, it lies in the sunshine, smooth and happy, like a marine animal basking in the sun between 2 rocks. For after all, I was this marine animal. Almost every sentence in the book was thought out, or rather caught, among that medley of rocks in the neighbourhood of Genoa, where I lived quite alone and exchanged secrets with the ocean. Even to this day, when by chance I happen to turn over the leaves of this book, almost every sentence seems to me like a hook, by means of which I draw something incomparable out of the depths. Its whole skin quivers with delicate shudders of recollection. This book is conspicuous for no little art in gently catching things which whisk rapidly and silently away, moments which I call godlike lizards, not with the cruelty of that young Greek god who simply transfixed the poor little beast, but nevertheless with something pointed, with a pen. There are so many dawns which have not yet shed their light. This Indian maxim is written over the doorway of this book. Where does its author seek that new morning, that delicate red as yet undiscovered, with which another day, a whole series of days, a whole world of new days, will begin? In the transvaluation of all values, in an emancipation from all moral values, in a saying of yea, and in an attitude of trust to all that which hitherto has been forbidden, despised, and damned. This yea-saying book projects its light, its love, its tenderness over all evil things. It restores to them their soul, their clear conscience, and their superior right and privilege to exist on earth. Morality is not assailed, it simply ceases to be considered. This book closes with the word or. It is the only book which closes with an or. 2. My life task is to prepare for humanity one supreme moment in which it can come to its senses, a great noon in which it will turn its gaze backwards and forwards, in which it will step from under the yoke of accident and of priests, and for the first time set the question of the why and wherefore of humanity as a whole. This life task naturally follows out of the conviction that mankind does not get on the right road of its own accord, that it is by no means divinely ruled, but rather that it is precisely under the cover of its most holy valuations that the instinct of negation, of corruption, and of degeneration has held such a seductive sway. The question concerning the origin of moral valuations is therefore a matter of the highest importance to me, because it determines the future of mankind. The demand made upon us to believe that everything is really in the best hands, that a certain book, the Bible, gives us the definite and comforting assurance that there is a providence that wisely rules the fate of man, when translated back into reality, amounts simply to this, namely, the will to stifle the truth which maintains the reverse of all this, which is that hitherto man has been in the worst possible hands, and that he has been governed by the physiologically botched, the men of cunning and burning revengefulness, and the so-called saints, those slanderers of the world and traducers of humanity. The definite proof of the fact that the priest, including the priest in disguise, the philosopher, has become master, not only within a certain limited religious community, but everywhere, and that the morality of decadence, the will to nonentity, has become morality per se, is to be found in this, that altruism is now an absolute value, and egoism is regarded with hostility everywhere. He who disagrees with me on this point I regard as infected. But all the world disagrees with me. To a physiologist, a like antagonism between values admits of no doubt. If the most insignificant organ within the body neglects, however slightly, to assert with absolute certainty its self-preservative powers, its recuperative claims, and its egoism, the whole system degenerates. The physiologist insists upon the removal of degenerated parts. He denies all fellow feeling for such parts, and has not the smallest feeling of pity for them. But the desire of the priest is precisely the degeneration of the whole of mankind, hence his preservation of that which is degenerate. That is what his dominion costs humanity. What meaning have those lying concepts, those handmaids of morality, soul, spirit, free will, God, if their aim is not the physiological ruin of mankind? When earnestness is diverted from the instincts that aim at self-preservation and an increase of bodily energy, i.e., at an increase of life, when anemia is raised to an ideal, and the contempt of the body is construed as the salvation of the soul, what is all this, if it is not a recipe for decadence? Loss of ballast, resistance offered to natural instincts, selflessness, in fact, this is what has hitherto been known as morality. With the dawn of day, I first engaged in a struggle against the morality of self-renunciation. Joyful Wisdom, La Gaia Scienza. 1. Dawn of Day is a yea-saying book, profound, but clear and kindly. The same applies once more, and at the highest degree, to La Gaia Scienza. In almost every sentence of this book, profundity and playfulness go gently hand in hand. A verse which expresses my gratitude for the most wonderful month of January which I have ever lived, the whole book is a gift, sufficiently reveals the abysmal depths from which wisdom has here become joyful. Thou, who with cleaving fiery lances the stream of my soul from its ice doth free, till with a rush and a roar it advances, to enter with glorious hoping the sea, brighter to see and purer ever, free in the bonds of thy sweet constraint, so it praises thy wondrous endeavour, January, thou beauteous saint. Who can be in any doubt as to what glorious hoping means here, when he has realized the diamond beauty of the first of Zarathustra's words as they appear in a glow of light at the close of the fourth book, or when he reads the granite sentences at the end of the third book, wherein a fate for all times is first given a formula? The songs of Prince Free as a Bird, which for the most part were written in Sicily, remind me quite forcibly of that Provençal notion of Gaia Scienza, of that union of singer, knight, and free spirit, which distinguishes that wonderfully early culture of the Provençals from all ambiguous cultures. The last poem of all, To the Mistral, an exuberant dance song in which, if you please, the new spirit dances freely upon the corpse of morality, is a perfect Provençalism. Thus spoke Zarathustra, a book for all and none. 1. I now wish to relate the history of Zarathustra. The fundamental idea of the work, the eternal recurrence, the highest formula of a yea-saying to life that can ever be attained, was first conceived in the month of August 1881. I made a note of the idea on a sheet of paper, with the postscript, 6,000 feet beyond man and time. That day, I happened to be wandering through the woods alongside of the lake of Silvaplana, and I halted not far from Soleil, beside a huge rock that towered aloft like a pyramid. It was then that the thought struck me. Looking back now, I find that exactly 2 months before this inspiration, I had an omen of its coming, in the form of a sudden and decisive change in my tastes, more particularly in music. The whole of Zarathustra might perhaps be classified under the rubric music. At all events, the essential condition of its production was a second birth within me of the art of hearing. In Recoaro, a small mountain resort near Vicenza, where I spent the spring of 1881, I and my friend and maestro Peter Gast, who was also one who had been born again, discovered that the phoenix, music, hovered over us in lighter and brighter plumage than it had ever worn before. If, therefore, I now calculate from that day forward the sudden production of the book under the most unlikely circumstances in February 1883, the last part, out of which I quoted a few lines in my preface, was written precisely in the hallowed hour when Richard Wagner gave up the ghost in Venice. I come to the conclusion that the period of gestation covered 18 months. This period of exactly 18 months might suggest, at least to Buddhists, that I am in reality a female elephant. The interval was devoted to the Gaia Scienza, which contains hundreds of indications of the proximity of something unparalleled, for, after all, it shows the beginning of Zarathustra, since it presents Zarathustra's fundamental thought in the last aphorism but one of the fourth book. To this interval also belongs that Hymn to Life for a mixed choir and orchestra, the score of which was published in Leipzig 2 years ago by E.W. Fritsch, and which gave perhaps no slight indication of my spiritual state during this year, in which the essentially yea-saying pathos, which I called the tragic pathos, completely filled me, heart and limb. One day, people will sing it to my memory. The text, let it be well understood, as there is some misunderstanding abroad on this point, is not by me. It was the astounding inspiration of a young Russian lady, Miss Lou von Salome, with whom I was then on friendly terms. He who is in any way able to make some sense of the last words of the poem will divine why I preferred and admired it. There is greatness in them. Pain is not regarded as an objection to existence. And if you have no bliss now left to crown me, lead on. You have your sorrow still. Maybe my music is also great in this passage. The last note of the oboe, by the by, is C sharp, not C. The latter is a misprint. During the following winter, I was living on that charmingly peaceful Gulf of Rapallo, not far from Genoa, which cuts inland between Chiavari and Cape Portofino. My health was not very good. The winter was cold and exceptionally rainy, and the small albergo in which I lived was so close to the water that at night my sleep was disturbed if the sea was rough. These circumstances were surely the very reverse of favourable, and yet, in spite of it all, and as if in proof of my belief that everything decisive comes to life in defiance of every obstacle, it was precisely during this winter, and in the midst of these unfavourable circumstances, that my Zarathustra originated. In the morning, I used to start out in a southerly direction, up the glorious road to Zuagli, which rises up through a forest of pines and gives one a view far out to sea. In the afternoon, or as often as my health allowed, I walked round the whole bay from Santa Margherita to beyond Portofino. This spot affected me all the more deeply because it was so dearly loved by the Emperor Friedrich III. In the autumn of 1886, I chanced to be there again when he was revisiting this small, forgotten world of happiness for the last time. It was on these two roads that all Zarathustra came to me. Above all, Zarathustra himself as a type. I ought rather to say that it was on these walks that he waylaid me. 2. In order to understand this type, you must first be quite clear concerning its fundamental physiological condition. This condition is what I call great healthiness. In regard to this idea, I cannot make my meaning more plain or more personal than I have done already in one of the last aphorisms, number 382, of the 5th book of the Gaia Scienza. We knew nameless and unfathomable creatures, so reads the passage, we firstlings of a future still unproved, we who have a new end in view, also require new means to that end, that is to say, a new healthiness, a stronger, keener, tougher, bolder, and merrier healthiness than any that has existed heretofore. He who longs to feel in his own soul the whole range of values and aims that have prevailed on earth until his day, and to sail round all the coasts of this ideal Mediterranean Sea, who, from the adventures of his own inmost experience, would fain know how it feels to be a conqueror and discoverer of the ideal, as also how it is with the artist, the saint, the legislator, the sage, the scholar, the man of piety, and the godlike anchorite of yore. Such a man requires one thing above all for his purpose, and that is great healthiness. Such healthiness as he not only possesses, but also constantly acquires, and must acquire, because he is continually sacrificing it again, and is compelled to sacrifice it. And now, therefore, after having been long on the way, we Argonauts of the ideal, whose pluck is greater than prudence would allow, and who are often shipwrecked and bruised, but, as I have said, healthier than people would like to admit, dangerously healthy, and forever recovering our health, it would seem as if we had before us, as a reward for all our toils, a country still undiscovered, the horizon of which no one has yet seen, a beyond to every country and every refuge of the ideal that man has ever known, a world so overflowing with beauty, strangeness, doubt, terror, and divinity that both our curiosity and our lust of possession are frantic with eagerness. Alas, how in the face of such vistas, and with such burning desire in our conscience and consciousness, could we still be content with the man of the present day? This is bad indeed, but that we should regard his worthiest aims and hopes with ill-concealed amusement, or perhaps give them no thought at all, is inevitable. Another ideal now leads us on, a wonderful, seductive ideal, full of danger, the pursuit of which we should be loath to urge on anyone, because we are not so ready to acknowledge anyone's right to it. The ideal of a spirit who plays ingenuously, that is to say, involuntarily, and as the outcome of superabundant energy and power, with everything that hitherto has been called holy, good, inviolable, and divine, to whom even the loftiest thing that the people have with reason made their measure of value would be no better than a danger, a decay, and an abasement, or at least a relaxation and temporary forgetfulness of self. The ideal of a humanly superhuman well-being and goodwill, which often enough will seem inhuman, as when, for instance, it stands beside all past earnestness on earth, and all past solemnities in hearing, speech, tone, look, morality, and duty, as their most lifelike and unconscious parody, but with which, nevertheless, great earnestness perhaps alone begins. The first note of interrogation is affixed, the fate of the soul changes, the hour hand moves, and tragedy begins. 3. Has anyone, at the end of the 19th century, any distinct notion of what poets of a stronger age understood by the word inspiration? If not, I will describe it. If one had the smallest vestige of superstition left in one, it would hardly be possible completely to set aside the idea that one is the mere incarnation, mouthpiece, or medium of an almighty power. The idea of revelation, in the sense that something which profoundly convulses and upsets one, becomes suddenly visible and audible with indescribable certainty and accuracy, describes the simple fact. One hears, one does not seek, one takes, one does not ask who gives. A thought suddenly flashes up like lightning. It comes with necessity, without faltering. I have never had any choice in the matter. There is an ecstasy so great that the immense strain of it is sometimes relaxed by a flood of tears, during which one's steps now involuntarily rush, and anon involuntarily lag. There is the feeling that one is utterly out of hand, with the very distinct consciousness of an endless number of fine thrills and titillations descending to one's very toes. There is a depth of happiness in which the most painful and gloomy parts do not act as antitheses to the rest, but are produced and required as necessary shades of colour in such an overflow of light. There is an instinct for rhythmic relations which embraces a whole world of forms, length. The need of a wide-embracing rhythm is almost the measure of the force of an inspiration, a sort of counterpart to its pressure and tension. Everything happens quite involuntarily, as if in a tempestuous outburst of freedom, of absoluteness, of power and divinity. The involuntary nature of the figures and similes is the most remarkable thing. One loses all perception of what is imagery and metaphor. Everything seems to present itself as the readiest, the truest, and simplest means of expression. It actually seems, to use one of Zarathustra's own phrases, as if all things came to one and offered themselves as similes. Here do all things come caressingly to your discourse and flatter you, for they would like to ride upon your back. On every simile you ride here unto every truth. Here fly open unto you all the speech and word shrines of the world. Here would all existence become speech. Here would all becoming learn of you how to speak. This is my experience of inspiration. I do not doubt, but that I should have to go back thousands of years before I could find another who could say to me, "It is mine also." 4. For a few weeks afterwards, I lay an invalid in Genoa. Then followed a melancholy spring in Rome, where I only just managed to live, and this was no easy matter. This city, which is absolutely unsuited to the poet-author of Zarathustra, and for the choice of which I was not responsible, made me inordinately miserable. I tried to leave it. I wanted to go to Aquila, the opposite of Rome in every respect, and actually found it in a spirit of hostility toward that city, just as I also shall found a city some day, as a memento of an atheist, a genuine enemy of the Church, a person very closely related to me, the great Hohenstaufen, the Emperor Friedrich II. But fate lay behind it all. I had to return again to Rome. In the end, I was obliged to be satisfied with the Piazza Barberini, after I had exerted myself in vain to find an anti-Christian quarter. I fear that on one occasion, to avoid bad smells as much as possible, I actually inquired at the Palazzo del Quirinale whether they could not provide a quiet room for a philosopher. In a chamber high above the piazza just mentioned, from which one obtained a general view of Rome and could hear the fountains plashing far below, the loneliest of all songs was composed, the Night Song. About this time, I was obsessed by an unspeakably sad melody, the refrain of which I recognized in the words, "Dead through immortality." In the summer, finding myself once more in the sacred place where the first thought of Zarathustra flashed like a light across my mind, I conceived the second part. 10 days sufficed. Neither for the second, the first, nor the third part have I required a day longer. In the ensuing winter, beneath the halcyon sky of Nice, which then for the first time poured its light into my life, I found the third Zarathustra, and came to the end of my task, the whole having occupied me scarcely a year. Many hidden corners and heights in the country round about Nice are hallowed for me by moments that I can never forget. That decisive chapter, entitled Old and New Tables, was composed during the arduous ascent from the station to Ecce, that wonderful Moorish village in the rocks. During those moments when my creative energy flowed most plentifully, my muscular activity was always greatest. The body is inspired. Let us waive the question of soul. I might often have been seen dancing in those days, and I could then walk for 7 or 8 hours on end over the hills without a suggestion of fatigue. I slept well and laughed a good deal. I was perfectly robust and patient. 5. With the exception of these periods of industry lasting 10 days, the years I spent during the production of Zarathustra and thereafter were for me years of unparalleled distress. A man pays dearly for being immortal. To this end he must die many times over during his life. There is such a thing as what I call the rancour of greatness. Everything great, whether a work or a deed, once it is completed, turns immediately against its author. The very fact that he is its author makes him weak at this time. He can no longer endure his deed. He can no longer look it full in the face. To have something at one's back which one could never have willed, something to which the knot of human destiny is attached, and to be forced, thenceforward, to bear it on one's shoulders, why, it almost crushes one. The rancour of greatness. A somewhat different experience is the uncanny silence that reigns about one. Solitude has 7 skins which nothing can penetrate. One goes among men, one greets friends, but these things are only new deserts. The looks of those one meets no longer bear a greeting. At the best, one encounters a sort of revolt. This feeling of revolt I suffered, in varying degrees of intensity, at the hands of almost everyone who came near me. It would seem that nothing inflicts a deeper wound than suddenly to make one's distance felt. Those noble natures are scarce, who know not how to live unless they can revere. A third thing is the absurd susceptibility of the skin to small pinpricks, a kind of helplessness in the presence of all small things. This seems to me a necessary outcome of the appalling expenditure of all defensive forces, which is the first condition of every creative act, of every act which proceeds from the most intimate, most secret, and most concealed recesses of a man's being. The small defensive forces are thus, as it were, suspended, and no fresh energy reaches them. I even think it probable that one does not digest so well, that one is less willing to move, and that one is much too open to sensations of coldness and suspicion, for, in a large number of cases, suspicion is merely a blunder in etiology. On one occasion when I felt like this, I became conscious of the proximity of a herd of cows, some time before I could possibly have seen it with my eyes, simply owing to a return in me of milder and more humane sentiments. They communicated warmth to me. 6. This work stands alone. Do not let us mention the poets in the same breath. Nothing perhaps has ever been produced out of such a superabundance of strength. My concept, Dionysian, here became the highest deed. Compared with it, everything that other men have done seems poor and limited. The fact that a Goethe or a Shakespeare would not for an instant have known how to take breath in this atmosphere of passion and of the heights. The fact that by the side of Zarathustra, Dante is no more than a believer, and not one who first creates the truth. That is to say, not a world-ruling spirit, a fate. The fact that the poets of the Veda were priests and not even fit to unfasten Zarathustra's sandal, all this is the least of things, and gives no idea of the distance, of the azure solitude in which this work dwells. Zarathustra has an eternal right to say, "I draw around me circles and holy boundaries. Ever fewer are they that mount with me to ever loftier heights. I build me a mountain range of ever holier mountains." If all the spirit and goodness of every great soul were collected together, the whole could not create a single one of Zarathustra's discourses. The ladder upon which he rises and descends is of boundless length. He has seen further, he has willed further, and gone further than any other man. There is contradiction in every word that he utters, this most yea-saying of all spirits. Through him, all contradictions are bound up into a new unity. The loftiest and the basest powers of human nature, the sweetest, the lightest, and the most terrible, rush forth from out one spring with everlasting certainty. Until his coming, no one knew what was height or depth, and still less what was truth. There is not a single passage in this revelation of truth which had already been anticipated and divined by even the greatest among men. Before Zarathustra, there was no wisdom, no probing of the soul, no art of speech. In his book, the most familiar and most vulgar thing utters unheard-of words. The sentence quivers with passion. Eloquence has become music. Forks of lightning are hurled towards futures of which no one has ever dreamed before. The most powerful use of parables that has yet existed is poor beside it, and mere child's play compared with this return of language to the nature of imagery. See how Zarathustra goes down from the mountain and speaks the kindest words to everyone. See with what delicate fingers he touches his very adversaries, the priests, and how he suffers with them from themselves. Here, at every moment, man is overcome, and the concept Superman becomes the greatest reality. Out of sight, almost far away beneath him, lies all that which heretofore has been called great in man. The halcyonic brightness, the light feet, the presence of wickedness and exuberance throughout, and all that is the essence of the type Zarathustra, was never dreamt of before as a prerequisite of greatness. In precisely these limits of space, and in this accessibility to opposites, Zarathustra feels himself the highest of all living things. And when you hear how he defines this highest, you will give up trying to find his equal. The soul, which has the longest ladder and can step down deepest, the vastest soul that can run and stray and rove furthest in its own domain, the most necessary soul that out of desire flings itself to chance, the stable soul that plunges into becoming, the possessing soul that must needs taste of willing and longing, the soul that flies from itself and overtakes itself in the widest circle, the wisest soul that folly exhorts most sweetly, the most self-loving soul in whom all things have their rise, their ebb and flow. But this is the very idea of Dionysus. Another consideration leads to this idea. The psychological problem presented by the type of Zarathustra is, how can he, who in an unprecedented manner says no and acts no in regard to all that which has been affirmed hitherto, remain nevertheless a yea-saying spirit? How can he who bears the heaviest destiny on his shoulders, and whose very life-task is a fatality, yet be the brightest and the most transcendental of spirits? For Zarathustra is a dancer. How can he who has the hardest and most terrible grasp of reality, and who has thought the most abysmal thoughts, nevertheless avoid conceiving these things as objections to existence, or even as objections to the eternal recurrence of existence? How is it that, on the contrary, he finds reasons for being himself the eternal affirmation of all things, the tremendous and unlimited saying of yea and amen? Into every abyss do I bear the benediction of my yea to life. But this, once more, is precisely the idea of Dionysus. 7. What language will such a spirit speak when he speaks unto his soul? The language of the dithyramb. I am the inventor of the dithyramb. Hearken unto the manner in which Zarathustra speaks to his soul. Before sunrise, 3:48. Before my time, such emerald joys and divine tenderness had found no tongue. Even the profoundest melancholy of such a Dionysus takes shape as a dithyramb. As an example of this, I take the night song, the immortal plaint of one who, thanks to his superabundance of light and power, thanks to the sun within him, is condemned never to love. It is night. Now do all gushing springs raise their voices, and my soul too is a gushing spring. It is night. Now only do all lovers burst into song, and my soul too is the song of a lover. Something unquenched and unquenchable is within me that would raise its voice. A craving for love is within me, which itself speaks the language of love. Light am I. Would that I were night, but this is my loneliness, that I am begirt with light. Alas, why am I not dark and like unto the night? How joyfully would I then suck at the breasts of light! And even you would I bless, you twinkling starlets and glowworms on high, and be blessed in the gifts of your light. But in mine own light do I live. Ever back into myself do I drink the flames I send forth. I know not the happiness of the hand stretched forth to grasp, and oft have I dreamed that stealing must be more blessed than taking. Wretched am I that my hand may never rest from giving. An envious fate is mine that I see expectant eyes and nights made bright with longing. Oh, the wretchedness of all them that give! Oh, the clouds that cover the face of my sun, at craving for desire, at burning hunger at the end of the feast. They take what I give them, but do I touch their soul? A gulf is there twixt giving and taking, and the smallest gulf is the last to be bridged. An appetite is born from out my beauty. Would that I might do harm to them that I fill with light. Would that I might rob them of the gifts I have given. Thus do I thirst for wickedness, to withdraw my hand when their hand is ready stretched forth like the waterfall that wavers even in its fall. Thus do I thirst for wickedness. For such vengeance does my fullness yearn, to such tricks does my loneliness give birth. My joy in giving died with the deed. By its very fullness did my virtue grow weary of itself. He who gives risks to lose his shame. He that is ever distributing grows callous in hand and heart therefrom. Mine eyes no longer melt into tears at the sight of the suppliant's shame. My hand has become too hard to feel the quivering of laden hands. Whither have ye fled, the tears of mine eyes and the bloom of my heart? Oh, the solitude of all givers! Oh, the silence of all beacons! Many are the suns that circle in barren space. To all that is dark do they speak with their light. To me alone are they silent. Alas, this is the hatred of light for that which shines. Pitiless, it runs its course. Unfair in its inmost heart to that which shines. Cold toward suns. Thus does every sun go its way. Like a tempest do the suns fly over their course, for such is their way. Their own unswerving will do they follow. That is their coldness. Alas, it is you alone, you creatures of gloom, you spirits of the night, that take your warmth from that which shines. You alone suck your milk and comfort from the udders of light. Alas, about me there is ice. My hand burns itself against ice. Alas, within me is a thirst that thirsts for your thirst. It is night. Woe is me that I must needs be light, and thirst after darkness and loneliness. It is night. Now does my longing burst forth like a spring, the speech do I long. It is night. Now do all gushing springs raise their voices, and my soul too is a gushing spring. It is night. Now only do all lovers burst into song, and my soul too is the song of a lover. 8. Such things have never been written, never been felt, never been suffered. Only a god, only Dionysius suffers in this way. The reply to such a dithyramb on the sun's solitude in light would be Ariadne. Who knows but I who Ariadne is? To all such riddles no one heretofore had ever found an answer. I doubt even whether anyone had ever seen a riddle here. One day, Zarathustra severely determines his life task, and it is also mine. Let no one misunderstand its meaning. It is a yea-saying, to the point of justifying, to the point of redeeming even all that is past. I walk among men as among fragments of the future, of that future which I see. And all my creativeness and effort is but this, that I may be able to think and recast all these fragments and riddles and dismal accidents into one piece. And how could I bear to be a man, if man were not also a poet, a riddle reader, and a redeemer of chance? To redeem all the past, and to transform every "it was" into "thus would I have it," that alone would be my salvation. In another passage, he defines as strictly as possible what to him alone man can be, not a subject for love, nor yet for pity. Zarathustra became master even of his loathing of man. Man is to him a thing unshaped, raw material, an ugly stone that needs the sculptor's chisel. No longer to will, no longer to value, no longer to create. Oh, that this great weariness may never be mine. Even in the lust of knowledge, I feel only the joy of my will to beget and to grow. And if there be innocence in my knowledge, it is because my procreative will is in it. Away from God and gods did this will lure me. What would there be to create if there were gods? But to man doth it ever drive me anew, my burning creative will. Thus drives it the hammer to the stone. Alas, you men, within the stone there sleeps an image for me, the image of all my dreams. Alas, that it should have to sleep in the hardest and ugliest stone. Now rages my hammer ruthlessly against its prison. From the stone the fragments fly. What's that to me? I will finish it. For a shadow came unto me. The stillest and lightest thing on earth once came unto me. The beauty of the Superman came unto me as a shadow. Alas, my brothers, what are their gods to me now? Let me call attention to one last point of view. The line in italics is my pretext for this remark. A Dionysian life task needs the hardness of the hammer, and one of its first essentials is without doubt the joy even of destruction. The command, harden yourselves, and the deep conviction that all creators are hard, is the really distinctive sign of a Dionysian nature. Between Good and Evil, the prelude to a philosophy of the future. 1. My work for the years that followed was prescribed as distinctly as possible. Now that the yea-saying part of my life task was accomplished, there came the turn of the negative portion, both in word and deed, the transvaluation of all values that had existed hitherto, the great war, the conjuring up of the day when the fatal outcome of the struggle would be decided. Meanwhile, I had slowly to look about me for my peers, for those who, out of strength, would proffer me a helping hand in my work of destruction. From that time onward, all my writings are so much bait. Maybe I understand as much about fishing as most people. If nothing was caught, it was not I who was at fault. There were no fish to come and bite. 2. In all its essential points, this book, 1886, is a criticism of modernity, embracing the modern sciences, arts, even politics, together with certain indications as to a type which would be the reverse of modern man, or as little like him as possible, a noble and yea-saying type. In this last respect, the book is a school for gentlemen, the term gentleman being understood here in a much more spiritual and radical sense than it is implied hitherto. All those things of which the age is proud, as for instance far-famed objectivity, sympathy with all that suffers, the historical sense, with its subjection to foreign tastes, with its lying in the dust before petit fait, and the rage for science, are shown to be the contradiction of the type recommended, and are regarded as almost ill-bred. If you remember that this book follows upon Zarathustra, you may possibly guess to what system of diet it owes its life. The eye which, owing to tremendous constraint, has become accustomed to see at a great distance, Zarathustra is even more far-sighted than the Tsar, is here forced to focus sharply that which is close at hand, the present time, the things that lie about him. In all the aphorisms, and more particularly in the form of this book, the reader will find the same voluntary turning away from those instincts which made Zarathustra a possible feat. Refinement in form, in aspiration, and in the art of keeping silent are its more or less obvious qualities. Psychology is handled with deliberate hardness and cruelty. The whole book does not contain one single good-natured word. All this sort of thing refreshes a man. Who can guess the kind of recreation that is necessary after such an expenditure of goodness as is to be found in Zarathustra? From a theological standpoint, now pay you heed, for it is but on rare occasions that I speak as a theologian. It was God himself who, at the end of his great work, coiled himself up in the form of a serpent at the foot of the tree of knowledge. It was thus that he recovered from being a god. He had made everything too beautiful. The devil is simply God's moment of idleness on that seventh day. The genealogy of morals, a polemic. The 3 essays which constitute this genealogy are, as regards expression, aspiration, and the art of the unexpected, perhaps the most curious things that have ever been written. Dionysus, as you know, is also the god of darkness. In each case the beginning is calculated to mystify. It is cool, scientific, even ironical, intentionally thrust to the fore, intentionally reticent. Gradually, less calmness prevails. Here and there a flash of lightning defines the horizon. Exceedingly unpleasant truths break upon your ears from out remote distances with a dull, rumbling sound, until, very soon, a fierce tempo is attained in which everything presses forward at a terrible degree of tension. At the end, in each case, amid fearful thunderclaps, a new truth shines out between thick clouds. The truth of the first essay is the psychology of Christianity, the birth of Christianity out of the spirit of resentment, not, as is supposed, out of the spirit, in all its essentials, a counter-movement, the great insurrection against the dominion of noble values. The second essay contains the psychology of conscience. This is not, as you may believe, the voice of God in man. It is the instinct of cruelty, which turns inwards once it is unable to discharge itself outwardly. Cruelty is here exposed for the first time as one of the oldest and most indispensable elements in the foundation of culture. The third essay replies to the question as to the origin of the formidable power of the ascetic ideal, of the priest ideal, despite the fact that this ideal is essentially detrimental, that it is a will to nonentity and to decadence. Reply: it flourished not because God was active behind the priests as is generally believed, but because it was a faute de mieux, from the fact that hitherto it has been the only ideal and has had no competitors. For man prefers to aspire to nonentity than not to aspire at all. But above all, until the time of Zarathustra, there was no such thing as a counter-ideal. You have understood my meaning. 3 decisive overtures on the part of a psychologist to a transvaluation of all values. This book contains the first psychology of the priest. The Twilight of the Idols. How to Philosophize with the Hammer. 1. This work, which covers scarcely 150 pages, with its cheerful and fateful tone like a laughing demon, and the production of which occupied so few days that I hesitate to give their number, is altogether an exception among books. There is no work more rich in substance, more independent, more upsetting, more wicked. If anyone should desire to obtain a rapid sketch of how everything, before my time, was standing on its head, he should begin reading me in this book. That which is called idols on the title page is simply the old truth that has been believed in hitherto. In plain English, the twilight of the idols means that the old truth is on its last legs. 2. There is no reality, no ideality, which has not been touched in this book. Touched? What a cautious euphemism. Not only the eternal idols, but also the youngest, that is to say, the most senile. Modern ideas, for instance. A strong wind blows between the trees, and in all directions fall the fruit, the truths. There is the waste of an all-too-rich autumn in this book. You trip over truths. You even crush some to death. There are too many of them. Those things that you can grasp, however, are quite unquestionable. They are irrevocable decrees. I alone have the criterion of truths in my possession. I alone can decide. It would seem as if a second consciousness had grown up in me, as if the life will in me had thrown a light upon the downward path along which it has been running throughout the ages. The downward path. Hitherto this had been called the road to truth. All obscure impulse, darkness and dismay is at an end. The good man was precisely he who was least aware of the proper way. And speaking in all earnestness, no one before me knew the proper way, the way upwards. Only after my time could men once more find hope, life tasks, and roads mapped out that lead to culture. I am the joyful harbinger of this culture. On this account alone, I am also a fatality. 3. Immediately after the completion of the above-named work, and without letting even one day go by, I tackled the formidable task of the transvaluation with a supreme feeling of pride which nothing could equal. And, Certain at each moment of my immortality, I cut sign after sign upon tablets of brass with the sureness of fate. The preface came into being on the 3rd of September 1888, when, after having written it down, I went out into the open that morning. I was greeted by the most beautiful day I had ever seen in the Upper Engadine, clear, glowing with colour, and presenting all the contrasts and all the intermediary gradations between ice and the south. I left Sils Maria only on the 20th of September. I had been forced to delay my departure owing to floods, and I was very soon, and for some days, the only visitor in this wonderful spot, on which my gratitude bestows the gift of an immortal name. After a journey that was full of incidents, and not without danger to life, as for instance at Como, which was flooded when I reached it in the dead of night, I got to Turin on the afternoon of the 21st. Turin is the only suitable place for me, and it shall be my home henceforward. I took the same lodgings as I had occupied in the spring, 6-3 Via Carlo Alberto, opposite the mighty Palazzo Carignano, in which Vittorio Emanuele was born, and I had a view of the Piazza Carlo Alberto, and above it across to the hills. Without hesitating, or allowing myself to be disturbed for a single moment, I returned to my work, only the last quarter of which had still to be written. On the 30th of September, tremendous triumph. The 7th day, the leisure of a god on the banks of the Po. On the same day, I wrote the preface to The Twilight of the Idols, the correction of the proofs of which provided me with recreation during the month of September. Never in my life have I experienced such an autumn, nor had I ever imagined that such things were possible on earth. A Claude Lorrain extended to infinity, each day equal to the last in its wild perfection. The Case of Wagner, a Musician's Problem. 1. In order to do justice to this essay, a man ought to suffer from the fate of music as from an open wound. From what do I suffer when I suffer from the fate of music? From the fact that music has lost its world-transfiguring, yea-saying character, that it is decadent music and no longer the flute of Dionysius. Supposing, however, that the fate of music be as dear to man as his own life, because joy and suffering are alike bound up with it, then he will find this pamphlet comparatively mild and full of consideration. To be cheerful in such circumstances, and laugh good-naturedly with others at oneself, ridendo dicere severum, when the verum dicere would justify every sort of hardness, is humanity itself. Who doubts that I, old artilleryman that I am, would be able, if I liked, to point my heavy guns at Wagner? Everything decisive in this question I kept to myself. I have loved Wagner. After all, an attack upon a more than usually subtle, unknown person, whom another would not have divined so easily, lies in the meaning and path of my life-task. I have still quite a number of other unknown persons to unmask, besides a Cagliostro of music. Above all, I have to direct an attack against the German people, who, in matters of the spirit, grow every day more indolent, poorer in instincts, and more honest, who, with an appetite for which they are to be envied, continue to diet themselves on contradictions, and gulp down faith in company with science, Christian love together with anti-Semitism, and the will to power, to the empire, dished up with the gospel of the humble, without showing the slightest signs of indigestion. Fancy this absence of party feeling in the presence of opposites. Fancy this gastric neutrality and disinterestedness. Behold this sense of justice in the German palate, which can grant equal rights to all, which finds everything tasteful. Without a shadow of a doubt, the Germans are idealists. When I was last in Germany, I found German taste striving to grant Wagner and the trumpeter of Säckingen equal rights, while I myself witnessed the attempts of the people of Leipzig to do honor to one of the most genuine and most German of musicians, using German here in the old sense of the word, a man who was no mere German of the Empire, the master Heinrich Schütz, by founding a Liszt society, the object of which was to cultivate and spread artful Listiker, the church music. Without a shadow of doubt, the Germans are idealists too. But here, nothing shall stop me from being rude and from telling the Germans one or two unpleasant home truths. Who else would do it if I did not? I refer to their laxity in matters historical. Not only have the Germans entirely lost the breadth of vision which enables one to grasp the course of culture and the values of culture, not only are they one and all political or church puppets, but they have also actually put a ban upon this very breadth of vision. A man must first and foremost be German. He must belong to the race. Then only can he pass judgment upon all values and lack of values in history. Then only can he establish them. To be German is in itself an argument. Germany above all, is a principle. The Germans stand for the moral order of the universe in history. Compared with the Roman Empire, they are the upholders of freedom. Compared with the 18th century, they are the restorers of morality, of the categorical imperative. There is such a thing as the writing of history according to the lights of imperial Germany. There is, I fear, anti-Semitic history. There is also history written with an eye to the court, and Herr von Treitschke is not ashamed of himself. Quite recently, an idiotic opinion in Historicis, an observation of Vischer the Swabian aesthete, since happily deceased, made the round of the German newspapers as a truth to which every German must assent. The observation was this: the Renaissance and the Reformation only together constitute a whole, the aesthetic rebirth and the moral rebirth. When I listen to such things, I lose all patience, and I feel inclined, I even feel it my duty, to tell the Germans, for once in a way, all that they have on their conscience. Every great crime against culture for the last 4 centuries lies on their conscience. And always for the same reason. Always owing to their bottomless cowardice in the face of reality, which is also cowardice in the face of truth. Always owing to the love of falsehood, which has become almost instinctive in them. In short, idealism. It was the Germans who caused Europe to lose the fruits, the whole meaning of her last period of greatness, the period of the Renaissance. At a moment when a higher order of values, values that were noble, that said yea to life, and that guaranteed a future, had succeeded in triumphing over the opposite values, the values of degeneration, in the very seat of Christianity itself, and even in the hearts of those sitting there. Luther, that cursed monk, not only restored the Church, but, what was 1,000 times worse, restored Christianity, and at a time, too, when it lay defeated. Christianity, the denial of the will to live, exalted to a religion. Luther was an impossible monk who, thanks to his own impossibility, attacked the Church, and in so doing restored it. Catholics would be perfectly justified in celebrating feasts in honor of Luther, and in producing festival plays in his honor. Luther of the rebirth of morality. May all psychology go to the devil. Without a shadow of a doubt, the Germans are idealists. On two occasions when, at the cost of enormous courage and self-control, an upright, unequivocal, and perfectly scientific attitude of mind had been attained, the Germans were able to discover backstairs leading down to the old ideal again, compromises between truth and the ideal, and in short, formulae for the right to reject science and to perpetrate falsehoods. Leibniz and Kant, those two great breaks upon the intellectual honesty of Europe. Finally, at a moment when there appeared on the bridge that spanned 2 centuries of decadence, a superior force of genius and will which was strong enough to consolidate Europe and to convert it into a political and economic unit with the object of ruling the world, the Germans, with their wars of independence, robbed Europe of the significance, the marvelous significance of Napoleon's life. And in so doing, they laid on their conscience everything that followed, everything that exists today, this sickliness and want of reason which is most opposed to culture, and which is called nationalism, this névrose nationale from which Europe is suffering acutely, this eternal subdivision of Europe into petty states with politics on a municipal scale. They have robbed Europe itself of its significance, of its reason, and have stuffed it into a cul-de-sac. Is there anyone except me who knows the way out of this cul-de-sac? Does anyone except me know of an aspiration which would be great enough to bind the people of Europe once more together? 3. And, after all, why should I not express my suspicions? In my case, too, the Germans will attempt to make a great fate give birth merely to a mouse. Up to the present, they have compromised themselves with me. I doubt whether the future will improve them. Alas, how happy I should be to prove a false prophet in this matter. My natural readers and listeners are already Russians, Scandinavians, and Frenchmen. Will they always be the same? In the history of knowledge, Germans are represented only by doubtful names. They have been able to produce only unconscious swindlers. This word applies to Fichte, Schelling, Schopenhauer, Hegel, and Schleiermacher, just as well as to Kant or Leibniz. They were all mere Schleiermachers. The Germans must not have the honor of seeing the first upright intellect in their history of intellects, that intellect in which truth ultimately got the better of the fraud of 4,000 years, reckoned as one with the German intellect. German intellect is my foul air. I breathe with difficulty in the neighborhood of this psychological uncleanliness that has now become instinctive, an uncleanliness which in every word and expression betrays a German. They have never undergone a 17th century of hard self-examination as the French have. A La Rochefoucauld, a Descartes, are 1,000 times more upright than the very first among Germans. The latter have not yet had any psychologists. But psychology is almost the standard of measurement for the cleanliness or uncleanliness of a race. For if a man is not even clean, how can he be deep? The Germans are like women. You can scarcely ever fathom their depths. They haven't any, and that's the end of it. Thus they cannot even be called shallow. That which is called deep in Germany is precisely this instinctive uncleanliness towards oneself of which I have just spoken. People refuse to be clear in regard to their own natures. Might I be allowed, perhaps, to suggest the word German as an international epithet denoting this psychological depravity? At the moment of writing, for instance, the German emperor is declaring it to be his Christian duty to liberate the slaves in Africa. Among us Europeans, then, this would be called simply German. Have the Germans ever produced even a book that had depth? They are lacking in the mere idea of what constitutes a book. I have known scholars who thought that Kant was deep. At the court of Prussia, I fear that Herr von Treitschke is regarded as deep. And when I happen to praise Stendhal as a deep psychologist, I have often been compelled, in the company of German university professors, to spell his name aloud. 4. And why should I not proceed to the end? I am fond of clearing the air. It is even part of my ambition to be considered as essentially a despiser of Germans. I expressed my suspicions of the German character even at the age of 26. See Thoughts Out of Season, Volume 2, pages 164, 165. To my mind, the Germans are impossible. When I try to think of the kind of man who is opposed to me in all my instincts, my mental image takes the form of a German. The first thing I ask myself when I begin analyzing a man is whether he has a feeling for distance in him, whether he sees rank, gradation, and order everywhere between man and man, whether he makes distinctions. For this is what constitutes a gentleman. Otherwise, he belongs hopelessly to that open-hearted, open-minded, alas, and always very good-natured species, la canaille. But the Germans are canaille. Alas, they are so good-natured. A man lowers himself by frequenting the society of Germans. The German places every one on an equal footing. With the exception of my intercourse with one or two artists, and above all with Richard Wagner, I cannot say that I have spent one pleasant hour with Germans. Suppose for one moment that the profoundest spirit of all ages were to appear among Germans. Then one of the saviours of the capital would be sure to arise and declare that his own ugly soul was just as great. I can no longer abide this race with which a man is always in bad company, which has no idea of nuances. Woe to me, I am a nuance, and which has not esprit in its feet, and cannot even walk withal. In short, the Germans have no feet at all. They simply have legs. The Germans have not the faintest idea of how vulgar they are. But this in itself is the acme of vulgarity. They are not even ashamed of being merely Germans. They will have their say in everything. They regard themselves as fit to decide all questions. I even fear that they have decided about me. My whole life is essentially a proof of this remark. In vain have I sought among them for a sign of tact and delicacy towards myself. Among Jews I did indeed find it, but not among Germans. I am so constituted as to be gentle and kindly to every one. I have the right not to draw distinctions, but this does not prevent my eyes from being open. I accept no one, and least of all my friends. I only trust that this has not prejudiced my reputation for humanity among them. There are 5 or 6 things which I have always made points of honour, albeit the truth remains that for many years I have considered almost every letter that has reached me as a piece of cynicism. There is more cynicism in an attitude of goodwill towards me than in any sort of hatred. I tell every friend to his face that he has never thought it worth his while to study any one of my writings. From the slightest hints I gather that they do not even know what lies hidden in my books. And with regard even to my Zarathustra, which of my friends would have seen more in it than a piece of unwarrantable, though fortunately harmless, arrogance? 10 years have elapsed, and no one has yet felt it a duty to his conscience to defend my name against the absurd silence beneath which it has been entombed. It was a foreigner, a Dane, who first showed sufficient keenness of instinct and of courage to do this, and who protested indignantly against my so-called friends. At what German university today would such lectures on my philosophy be possible as those which Dr. Brandes delivered last spring in Copenhagen, thus proving once more his right to the title psychologist? For my part, these things have never caused me any pain. That which is necessary does not offend me. Amor fati is the core of my nature. This, however, does not alter the fact that I love irony, and even world-historic irony. And thus, about 2 years before hurling the destructive thunderbolt of the transvaluation, which will send the whole of civilization into convulsions, I sent my Case of Wagner out into the world. The Germans were given the chance of blundering and immortalizing their stupidity once more on my account, and they still have just enough time to do it in. And have they fallen in with my plans? Admirably, my dear Germans. Allow me to congratulate you. Why I am a fatality. 1. I know my destiny. There will come a day when my name will recall the memory of something formidable, a crisis the like of which has never been known on earth, the memory of the most profound clash of consciences and the passing of a sentence upon all that which theretofore had been believed, exacted, and hallowed. I am not a man, I am dynamite. And with it all, there is naught of the founder of a religion in me. Religions are matters for the mob. After coming in contact with a religious man, I always feel that I must wash my hands. I require no believers. It is my opinion that I am too full of malice to believe even in myself. I never address myself to masses. I'm horribly frightened that one day I shall be pronounced holy. You will understand why I publish this book beforehand. It is to prevent people from wronging me. I refuse to be a saint. I would rather be a clown. Maybe I am a clown, and I am notwithstanding, or rather notwithstanding, the mouthpiece of truth. For nothing more blown out with falsehood has ever existed than a saint. But my truth is terrible, for hitherto lies have been called truth. The transvaluation of all values. This is my formula for mankind's greatest step towards coming to its senses, a step which in me became flesh and genius. My destiny ordained that I should be the first decent human being, and that I should feel myself opposed to the falsehood of millenniums. I was the first to discover truth, and for the simple reason that I was the first who became conscious of falsehood as falsehood, and that is to say, I smelt it as such. My genius resides in my nostrils. I contradict as no one has contradicted hitherto, and I am nevertheless the reverse of a negative spirit. I am the harbinger of joy, the like of which has never existed before. I have discovered tasks of such lofty greatness that, until my time, no one had any idea of such things. Mankind can begin to have fresh hopes only now that I have lived. Thus, I am necessarily a man of fate. For when truth enters the lists against the falsehood of ages, shocks are bound to ensue, and a spell of earthquakes, followed by the transposition of hills and valleys, such as the world has never yet imagined even in its dreams. The concept politics then becomes elevated entirely to the sphere of spiritual warfare. All the mighty realms of the ancient order of society are blown into space, for they are all based on falsehood. There will be wars, the likes of which have never been seen on earth before. Only from my time and after me will politics on a large scale exist on earth. 2. If you should require a formula for a destiny of this kind that has taken human form, you will find it in my Zarathustra. And he who would be a creator in good and evil, verily, he must first be a destroyer and break values into pieces. Thus the greatest evil belongeth unto the greatest good, but this is the creative good. I am by far the most terrible man that has ever existed, but this does not alter the fact that I shall become the most beneficent. I know the joy of annihilation to a degree which is commensurate with my power to annihilate. In both cases, I obey my Dionysian nature, which knows not how to separate the negative deed from the saying of yea. I am the first immoralist, and in this sense, I am essentially the annihilator. 3. People have never asked me, as they should have done, what the name of Zarathustra precisely meant in my mouth, in the mouth of the first immoralist. For that which distinguishes this Persian from all others in the past is the very fact that he was the exact reverse of an immoralist. Zarathustra was the first to see in the struggle between good and evil the essential wheel and the working of things. The translation of morality into the realm of metaphysics as force, cause, end in itself is his work. But the very question suggests its own answer. Zarathustra created this most portentous of all errors, morality. Therefore he must be the first to expose it, not only because he has had longer and greater experience of the subject than any other thinker. All history is indeed the experimental refutation of the theory of the so-called moral order of things, but because of the more important fact that Zarathustra was the most truthful of thinkers. In his teaching alone is truthfulness upheld as the highest virtue, that is to say, as the reverse of the cowardice of the idealist, who takes to his heels at the sight of reality. Zarathustra has more pluck in his body than all other thinkers put together. To tell the truth and to aim straight, that is the first Persian virtue. Have I made myself clear? The overcoming of morality by itself, through truthfulness, the moralist's overcoming of himself in his opposite, in me, that is what the name Zarathustra means in my mouth. 4. In reality, two negations are involved in my title, immoralist. I first of all deny the type of man that has hitherto been regarded as the highest, the good, the kind, and the charitable. And I also deny that kind of morality which has become recognized and paramount as morality in itself. I speak of the morality of decadence, or to use a still cruder term, Christian morality. I would agree to the second of the two negations being regarded as the more decisive, for, reckoned as a whole, the overestimation of goodness and kindness seems to me already a consequence of decadence, a symptom of weakness, and incompatible with any ascending and yea-saying life. Negation and annihilation are inseparable from a yea-saying attitude towards life. Let me halt for a moment at the question of the psychology of the good man. In order to appraise the value of a certain type of man, the cost of his maintenance must be calculated, and the conditions of his existence must be known. The condition of the existence of the good is falsehood, or, otherwise expressed, the refusal at any price to see how reality is actually constituted. The refusal to see that this reality is not so constituted as always to be stimulating beneficent instincts, and still less so as to suffer at all moments the intrusion of ignorant and good-natured hands. To consider distress of all kinds as an objection, as something which must be done away with, is the greatest nonsense on earth. Generally speaking, it is nonsense of the most disastrous sort, fatal in its stupidity. almost as mad as the will to abolish bad weather out of pity for the poor, so to speak. In the great economy of the whole universe, the terrors of reality, in the passions, in the desires, in the will to power, are incalculably more necessary than that form of petty happiness which is called goodness. It is even needful to practice leniency in order so much as to allow the latter a place at all, seeing that it is based on a falsification of the instincts. I shall have an excellent opportunity of showing the incalculably calamitous consequences to the whole of history of the credo of optimism, this monstrous offspring of the homines optimi. Zarathustra, the first who recognized that the optimist is just as degenerate as the pessimist, though perhaps more detrimental, says, "Good men never speak the truth. False shores and false harbors were you taught by the good. In the lies of the good were you born and bred. Through the good, everything has become false and crooked from the roots." Fortunately, the world is not built merely upon those instincts which would secure to the good-natured herd animal his paltry happiness. To desire everybody to become a good man, a gregarious animal, a blue-eyed, benevolent, beautiful soul, or, as Herbert Spencer wished, a creature of altruism, would mean robbing existence of its greatest character, castrating man, and reducing humanity to a sort of wretched Chinatome. And this some have tried to do. It is precisely this that men called morality. In this sense, Zarathustra calls the good now the last men, and anon the beginning of the end. And above all, he considers them as the most detrimental kind of men, because they secure their existence at the cost of truth and at the cost of the future. The good they cannot create. They are ever the beginning of the end. They crucify him who writes new values on new tables. They sacrifice unto themselves the future. They crucify the whole future of humanity. The good, they are ever the beginning of the end. And whatever harm the slanderers of the world may do, the harm of the good is the most calamitous of all harm. 5. Zarathustra, as the first psychologist of the good man, is perforce the friend of the evil man. When a degenerate kind of man has succeeded to the highest rank among the human species, his position must have been gained at the cost of the reverse type, at the cost of the strong man who is certain of life. When the gregarious animal stands in the glorious rays of the purest virtue, the exceptional man must be degraded to the rank of the evil. If falsehood insists at all costs on claiming the word truth for its own particular standpoint, the really truthful man must be sought out among the despised. Zarathustra allows of no doubt here. He says that it was precisely the knowledge of the good, of the best, which inspired his absolute horror of men. And it was out of this feeling of repulsion that he grew the wings which allowed him to soar into remote futures. He does not conceal the fact that his type of man is one which is relatively superhuman, especially as opposed to the good man, and that the good and the just would regard his Superman as the devil. You higher men, on whom my gaze now falls, this is the doubt that you wake in my breast, and this is my secret laughter. Methinks you would call my Superman the devil. So strange are you in your souls to all that is great, that the Superman would be terrible in your eyes for his goodness. It is from this passage, and from no other, that you must set out to understand the goal to which Zarathustra aspires. The kind of man that he conceives sees reality as it is. He is strong enough for this. He is not estranged or far removed from it. He is that reality himself. In his own nature can be found all the terrible and questionable character of reality. Only thus can man have greatness. 6. But I have chosen the title of immoralist as a surname and as a badge of honor in yet another sense. I am very proud to possess this name, which distinguishes me from all the rest of mankind. No one hitherto has felt Christian morality beneath him. To that end, there were needed height, a remoteness of vision, and an abnormal psychological depth not believed to be possible hitherto. Up to the present, Christian morality has been the Circe of all thinkers. They stood at her service. What man before my time had descended into the underground caverns from out of which the poisonous fumes of this ideal, of this slandering of the world, burst forth? What man had even dared to suppose that they were underground caverns? Was a single one of the philosophers who preceded me a psychologist at all, and not the very reverse of a psychologist, that is to say, a superior swindler, an idealist? Before my time there was no psychology. To be the first in this new realm may amount to a curse. At all events, it is a fatality, for one is also the first to despise. My danger is the loathing of mankind. 7. Have you understood me? That which defines me, that which makes me stand apart from the whole of the rest of humanity, is the fact that I unmasked Christian morality. For this reason, I was in need of a word which conveyed the idea of a challenge to everybody. Not to have awakened to these discoveries before struck me as being the sign of the greatest uncleanliness that mankind has on its conscience, as self-deception become instinctive, as the fundamental will to be blind to every phenomenon, all causality and all reality. In fact, as an almost criminal fraud in psychologists. Blindness in regard to Christianity is the essence of criminality, for it is the crime against life. Ages and peoples, the first as well as the last, philosophers and old women, with the exception of 5 or 6 moments in history, and of myself, the 7th, are all alike in this. Hitherto, the Christian has been the moral being, a peerless oddity, and, as a moral being, he was more absurd, more vain, more thoughtless, and a greater disadvantage to himself than the greatest despiser of humanity could have deemed possible. Christian morality is the most malignant form of all falsehood, the actual Circe of humanity, that which has corrupted mankind. It is not error as error which infuriates me at the sight of this spectacle. It is not the millenniums of absence of goodwill, of discipline, of decency, and of bravery in spiritual things which betrays itself in the triumph of Christianity. It is rather the absence of nature. It is the perfectly ghastly fact that anti-nature itself received the highest honors as morality and as law, and remained suspended over man as the categorical imperative. Fancy blundering in this way, not as an individual, not as a people, but as a whole species, as humanity, to teach the contempt of all the principal instincts of life, to posit, falsely, the existence of a soul, of a spirit, in order to be able to defy the body, to spread the feeling that there is something impure in the very first prerequisite of life, in sex, to seek the principle of evil in the profound meed of growth and expansion, that is to say, in severe self-love. The term itself is slanderous, and conversely, to see a higher moral value. But what am I talking about? I mean the moral value per se, in the typical signs of decline, in the antagonism of the instincts, in selflessness, in the loss of ballast, in the suppression of the personal element, and in love of one's neighbor, neighboritis. What? Is humanity itself in a state of degeneration? Has it always been in this state? One thing is certain, that you are taught only the values of decadence as the highest values. The morality of self-renunciation is essentially the morality of degeneration. The fact, "I am going to the dogs," is translated into the imperative, "You shall all go to the dogs," and not only into the imperative. This morality of self-renunciation, which is the only kind of morality that has been taught hitherto, betrays the will to nonentity. It denies life to the very roots. There still remains the possibility that it is not mankind that is in a state of degeneration, but only that parasitical kind of man, the priest, who, by means of morality and lies, has climbed up to his position of determinator of values, who divined in Christian morality his road to power. And, to tell the truth, this is my opinion. The teachers and leaders of mankind, including the theologians, have been, every one of them, decadents. Hence their transvaluation of all values into a hostility towards life. Hence morality. The definition of morality. Morality is the idiosyncrasy of decadence, actuated by a desire to avenge themselves with success upon life. I attach great value to this definition. 8. Have you understood me? I have not uttered a single word which I had not already said 5 years ago through my mouthpiece, Zarathustra. The unmasking of Christian morality is an event which is unequaled in history. It is a real catastrophe. The man who throws light upon it is a force majeure, a fatality. He breaks the history of man into two. Time is reckoned up before him and after him. The lightning flash of truth struck precisely that which theretofore had stood highest. He who understands what was destroyed by that flash should look to see whether he still holds anything in his hands. Everything which until then was called truth has been revealed as the most detrimental, most spiteful, and most subterranean form of life. The holy pretext, which was the improvement of man, has been recognized as a ruse for draining life of its energy and of its blood. Morality conceived as vampirism. The man who unmasks morality has also unmasked the worthlessness of the values in which men either believe or have believed. He no longer sees anything to be revered in the most venerable man, even in the types of men that have been pronounced holy. All he can see in them is the most fatal kind of abortions, fatal because they fascinate. The concept God was invented as the opposite of the concept life. Everything detrimental, poisonous, and slanderous, and all deadly hostility to life, was bound together in one horrible unit in him. The concepts beyond and true world were invented in order to depreciate the only world that exists, in order that no goal or aim, no sense or task might be left to earthly reality. The concepts soul, spirit, and last of all the concept immortal soul were invented in order to throw contempt on the body, in order to make it sick and holy, in order to cultivate an attitude of appalling levity towards all things in life which deserve to be treated seriously, i.e., the questions of nutrition and habitation, of intellectual diet, the treatment of the sick, cleanliness, and weather. Instead of health, we find the salvation of the soul, that is to say, a folie circulaire, fluctuating between convulsions and penitence, and the hysteria of redemption. The concept sin, together with the torture instrument appertaining to it, which is the concept free will, was invented in order to confuse and muddle our instincts, and to render the mistrust of them man's second nature. In the concepts disinterestedness and self-denial, the actual signs of decadence are to be found. The allurement of that which is detrimental, the inability to discover one's own advantage, and self-destruction are made into absolute qualities, into the duty, the holiness, and the divinity of man. Finally, to keep the worst to the last, by the notion of the good man, all that is favoured which is weak, ill, botched, and sick in itself, which ought to be wiped out. The law of selection is thwarted. An ideal is made out of opposition to the proud, well-constituted man, to him who says yea to life, to him who is certain of the future, and who guarantees the future. This man is henceforth called the evil one. And all this was believed in as morality. Écraser la femme. 9. Have you understood me? Dionysus versus Christ.